Futures trying to get back to the upside here to kick things off this morning after starting slightly lower. Pretty impressive day yesterday. Comes to an end basically at session highs. A little bit of a dip right now, but a fraction of a percent for the S&P, the NASDAQ, and the Dow, which, oh, by the way, was above 49,000 for the first time ever yesterday as of the close, ahead of the first of a couple important, potentially anyways, important employment prints coming up this morning. We'll get ADP private payrolls at 8:15. We'll bring that to you live in about 15 minutes here. And then the JOLTS number comes up at 10 o'clock this morning, ahead of non-farm payrolls to end off the week, 8:30 on Friday. We'll bring that to you live as well. Remember, 8 o'clock start now, so make sure you're with us for all of these economic numbers. Lots of individual movers to talk about this morning. The memory space, absolutely on fire, continued yesterday with both Micron and SNDK. Huge moves, 28% for SanDisk by the end of the session yesterday. Mobileye with news as well, up 12% on an acquisition this morning. So a lot of different angles to touch on. We'll keep an eye on the energy storyline as well that continues after what happened on the weekend, obviously, in Venezuela. Raheem Alani coming up this morning. He's going to give us the Canadian take, or maybe a few names to watch on the Canadian side of things. Adara with me once again. Good morning.
Good morning, Brendan. Yeah, I think there's certainly a lot to discuss. This is SanDisk's chart. I just kind of kept this up here because I think that was one of the craziest movers of yesterday for sure. Some analysts weighing in B of A positively, but a little bit more cautious note here from Jefferies. Micron, though, also getting a price target increase. So this space here in this HBM play absolutely still on watch. And speaking of this kind of chip type space, CES 2026 is very much still happening, guys. At 12 p.m., we are going to be getting a keynote speech from Caterpillar. Then there's a panel later after the bell today around 5 p.m. with the likes of, I believe, Adobe. We're going to have Qualcomm there, HPQ, so it should be a pretty exciting event. The oil space, though, also still going to be interesting, with Trump saying they're going to be basically making Venezuela send 30 to 50 million barrels of oil over to the U.S. And there's actually a press briefing here with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt at 11 a.m. She's going to have some cabinet meetings there, cabinet members there as well. So that could be interesting, maybe shed some light in oil.
The timeline of that still remains a giant question mark on when they could possibly get that going. But Trump's set to meet with the oil executives coming up here over the next couple of weeks. He said he's also going to meet with the insurance business over the next couple of days here as well. We'll touch on that coming up. But I just went out to a daily chart. I mean, you showed the move yesterday, but that's what it looks like on a daily chart for SanDisk. Absolute monster. If you go just back to, what was this, August, this is $50. It's $3.50 now. Just absolutely insane. Wow. Very, very quiet on that front as well. We touched briefly yesterday on the AI angle for Caterpillar. You mentioned coming up today, they're going to present at CES. So I think it's going to get to a point where maybe not so much on the construction site side of things, but I think for the farming industry, there's so many applications that they can apply AI technology to for that company. So something to watch out for anyways for Caterpillar. Also a chart that looks amazing at this point. So remember, 8:15 we get private payrolls this morning. 8:30 there's nothing really until 10 o'clock. 8:30 we'll touch in with Raheem Alani on this Venezuela story, guys. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. And it's a good morning for MSTR, believe it or not, too. Up 6 points. If you saw aftermarket, they're not getting the boot. Well, MSCI for now is saying treasury names, they were at risk of getting booted from the indexes, MSTR being the most famous one. I'm still not a huge fan of them, but a huge rally. And you would have seen there was actually a spike in Bitcoin, which got given back pretty much almost the entirety of the thing. But MicroStrategy looking pretty good this morning. This had been weighing on the stock for quite some time. So yeah, this is going to be potentially in play. My goodness, that SNDK chart, Micron's chart, Western Digital, just absolute rocket ships. And speaking of rocket ships, coming back down to earth a little bit are two names that were crazy yesterday: ASTS and Rocket Labs. Downgrade on ASTS here, and it kind of double topped around the $100 level. So yeah, some of the things that were big in play yesterday are right back in fold, and we'll see what happens with MSTR. Again, I can't say I'm a fan, but that was a pretty big thing hanging over the stock, and it was a pretty good announcement for them. We'll see I'm kind of curious as to whether that saga is done, because ultimately, I don't know what your feel is on this, Sean, but like if you have an index, like these indexes typically tend to have some rules as to what you are and why you should be in them. And I kind of wonder, like, if the only thing you do is hold an asset, it still doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If that's all you are, you literally are just holding an asset. I mean, why not let SPACs in at that point that haven't made a deal? Like, you start blurring the lines, and it's like you could open a can of worms. But anyways, they got the reprieve, so that's all that matters.
The index provider said further research is needed to distinguish investment-oriented crypto holdings from operational uses before making any changes. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. Like, I don't mind. I mean, most of these things, they're almost caught you. Most of these things will be. See, if it was Ramin, she would have caught you a little bit more. Andre gets those bacon and omelet today. No, I was going to say, like, you know, most of these indexes can choose obviously whatever they want to do. I mean, and I don't think there's really a problem holding strategy in an index. To answer your question, I think it's you know, they've explained what their holdings are, what they do, and it's you know, I'm trying to think of an example of another company that is very, very like singularly focused.
I can't think of one.
I'm trying to, because, you know, holding on to something and basically pumping it is kind of a business. I mean, I would like to understand, I mean, now that I read this note, it is true. What else are they doing that classifies them as a company rather than a holding company?
I don't know the answer. That's the thing. I don't know the answer to that. So
because, like, you can't include IBID in an index or anything. IBID's an ETF.
Yeah.
I was just trying to look at the list here. Like, even Netflix is diversified into gaming and everything like that, and studios and streaming. And yeah, I don't know, it is interesting. And that's another thing that I guess exposes the risk of MicroStrategy or of strategy, right? Is the fact that they can have some negative, you know, headwinds, I guess, that can affect them other than the price of BTC, which right now, what the hell's going on? Bitcoin just broke 92,000 again right there. I actually have IBIT written down here on to trade today for a short. But no, Alfonso says, well, they're basically like banks. No, not really. A bank does a lot of business and has a lot of different arms and wings and employs, you know, millions of people. But yeah, it'd be interesting. It's an interesting look. But I think it just shows more risk to MSTR, because not only do you have Bitcoin risk, but now you have index risk, and, you know, possibly if you get dropped from indexes, that's a huge problem, because there's so many ETFs out there that have to own you, you know, because you're in an index and they're kind of forced to take a position. So yeah, it's actually an interesting thought about them today, but up 4%, and that you can see why. Right? I mean, here you go. It's called up here. I haven't even looked at it today, other than looking at the note.
It was up more afterwards.
Yeah, well, we had it up 4%, but still, that's still nicely cooking there. So you can see Bitcoin is going to be down today, but MSTR up. I didn't even know that was an issue that they were dealing with right there. I would actually short this. I mean, I think it's nice to see that that's gotten resolved, but, you know, at the end of the day, we just talked about we don't really know what their business is. So if you're going to watch Bitcoin movement, that would make sense here while we start to come back down in. So maybe I put MSTR as a short today. Without understanding the story, I mean, I understand the story, but being able to wrap my head around what exactly MSCI is going to do. Because they're probably are they in IWM? I mean, what is their market cap? I'm not even sure what other indexes these guys are in. S&P 400? I'm not sure.
I think my understanding is that they were
Didn't they get added
they
to
were
the S&P
popular to be added last year to the S&P, and then it just, you know, you never really. It was one of those things, like everyone seemed to want them to be the one, but I know they're in a couple of MSCI indexes. MSCI has like tons of indexes, so like it's one of those, like, if one domino falls, will a bunch of others. If we go back to the desk in a second, I got to use this pun, because Obi literally messaged me. He goes, "The bid is really sticky on glue," which is in play today. So that was Obi's pun, not mine.
Buyout, I guess?
No, it's not. It's Monte Rosa Therapeutics. They got interim data from an ongoing phase 1 trial of yada, 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 reductions in cardiovascular and cardiometabolic diseases. So it's obviously, I can't tell you, I don't know what is the float. The thing is, I don't always trust the short float from this source, but it does say 14%. So
probably right.
it's probably right. Sometimes lately we've been wanting to confirm short floats with a second source, but Glue with a 14% short float, and then again there's some positive data for them on it's phase one, an ongoing phase one trial for Glue. Although the bid being sticky, I don't know, is that? I can't even, like, it's obviously a pun for Glue, but I can't figure out, like, how does that make it strong, it being sticky, the bid? Because don't you want it bouncing off of the bid? Like, you want the bid to be like rubbery, like it's bouncing off of support. Sticky would mean that it's kind of hanging out in one spot.
Yeah, I can't believe we're analyzing what Obi said there about that.
No,
but
I'm just like, wait a minute, that doesn't even make sense, that pun.
Maybe you're saying it's sticky to like its upside, so the bid has more hold to it. I don't know. I like Gorilla Glue. That's popular in our house. Lots of things getting glued. I have SoFi written down as a short again. I have iBit written down as a short. I have Google and I have Google written down as a long. I like some of the TPU stories there. It's going to be interesting because we're going to have Raheem coming through, and today's the first day where, not the first day, but it's a pullback day for silver and gold and copper and all these names today, down another 5%. I say another 5%. It was just at all-time highs. But when I mean another, every time silver is going down, it goes down violently. Like you don't have little up moves or down moves in the last week and a half, right? I mean, most of these trades have been, 4, 5, 6% kind of days. And it looks like, again, off of a 5 or 6% day yesterday, silver is giving it all back here today. And looks like it wants to close that gap completely. And then we'll look to see what happens around the $67, $68 mark right now for SLV. And we just took a dip down of about $1 or so right there right now on silver. So as Bitcoin's trying to break down from 92,000, silver also down 4.5%, gold down today as well here, 407 and change. So Brendan, I'm going to guess that, and you sort of teased it earlier, Raheem's coming with some information on energy plays, I believe, and metal plays. So is there a focus, Brendan? Is he more energy today or more metals or a little bit of both?
Yeah, I teased it, I guess, a little bit yesterday in that we've seen over the past couple of days the Canadian energy sector get sold off on this Venezuelan headline. So he's going to touch a little bit on that storyline and why that matters to the Canadian energy sector primarily. And then we're going to tease mining because there is a little bit of a mining tie-in to this from the Venezuelan aspect as well. So will it spill over into the mining industry or not remains to be seen. But a couple of the things to consider here so far this morning. There was a ton of notes I saw on banks specifically. JP Morgan, going back to the end of last week, I guess it was, had a big day. Yesterday, not so much. I mean, it was positive, but lower volatility. Oh, by the way, it's earnings season next week. So we get earnings from the banks starting Tuesday. JP Morgan's going to be the first out of the gate. Tuesday, I think it's pre-market, I believe. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the banks. We have to then wait another 2 weeks to get into some of the tech names. And then I think it's Netflix in the 20s, January 20s week that will kick things off, and then Tesla the following week. But here we are, right back to earnings season.
We actually have a kind of interesting earnings report tonight from APLD. This is one that I know Joe has mentioned on the midday. APLD reporting after the bell. They actually got a positive analyst note this morning as well, and you can find more about that on our Trader TV Live watch list. But yeah, Brendan, usually how this goes is we get the banks, then we get like our UNH type plays that are interesting, but certainly not big tech. And then right when you least expect it, we get Netflix, which really kicks off the big tech run. So it'll be interesting to see here what we get from these earnings. A lot of these, the earnings from last quarter were generally positive or well received after the fact, but the market didn't like them on day one. So that was last quarter's trend. Let's see what the Q4 2025 season has to bring us.
Speaking of Netflix as well, this WBD saga, I guess, hopefully this is the end of it. I don't know. We'll see if Paramount comes back one more time. But if you missed it, Warner Brothers officially has rejected Paramount again in favor of Netflix. Again, neither really doing anything here this morning. I think this was expected, even though the Paramount bid was higher, more monetarily higher, but they seem to continue to favor this Netflix deal.
Yeah, I wasn't shocked. Like I said this a couple of times too. Warner Brothers, at least from the reports I've read, their biggest issue with the Paramount bid is that they don't feel like it adequately values their cable segment, right? So if that's not going to change, they have really no reason for it to change. And it's funny too, because we actually had the chair of the board here at Warner Brothers, Samuel DiPiazza. He did a CNBC interview after this was announced, and he basically said, in no uncertain terms, like, we're not in dialogue with Paramount, and if they want a deal, they're gonna have to bring something very compelling to the table. So basically implying, hey, PSKY, you're not going to be getting this deal. So we'll have to see how this shapes up further. We know PSKY with the Larry Ellison connection and the connection to the Trump admin, they might have some regulatory pull. As of right now, they haven't flexed it, which is interesting.
The interesting part of the Netflix side of things, meanwhile, to me anyways, is the duality of the properties that they have already. Warner Brothers, obviously known as a studio more than anything. Netflix going after the IP, the actual licensing more than anything. But there's going to be maybe even some job losses, I would guess anyways, because there's going to be duplicates of a lot of different areas of the industry. Warner Brothers has a studio, Netflix has a studio. Why do they need another one? Obviously, that's not what is attractive for them.
Like, I mean, maybe the one thing you could argue too is that it actually like expands their reach, right? So the job losses, that could still be happening, but the fact that they might have more places to work and especially more IP to work with, like we've talked a lot about how massive just the HBO IP alone is. You've got Game of Thrones, you have Euphoria, you have White Lotus, you have a lot of these shows that are iconic that are still happening or they have spin-offs happening. So Netflix has a lot of power to get these stories out to the mainstream, and I think honestly, if they can succeed, then maybe we can get even some more jobs coming from that. But you're right, I think in that a lot of these traditional jobs will probably go to the wayside, unfortunately.
We just got this ADP number, bit of a nothing burger. It looks like U.S. ADP December private employment up to 41,000. The estimate was 50. Market not doing anything whatsoever. So again, ADP private payrolls 41,000. The estimate was 50. Prior month, if you remember, was negative 29,000. The estimate the prior month was negative 35,000. So that one came in a little bit better, even though it was negative. But at least we're back to positive here. Again, 41,000 versus 50 guys on ADP.
Yeah, nothing too crazy there, and probably not. It doesn't seem like it's
a little lesser than non-farm payroll. Okay.
And we'll get jolts as well today, but I don't know. I kind of feel like we still might be more on the headline related. Like things are moving a heck of a lot more on random headlines. You saw during CES, like Marvell and Tesla both had massive moves in the afternoon as well. But if we just jump back to Netflix quickly, it's getting a little bit out of hand. I mean, come on. I think at some point, like, you can't chalk this up to the uncertainty around the deal. At this point, there's zero indication that they're going to have to raise. I like what they're going to be adding here, and it's coming right. We're very close. You're like one good break and then 2 days away from coming into this like 83 double bottom on the weekly chart here for Netflix. So this is one that I want to be buying again for sure on this news. And you also have to consider like Netflix isn't, look, it's never been cheap. I think they're still above 30 in terms of like a PE. But when you start dropping like this, it gets a little bit more in favor. And sometimes when you have a big rally on what's seen as like an expensive stock, even if it's like the winner and the best in group, that kind of a deal, sometimes you have to get that bit of a reset. And it's when it's not as popular or when it's not looking as good relative where you gotta jump in at times. That's just how it is. Like, remember how like Apple for a while was kind of languishing relative to some other tech names, and then all of a sudden they got a good bounce, and then Google did something similar to it. I feel like Netflix is starting to get a little bit better value. I do have a bid sitting in front of 83 because this is one I want to add to. I'm a believer. I love what they're adding. The HBO, Harry Potter, they got a lot. DC universe. We'll see how that works out. The new Supergirl is getting some. I
don't know.
Not that great reactions. Whatever.
Which movie? Which one?
Because the new Supergirl, which is DC.
There's a Supergirl?
Well, because they teased it at the end of the Superman movie, which wasn't bad. I actually thought it was.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was whatever.
Okay.
It was okay.
All right.
Okay. Well, somebody disagrees with me. I don't know who hit that key, but I thought it was not that bad. I prefer the Henry Cavill ones, but it was still.
Joey Comics over there hit it. Yeah, so I put more money, hopefully where my mouth is here with Netflix yesterday. I mean, I bought 90. I literally got filled $90. And I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but I was just sitting there. It's like $90.15 or something like that. It was yesterday, I guess. Yeah, because that's when it came back in. Yeah, so we just got filled yesterday down there at $90. It's only $91. I don't want to, act like this is a big win or anything like that. But we also bought some 96s as well. So average price in and around 93 right now. This little dump off here at Netflix is too much. Let's just get back to, like Adair and Brendan mentioned there, it's earnings season coming up now. So Netflix actually had a good quarter, and then all of a sudden they got really interested in Warner Brothers. And Warner Brothers, the problem with Warner Brothers was it was a $7 stock. So the fact that they're going to go out and now, close this deal around $30 with everything included is expensive. This is what's been happening with Warner Brothers. In September, like I was saying, I mean, it was even, I said $7, that might have been the very bottom, $8 or so there, and then now going out at 30. So yeah, I mean, it's going to take a minute for Netflix and their shareholders to realize, the profits and realize how this sort of accrues into their balance sheet and income statement and all that kind of stuff. Because as Adair mentioned, they have to worry about the cable companies. They're not taking that over. It's the properties and it's the, like you had mentioned there, the catalog, from a Harry Potter over to Sopranos into whatever, Warner Brothers Discovery. So there's a lot happening there. For me, I think it gets to be a little bit too much. I mean, everybody has a whole bunch of streaming services probably hooked up right now. And it's just, I like Netflix because I think it's user friendly. It's pretty easy. I think they probably have a good algorithm. So once they get all these properties and all this content into their catalog, I'm pretty sure they'll be able to push it to you, no problem. But at the same time, it could be a little bit of overkill. So I do see where we are getting a little nervous. But hey, look, man, more mergers, more acquisitions. This is what this Trump organization has really tried to push forward, and we're getting more buyouts every day. We're getting more talk. We had one yesterday with Eli Lilly.
Yep.
And I think that's Netflix has probably been waiting for this for a while. I don't think anyone's going to step in the way. It'll close in a couple, I think it was end of 26 or so, 33.
It'll take a while just because of how big it is.
Yeah, so there's some things to happen right now. But hey, yesterday we said it was 8:20. It's time for upgrades and downgrades. So with 8:22 right now, Joe gave us a hard time or whatever yesterday for going 2 minutes over or whatever it was. This man is on a clock right here, and we do not want to be late to get Joe involved. So let's go over here. And you have one downgrade that's gotten me upset over here, Joe. So let's go figure what that is.
I'm sure we'll be able to fix that up a little bit here, Katina, man, considering we have BBAI on some of the call activity. Welcome, everybody, and happy hump day. All right, let's get into things. Some big-time movement in the options world yesterday. We're going to start things off with some Micron. That's correct, guys. At that $350 level, we're putting in substantial volume here with 21,600 contracts open and closed on the intraday session. Now for the open interest, relatively cool. We're sitting around 3.93 thousand, which isn't a substantial amount, but I mean, relatively speaking, not horrible either. Now, silver in the pre-market putting in a lot of share volume, but we want to look at some of the options contract volume at that $75 level. We did put in some new all-time highs yesterday. Volume sitting around 8,430, and the open interest sitting around 6,130. That is going to be expiring this Friday. Now, Sean, BBAI putting in a lot of options volume yesterday at that $6.50 strike price. Volume sitting around 24,700 contracts. So those were opened and closed throughout the intraday session. And then we also have open interest still relatively high, around 10,800. So keep an eye out on that. We are slightly negative here in the pre-market session. Now, as for one of the bigger movers, guys, we were talking a lot about Amazon yesterday, so we may as well take a look and see what we got going on with the options chain. Now, some interesting things as well, too, that we're going to get into momentarily, but first things first, expiring this Friday at that $240 level, sitting around 51,000 contracts open and closed. That's quite a bit for Amazon, and then open interest still sitting around 24,400. You can see the bid and the ask spread, not wide at all, sitting around $5, relatively average. Now, as for your delta exposure, this is going to be an in-the-money contract, guys, so we're sitting around 0.589. And what do I mean? I know we talk about it quite often, but delta is essentially, so for every 1 point move in the underlying asset, you're going to see a $58 change in the contract pricing. And then with your gamma, with every $1 change in the delta, you're going to see a 58-cent increase into your delta. So it's essentially your rate of change. It may seem a little complicated, but that's all right. We're going to get into more depth with that. Now, as for your at-the-money IV, relatively high, guys, 30.3%. If we look at some of the other names like Apple and the Mag 7, aside from Tesla, we can get that into the high teens, lower 20s. But one thing that I wanted to pull up here, guys, is the contract that we're talking about right now. And it's funny, we were talking about how in NVDA we've seen a 60% decrease in a contract's value. Well, let's see the flip side of things. And how does this work? It's really important to note that intrinsic and extrinsic value come into play. So if you have a contract that's sitting, let's get a little bit more of an accurate reading here, around so a contract that's sitting around 35 cents and then climbs to a high of around $4.64, well, how do I get a 1,220% return? Well, that's when your intrinsic and extrinsic value come into play. The chances of you purchasing this contract when it's in the money and getting that type of return, relatively low. But when you buy those far out of the money contracts, this is when you have the ability to do so. Is it always that easy? Absolutely not. But that's something interesting that I wanted to come in and talk about. Your extrinsic value is something essentially that you're buying extremely out of the money and only has time value. So there's no intrinsic value, which is the moneyness essentially of the contract. Intrinsic being if you're trading around $350 and you have a strike price that's at $345, well, you have $5 worth of intrinsic value in which the contracted price is derived from. All right. So considering we have Raheem coming up momentarily, let's get into some of the downgrades as well too, guys. ASTS on the top of the list, going from a sector perform to underperform by Scotiabank, down 6.3% here this morning. Now, some of the banks getting a downgrade as well too, guys. Bank of America by Wolf Research, going from an outperform to a peer perform, you're down 0.5%. Now, Sean, Big Bear AI, once again on the list. Cantor Fitzgerald, not giving that one the nod here. Overweight to neutral weight here, you're down 3.4% this morning. And JP Morgan, one of my favorite banks, outperform to peer perform, you're down 0.4%. Now, as for some of the upgrades, yes, SanDisk higher, getting a price target raised by Bank of America, slightly negative here, but going from $300 to $309 and a strong buy there. Lowe's also getting the nod, guys. You're positive this morning, 1.45%. Price target being raised to $285. Also going from an equal weight to an overweight. Now, XYZ Block, guys, positive here this morning. Price target being raised to $83. You can see the ticker there. You're up 1.4% as well. And then Sionna Therapeutics, BTIG, giving them the nod. 0.73% here this morning, going from $50 to $58 with a buy rating.
Good look, Joe. It isn't always that upgrades and downgrades end up being on the notes, but and we'll even need the options plays because silver's on my mind today. After a crazy run to the upside yesterday, it's basically filled in the entirety of the gap as some of this commodity stuff is starting to pull back in here, and I'm looking for a fade today. 72. What's good about this is I was talking to Obi. He was trading this in the blue ocean, and that reminded me to look up blue ocean 72.6 afternoon support. And then when I looked over and pulled up blue ocean, 72.6 was a pivot price in the aftermarket and then resistance. So as long as we're under that, I'm looking for a fade. And then ASTS is on my list for a fade as well. Here, ASTS Space Mobile giving up all of yesterday's gains and kind of looking like it's red format, a bit of a head and shoulders play here, and probably due for a healthy pullback, whether it's them or Rocket. The difference is Rocket broke out through its high AST has double topping underneath that 100. Yeah, so some of those upgrade, downgrades, and options activity catalysts can lead to interesting trade opportunities.
We just had an opportunity for all that. Go over and get the sticky note right now. And it's just funny that this just happened. I just put this out about 2 minutes ago, the Google long, and it was just by fluke. I said it in the chat, imagine if this actually worked. And then all of a sudden, like, Google just bumped up about $1, but that would be awesome if that was actually the case, to just get long and release the note. But the only long that I have on the note today is Google. We've got SoFi, IBIT, Google, and the TQs. We're going to be looking at all of those again there today, plus a bunch of other names. Interesting to see that Big Bear AI downgrade along with some option activity. I mean, it was up 8 or 9% yesterday. So yeah, no doubt going to chill out just for a minute here. Big Bear AI with a 20% short float. And yeah, I see what you're trying to do there, Cantor, just trying to get long. Let's just figure out what what the next play is the next time it comes back in to the 200 period one more time again. So, for this name, I think you just keep buying it and holding it and waiting for the earnings. And then if they can turn some profits, then you'll see this name absolutely jump. And, because that's the problem. When these names start to put out, the shorts have to scramble to cover. So that's kind of what you're waiting for on Big Bear AI. This is a shot in the dark. Like, this is not something that you want to put your life savings in or anything like that. So Big Bear AI, up and down, one of those big runners, right? I mean, every day you can get 9 or 10% on this. So, but yeah, okay. So that's BBAI and some upgrades and downgrades, as we had mentioned here. We're just getting, we saw that story yesterday about oil and the sales of 30 to 50 million barrels, apparently. The U.S. is going to be taking onshore from Venezuela and then selling them at market prices. Donald Trump made a tweet or a post yesterday. The fact that, he's made a deal with Venezuela, 30 to 50 million barrels they're going to take and dump them on the market. So there you get a nice little downside play again in oil. And thank you to Raheem, because Neil and I had a discussion on Monday where it's right there in the thing, and I was talking about oil getting to the downside there. And yeah, I think that was a kind of an easy take. So 58.50 looks to be the top there for oil. We'll see if it's going to bounce in and around that $55 to $56 mark. And as we had sort of teased before, we are going to have, and I don't know if he's here, we never looked.
Just walked in.
Oh, just walked in. Oh, there he is. Okay, good, Raheem. So we're going to talk about Canadian oil and some of the plays over there and what energy might look like starting off in 2026. So that should be exciting there. But yeah, I don't know, man. Canada could be in trouble here if all this oil gets pushed onto the market, which it already is being. So.
Yeah, it's happening either way. It's like none of it looks all that great for Canada, but you have to remember, like, the vast majority of all those crazy reserves. Venezuela used to at one point produce 3 million barrels a day.
Yeah.
Now they're well under 1 million, and they're just to get back to 1 million. Sorry, I have Tesla up here because that's what I was going to look next. So don't ignore the chart. Chart doesn't matter here. They got 3 million barrels a day that they were producing. To get to 1 million, you're talking about billions and billions of dollars of improved infrastructure spending. It needs to happen over a decade. Then to get to that 3 billion, you're talking about triple that. There's so much that has to happen. And I think that's why people are thinking, oh, it's going to be some immediate gain for Chevron, which, by the way, happens to be going up right now. But it's not going to be that simple. This is going to be a more long-term thing for sure. And lo and behold, guess what it was when you look at some of the commodities that people were going nuts over as well over the weekend. Well, with this Greenland talk, that's where some of the follow-through has been through. Like, look at critical metals on day 2. Like, that's up again after a crazy breakout, still up another 5%. I'd be worried that there could be some frothiness after this is almost doubled up in the last week or so. There might be some frothiness up here for a bit of a pullback, but that was a much easier sustained play, was sort of looking at what might be the next craze instead of trying to chase that oil move. As said, we do have Raheem coming on through, and I want to remind everybody, actually, this time not remind. I want to thank everybody for when dropping names in the chat, continuing to put that $, whether it's CVX or a Caterpillar. If you do so, then it makes it, well, it's not that it's easier, because realistically, it only works in the stock visualizer if you do that. So it doesn't make it easier to see it in the visualizer. Right now, really, okay. I hadn't looked at it this morning yet. I wasn't expecting to see DVLT. They're down this morning. I wasn't expecting to see them on the list, but you got Silver and Tesla, Lucy, BBAI. We were just talking about APLD. I believe they report after the bell today. Alphabet, Sean was just mentioning. SoFi from yesterday. You've got, of course, some memory names like Micron in here. A couple of people mentioning Sidhu, that glue stock we talked about. So these are just the names that are the most mentioned in the chat, but you got to put that $sign in. But more importantly, you got to be in the chat in the first place. So jump in the chat. You have to be a subscriber. So hit the like and the subscribe. Jump in the waters, converse, ask questions, hopefully learn something, enjoy as well. And yeah, if you see a symbol that's moving that you think is interesting, you pop it in there and hit that $sign.
Yeah, we are getting all set and locked and loaded. You can see in the background, Raheem is ready to go. So we're going to throw it back over to Brendan and Raheem Alani right now and go talk all about energy and, of course, not the Baltimore Ravens.
Unless he wants to. I don't know. Raheem's taking pictures of.
Happy New Year. First.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Welcome to 2026. There's obviously nothing to talk about as per usual.
Quite a couple days.
Yeah, you know, it's a good start to the year as far as opportunity, I think. And what we wanted to do was break down a little bit on how this is affecting not only Canadian energy specifically as a whole, but then maybe dive a little bit deeper into individual opportunities that could come from this, and maybe touch on mining as well in the Venezuela market, because that's obviously going to be in play here. But just from a higher perspective to kick things off, why the negativity, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Well, I think the obvious answer is you tell somebody that I'm going to bring all of these toys to the game and we don't need your toys anymore, is going to be sort of an obvious, oh my goodness, just panic and fear. Once the market realized that Venezuela hasn't really put any work into their infrastructure since Chavez hasn't put any work into their infrastructure, so simply saying 3 billion barrels of oil is available over there, you kind of still have to go and get it. So I think the immediate panic and then pull back, and you saw yesterday some of these names started to creep back up, because just research analysts wrote, okay, that's horrible and amazing and whatever it is, and sentiment you believe is going to occur. What's actually going to take place is over the next 3, 6, 9, 12 months, development of infrastructure. Then you're going to have to develop it to a point that can accommodate everything, because the oil that's there as well is a heavier type. It's a sour. I'm sure everyone here has heard heavy and sour versus light and sweet and all those things. And right now we're actually in a current state, probably through this year into next year, where we're in an oversupply state anyway. So when you take all those things, put them all together, then you're like, okay, let's pause and now let's figure out exactly what it's going to occur. So for the next, I think for this short term, call it 3, 6, 9 months, you're going to have a great trading environment for all the traders that are out there. It's going to be a great trading environment because you're going to see these names bop around on, somebody was seen in Caracas, that means this is going to happen. And then when you realize it's still going to take a long amount of time to get these barrels of oil online, that's the first piece of it.
And do they even know, when it comes to that timeline, do they even know exactly what that's going to look like as far as, from the investment standpoint all the way through to getting that oil online? Because I've heard, as you were saying, 3, 6, 9, 36 months. It doesn't seem to be targeted right now.
Yeah, I think to get kind of up to that 500,000 incremental mark, just your math is somewhere between 1 and 2 years, and that's going to be $10 to $20 billion. I don't think money is really going to be the issue when it comes to this, because it's just a rounding error at this point. So I think let's leave the money aside. I think the time is going to be the key thing. You're going to need people there. You're going to need infrastructure builds. You're going to need the Chevrons of the world, all the people that are going to be actually doing that work over there. And you're going to need to be doing it fast. But I think even just to get to a 1 to 2 year mark is where you're going to get to that bigger number. And then if you want to get to the grandiose number of 3 to 4 million, this is what we used to do with Chavez, and that you're looking at 100 billion. And even that number, I don't think anyone in America is scared of, that 100 billion number. It's, again, still going to be 3 to 4 years. There's only so much you can do.
So let's bring it back north of the border here a little bit. When it comes to what that means for the energy sector in Canada, it's not good, first of all. And is there a way that they can maybe hedge this a little bit?
So I think there's two answers to that. The first answer is Canada. I mean, the majority of the Canadian oil does go to the U.S., as we all know. Now, if the majority of the oil is going there, where is it going? Now, 30% of the oil does go to the Midwest. 10% roughly goes to the West Coast, and 10% goes to the Gulf Coast. The Gulf Coast is going to be where we as Canada are going to be competing now with this new Venezuelan oil when it does come online. So it's not a massive dent, but it is a dent. So Alberta is obviously going to be up in arms because that is a big portion. It's going to be a couple percent of their GDP. If that 10%, all of it pulls out, it's 3%, 4% of Alberta's GDP, which is a big number that you don't want to give up. So that's part A, because we do have this similar type of heavier oil that needs to be refined. So we've got that kind of competition with the Venezuelan oil, let's call it. But what that does is for the 97th time, Canada's got a kick in the pants. Like, go do something. Like, Trump has given you enough times to say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. Carney's saying, okay, we're going to start to do this. And for Canada, we're a very slow country, as all of our American investors, please feel free to make fun of how slow we are about doing things. It just takes forever. And I think just for the 97th time, there's going to be another kick in the pants to say, go do something. Go build this pipeline to the west. And let's look at somebody other than the guy below us as the person that we should be buying from.
It's hard. It's hard not to comment. Our government currently in Paris talking about global issues. So clearly not paying attention to this at all at the moment. As far as individual names on the north side of the border here, is there maybe part of the sector that is going to be hit harder? Is there maybe part of the sector that might be okay? I mean, I ripped through a couple of the charts that you sent me this morning. As you said, some of them had a really, really bad day on Monday, but then bounced back nicely yesterday. Others didn't. Yeah.
I think all of them did. Like, if you look at any of the charts, it was like this for December. Yeah. And then January 5th was this, and then most of them retrenched to a point. Did they get back to where they were on Jan 1? Some did, some didn't. And again, I think it's just pause, breathe, and let's go back and look at what that change meant. It's the same thing that happened on tariff day. Yeah. Right? On tariff day, every stock went like this, and then everyone stopped and said, well, what does that actually mean? Yeah. Let's take a breath and let's look at what does this actually mean, right? So even for the guys who specifically send all their oil to Texas, that's going to take a big hit. But at the end of the day, what's really going to happen in the next 3, 6, 9 months? Probably not as much as everyone thought. And you probably saw, if anyone pays attention to the research reports that banks put out, a lot of banks probably put out research reports on companies and just on the sector yesterday and on Monday, just talking about what it is, what the effect is, and the immediacy bias, I think, retreats a little bit. And that's why you saw some of these stocks not continue their downfall, but they continue now to start buying back up.
All right, let's look at a few. Canadian Natural Resources, I mean, we've talked about it many, many times on the show. CNQ, as you said, a couple of days in a row here downside, but I mean, there's all kinds of support under this, so I think it could be worse overall.
Yeah, no, again, for all of these names, you're going to see just like on the 5th, it went from $34, went down to 31. It's bounced back up to 31.5. Just putting, like, this is a name I'm sure everyone out there knows, and if they don't, it's one of the larger Canadian energy names. And just, you've seen that chart, and just, if you buy the fact that Canada's not going to be as adversely affected as everyone, doom and gloom, then you pick off this bottom, because it looks to be like a bottom here somewhere around 31 that formed. Look at me speaking trader. I feel like Sean and Neil right now. You see that bottom come in, right? So I think you're going to start to see that support come back in. And again, as people understand the gravity of what the last couple of days have been.
Is it going to be a case, and maybe this is a wider perspective type of question, but is it going to be a case where, what happens in 6 months, what happens in 12 months as far as when these names start actually reporting production and sales and numbers and earnings report, that we actually see the follow through maybe?
I think it's going to be actually more than that. I think what you're going to see in the next 3, 6, 9, 12 months, the most important things are not going to be necessarily their production numbers. It's going to be more their guidance of what they're going to be seeing for 27. And in my opinion, just being a capital markets guy, where they're going to be spending their money, what their CapEx programs are going to look like. Are they going to say, hey, we're going to spend a lot more money doing this particular thing that feeds the US, then maybe they don't really feel like there's an issue. If it's, we're going to do all these things to support this Canada West pipeline that's coming, that tells you something else. Or is it altogether off the charts saying we're going to start investing in Africa? Like, it just depends on which direction they go.
Yeah.
That'll be the most important thing. And with these larger names, like I've always said, when you love yourself, you buy yourself. So you either give out the dividends, you do share buybacks. And so as long as these companies are continuing with their dividends and not adversely changing their budgets, for the larger ones, that's what I would look out for.
All right, Suncor here had the panic candle that actually closed almost right back where it opened 2 days ago, and then we were green yesterday. So
yeah, it was up. It was up a 0.5% at the end of the day. So if you're a trader, like everyone here watching is, great name to trade yesterday, right? And again, just a larger name. You saw the panic selling. People are like, read the newspaper from the day before, said, oh my God, Suncor, Canada Energy, I'm going to sell everything. And then you could just be able to pick that up, and you saw the move right back to the upside.
Yeah, BTE on the smaller end of the scale here, but $3 stock. It's had a great end to last year.
Yep.
Here we are, kind of chopping around, still in the same range.
Yeah, and again, this is just a name that on day of, it went from Canadian 450 down to 418, came back up to about 428. They recently sold a very large asset, or $3.5 billion asset, in the States. So they've de-risked themselves from the States exposure a little bit, but they still do, they're one of the names that still do some refining in the U.S., or sending product down to get refined in the U.S. So that's just a name to keep an eye on because of its U.S. touch points.
Yeah, that's Baytax for anyone wondering, also on the NYSE. Smaller end of the scale still, TVE. I want to make sure we can get to mining in a sense here. Tennessee Valley, talk about that one.
Tamarack Valley.
Oh, Tamarack Valley, my mistake.
They should change their name to Tennessee Valley. Hey guys, listen.
The NYSE listing, it's the NYSE listing.
Suggestion from Brendo is change your name to Tennessee Valley.
Works better.
I think it's going to go really well for you because people are going to love it. They're going to be like, Tennessee, it must be in Tennessee, so let's go. Tamarack Valley, it's a name that's putting out 12, 13 cents a month on a dividend basis. So just that's a name to keep an eye on the smaller end. But if it's a name that's putting out on a monthly basis, 12, 12.5, 13, 13.3 cents in December, you keep putting those dividends out, keep an eye out for January, keep an eye out for February. Again, for that short term, you're still going to get those dividends as they go over the next 3, 6, 9, 12 months. Let's see, do they change their dividends? Do they stay where they're at? That'll tell you what their thinking is as well.
Right.
But as a name, just to be able to clip up a couple cents off that as well.
Now, there was instantly comments and a storyline around Colombia being right next door to Venezuela on whether or not something might happen as far as Colombia is concerned. Nothing obviously has since, but PXT, Parex Resources, does do a lot of Colombia energy.
Yeah, they are a strictly Colombia play. So I thought let's get that one on the list. As if you're looking at, you've probably seen all the Canadian names, you've seen the US names. This is Colombia. So whichever side you lean on politically, if you think Colombia might have something happen, this company's strictly in Colombia. You saw the price drop, you saw it move back up. Just with whatever side of the coin you're on. That's a pure trade. If you think Colombia is going to be next, then you go in and trade accordingly, right?
Just to wrap things up, you and I talked a little bit about the mining side of things. Maybe just give everyone an overview to start here on what the mining market specifically is like in Venezuela, and how does that come into play?
Yeah, so I think that one's going to be the really interesting. I had a good conversation with a big mining company yesterday, and we were chatting about what happens with Venezuela. And as some of our viewers might know, when I speak profusely about mining, there are certain regions that are known for mining. Obviously, Canada, we are a mining hub. But when you go into Central America, South America, there is a ton of mining that takes place with Canadian companies, Chinese companies, Australian companies, American companies. So there is a lot of mining that does take place. And when there are issues with that particular country, companies that have spent a lot of money in there, things happen. Like we talked about, I think about it just at the end of 24 with Panama and First Quantum, right? Where the Panamanian government said, that's nice, you've done this, we're just going to take it back over here. And that caused big issues for First Quantum. Now, Venezuela is in a belt that is known for mining, along with a lot of countries that are nearby. So there's a lot of mining that's done in Colombia, Peru, like all over Latin South America. Guyana's had a couple of big finds recently, or refines recently. So Venezuela has had a lot of mining take place, specifically around gold. There has been a lot of gold mining in the past. There have been companies that have left the country because of political uncertainty. And so that's part A. Part B is copper. Copper, we've touched all the time, where you just crossed $6 on copper. So copper's been a massive play. Venezuela more than likely does have copper. It hasn't been investigated for copper. People have investigated Venezuela for gold because of the fact that there is a predominance of gold and there is a predominance just around the value of gold itself. So something that maybe we can pick up on next time is we can look at companies that do have assets in Venezuela and just seeing the touch points, or just do your own homework at home. Companies that do have mining assets in Venezuela, and look at their board, look at their management, look at their people. Do they have ties to the American government? Because if they do, that'll make life easier for them. And if they don't, maybe they'll find someone to take the asset off their hands because of the fact that they can now go in and do this work in Venezuela. I was joking with a buddy yesterday. Like, there's a lot of flights that are now going, like every private equity fund, bank, just check out where the private jets are going, who's on the private jet, and check the manifest. And if Neil and Sean are going, you just see what they're up to. Yeah. Right? Like, there's a lot of stuff happening. A lot of people that are going down there.
Yeah. Sean's shaking his head right now, nodding in agreement. So next week.
Next week. All right.
So we'll check in after that. But I mean, it's a fascinating storyline, obviously, with multiple layers, I think, that could still unfold here. So great opportunities to go forward here. Raheem Alani is Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto. Happy New Year, and good to have you back.
Happy New Year, guys.
Thanks, Raheem. Yeah, I couldn't get the private jet for this week. Like Raheem was saying, there's too many people using it. I don't own one. Yeah, I just rent it out. So
I still get triggered anytime someone says monitoring who's on private jets.
Yeah, Shohei Ohtani.
Triggers that Ohtani thing.
But now we got that other guy at least.
Yeah. What's
Big Oak.
He had his press conference. Yeah,
I know, it was great.
He's excited to come to Toronto.
Of course, yeah. 29-year-old man getting paid the most he's ever made, so he might as well do it. But yeah, go ahead. I mean, I was going to say that oil here, I mean, this is just the last couple days. I mean, there's $59 down to 56, 57, starting to tank a little bit here again now. And we hear more and more talk, as Raheem was going on there, that, yeah, U.S. is planning on dumping some of this oil into the market, and then talking about, yeah, getting it all refined over there in Venezuela. And yeah, that is going to affect some of those Canadian names. You know, we talked about Canadian Natural Resources. BTE was an interesting one. This is also traded. Baytex is also here on the U.S. market. So this could be something to look at if you are interested at all. And you can see nice downside push there yesterday afternoon. And there's that BTE. It looks like it could possibly be that flat bottom break right there. So yeah, you're down through $3. Could be an interesting name there to watch out for. BTE was just at $2 the beginning of, or sorry, I guess during the fall, and then had that huge bump up, and now we'll see where that goes on this Venezuelan news. So this is an interesting name. Out of all the ones that Raheem mentioned to me, this looks like it's about to break down through that 50-period moving average. So Baytex here, BTE, on watch for me. And then, yeah, we just heard the same thing in our ear, man. Google continues to push higher here. I have it on the note to get long on TPU talk from JP Morgan, but that's already starting to go a little bit here. Light volume. I mean, any of these names could easily come right back in, but Google looking pretty sweet. We're going to do it when we go over the rundown, but down here around 310 is where I talked about it. But again, that's when it was more around here. Now we are starting to take off a little bit. Easy to write down 310 when it's at 313. Now it's up $2.50. If it was down $2.50, we'd be a little more excited. But yeah, so far so good there. And yeah, good talk from Raheem. Thank you so much for coming through and putting some clarification on some of the expectations here. Oh, there goes Google, just took out 316. So I don't know if Joe has that button over there, Joe, Austin 316, because Google just took out 316 right now. So we'll figure out where that's going, but
it doesn't hit it.
Yeah, and then you have another name. I don't know what Joe's doing.
Almost red to green again.
Yeah, there's another name going right there in Intel.
Yeah, it's some random moves of the market bouncing, and the ES just got to the green here. The Nasdaq's kind of on its way to getting into the green. Intel just bumped 1% to the upside. This had an afternoon rally in yesterday's trade, and it wasn't on the note, but I'm going to have to put this on the sidebar. Like, it just made the iPad. I didn't think this was going to be terribly exciting today. Just kind of waiting to see what it did off the $40 level. But yeah, they had their presentation too at CES. You have Mobileye making an acquisition. Mobileye is double digits. I think it's done 20% in the last 2 days if you include today. And they're making an acquisition. And Intel's still getting some of that benefit of the bump up. But it looks like it's trying to make a bit of a breakout. So like I said, this one will end up on it's on the iPad, not necessarily I'm going to trade it right away kind of deal, but the fact that it's holding the 40 in a positive way, it kind of goes from yeah, there's a fail break and look for lower highs and continuation on short, which was not there when I sat down. Now all of a sudden it looks like a bit of a breakout long. So lots to watch, no questions asked. The market trying to go, silver still heading downside with gold a little bit weak. Oh, but we just had, we got a super chat too. Gary on what? Oh, did that not work? Let me try this again. There it goes. Okay, want to make sure we get that up. Gary, retired. How do you interpret SoFi chart after up 8%, then down 10% on old news? Well, if we're interpreting the chart, then I don't know how much the news has to do with it. I find what'll end up happening sometimes when there's a big move, and this is all part of the social media area too, right? So there'll be a big move on a stock, and thus everyone's searching what is going on with that stock. And so in order to get clicks, you just find some article that you can reference to and be like, what is going on in SoFi? And then you have like some old story, and then that can end up getting rehashed in the news cycle because everyone's searching for something, which could just possibly be technical. So I'll leave the news part out of it, but anytime I see something, like this is almost similar to what I'm looking for on ASTS, although ASTS I think is a little bit more clear with the range, where you have a complete V-shaped recovery and then it could be setting up head and shoulders, where you have one shoulder and then another, and then you fail that resistance and then head back down. That's at about 27.5. So that's just the way I look at it. The reason I look at it on ASTS is just a little bit more, it's at a top where it's a little bit more distinct and a bit of a tighter range for the shoulder for it to set up a down move, but it's a similar sort of thing there with SoFi. But I leave the news out of it because we were noting this last year. We're like, how many times did we find some stock that was moving, there'd be nothing going on, and then lo and behold, something old starts circulating so people can, you're gravitating, when everyone's asking about SoFi, they're gravitating to the person that posted this article, and then all of a sudden, whatever service or whomever it has gets a bunch of click-throughs, even though it's old news. So I'm going to leave the news out of it for SoFi.
I have SoFi written down as a short, so it's going to be on the sticky note here today. We're going to cover it most likely in the rundown, or if not, we'll be going over all of this, and Neil just did as well. So I'm going to try to look at this like 27.15 area. I wrote down on the note here for SoFi that, of course, we would do 27.25. Was that what it was? Yeah, 27.25 area. So I don't know. This is day 2 SSR. So now you can't go short off the bid here. You got to go short off the offer. So we have to let it pump up, then take the offer, and then see if it can drop back down. Obviously, it really fell, crazy yesterday, and then I lost money shorting it back to the upside as it broke eventually at the end of the day through VWAP, and now it's just hovering around those same spots. So this is the 27. I mean, it's 27.15 all the way up here. That's 27.30. So somewhere in this area, I'm looking short. So we'll see what happens. But better to see what the market does before we decide exactly what we want to do. But I'm looking short in the overall market, with SoFi being one of the top contenders, and then Google was the #1 long, like as if, right? Like the Nasdaq's doing absolutely nothing. The only long that I write down on the board is Google, and there it goes there. On a little note that we had posted about TPU, we're going to go over our watch list in just a couple of seconds. It's 8:57 right now. Put your ideas in the chat if there's any names that you're looking to trade, and reasons why. Neil and I will indicate it. We talked about glue before. You just hit that ASTS. We're going to be talking some Tesla, energy names. I mean, I'm just looking. We have the news feed in front of us as well. We've got Adair in the back covering any live news stories that wind up popping up. We had a jobless non-farm number come out, which was relatively irrelevant there.
We got a jolt to 10 though, so maybe that'll give a bump.
Yeah. That I mean, yeah. Anything like that. It's only 9 o'clock right now, so we still have an hour before that goes. I just see something about a Joby story here, but it's not hitting in my ear or anything. Just signs agreement to acquire 700,000 square feet production site in Dayton, Ohio. Shout out to the Paul brothers there, to support aircraft manufacturing. So, all right, so there you go, man. There are 700,000 square foot. Wow, a big facility there for Joby in Dayton, Ohio. So, shout out to all of you in the lovely state of Ohio. You're now going to get some Joby business over there as well. So, interesting name into CES. We'll have all the CES talk early and late as those all get popped in. Remember, it's in Vegas, so you got to play the 3 hour, the PST there, the Pacific time, as opposed to what we're doing here Eastern time in lovely Toronto, Ontario, which was a pretty good day today. Outside, it got last night was nasty, a lot of rain.
Yeah, as long as it wasn't freezing rain in the morning.
Yeah, and it was pretty good. I think it's just above 0 degrees Celsius right here right now, so 32-ish or so Fahrenheit.
You know what's warming up right now? Believe it or not, GameStop.
Yeah.
You can't make this up. They're doing the Elon thing. From now on, we just call it the Elon, where you're like, well, nothing's happening in the stock. So what we're going to do is we're going to announce that we have an aggressive pay package for, in this case, it'll be Ryan Cohen, to maybe bolster the stock. So aggressive targets need to be hit. This one will end up being on the watch list. And when I say nothing was happening in the stock, I get it. It was up like a couple of days to start the year, kind of still languishing around this like $20 level. But the entirety of this 5% move is going to be because of that. So I saw a few people in the chat. They're like, hey, GameStop's moving. It's got some news. That's why it's on the watch list. It's not a ton of pre-market volume, but it's more than prior days, but it's not a lot. And it's already made a bit of a high. So a couple of things worth noting there. Good, but not great volume. I feel like there is better in play stocks. Heck, Intel just went up and broke again. You've got that glue stock. There was, in the other direction, there's also Citus. Oh, wait a minute, this bounced? Okay, Citus actually bounced off the lows. It's almost back at $5. No, Citus had a huge day yesterday, went $4 through $5, and was watching this one, and it lost $5 early. It was down at 4.5, so I was thinking, oh, maybe Citu is done, but a little bit of a recovery, so even this small cap has done some good volume. Lots to watch. Let's get right into it, because that watch list that I was just referencing, we're about to go over it, starting at the desk.
Just reading a note here, guys, from Piper as well on this one. ON Semiconductor, back to basically break even. It was negative, actually, to start things off in the pre-market, but ON Semi yet to record a red day here in 2026 so far, so maybe one to watch coming up this morning as well. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free, as always. Link is below in the description. Top link will get you to the watch list, or the sign-up page for the watch list. All you need is your email address, and then it comes right to your inbox every day. Everything you need to know on it, what's moving, what's not, why. Then you come join us at 8 o'clock. We'll talk about these memory stocks to kick things off here. It's been quite the run-up for both Micron and SNDK. SNDK stealing the show in a big way yesterday. 28% to the upside when all was said and done. Both pulling back in a little bit this morning. But, I mean, if you zoom out to a daily chart, these have just been absolutely crazy and continue. Micron actually catching a little bit of a bid right now.
Yeah, and it was funny because memory plays did comprise the best performers here in the S&P 500. SanDisk and Micron are both up there, but WDC and STX as well. So this sector is really good. As far as I've been seeing here for the top performance of this year in the couple days we've had, they're also back at the top. I do want to talk about some analyst notes we got. With regards to SanDisk, we did have a cautious note coming out of Jefferies basically saying that from what they're hearing, that SanDisk bulls would be a little bit too optimistic with the way they're pricing in certain NAND-related catalysts out of Europe could be a little bit incorrect or unfairly weighted. That being said, B of A also here upping its price target on SanDisk from 300 to, I believe, 390. UBS, meanwhile, coming out here with Micron upping its price target from $300 to $400. You can read about some of these analyst notes on our morning watch list, as mentioned. Yeah, Brendan, I think it'll be interesting to see if we get a pullback here or if they try to keep this rally going, because it's been very hard to stop them yet.
I can't stop staring at this chart. I mean, even just the candle from yesterday was impressive on, it's worth noting at the bottom there, massive green volume for SNDK once again. Go back to September, it was $50. I mean, it's 500 and something % here to the upside so far since September for SanDisk. Neil.
Yeah, absolutely incredible chart. Just before we get there, this headline just dropped and Boeing was just on the move. Boeing just popped $3 here. Alaska Airlines announces the largest airplane order in the airline's history. It'll be 110, I believe, 105 737s, and I think it's in 5 787s, so 110 in total. So big order there for Boeing. Is there you can see it as well in the bottom of the screen. Big move up here, now 1.5% on Boeing to said upside. Look, I sort of said this before, like sometimes no trade is a trade, and you can believe that some cautionary tales to how far and fast this SNDK has gone and how parabolic it's been. This is one where I kind of like pay for locates for the chance that that's the rollover day, and it just hasn't happened. There's been some small pullbacks, but yesterday was completely and utterly parabolic. For sure. It got through $350. It outpaced Micron by a lot, but I think it was almost like 2.5 times over Micron, which Micron, right now, they're projecting 4x in the next earnings, which is crazy if you go year over year on that EPS. And it's like, okay, well, the forward PE might be under 10, but the current is like, for Micron, the current is like 29 or something. It's about 29. So these next earnings, they can't miss. Like, the expectations are very high. I know we have a few months, but they really can't miss. So what I'm seeing here is you have a pullback in Micron, and you are moving to the downside as we speak. And I kind of felt like the first time it showed a sign of weakness, that would be the opportunity here in SNDK. But you got to let this one settle at the open. Like, when it decides to move one way at the open, it's going to go. It was downside the other day like $20, and then it was upside like $50 or $60 right away off of the bat. So if it hasn't like definitively broken down like the first day, like whether break up 350 or break down 340, if that hasn't happened, then you run the risk of getting rinsed if you're trying to play inside and then just getting absolutely smoked. So I think this clearly is due for some kind of a pullback. So I have to wait and see where we're sitting at about 930. But if Micron continues this trend, I think there's an opportunity here on SNDK, but being very picky about it has sort of saved me from getting smoked trying to short this thing.
All right, just reading through this Boeing headline again. Alaska picking up 105 more Boeing 737 MAX 10s, and then 5 787-10 Dreamliners in addition to that. As Adair and I were just commenting there off camera, when they will actually see those planes is an entirely different question to be asking. But I mean, good order, anyways, for Boeing. IBIT, let's talk about crypto here. Downside this morning, continuing to slide over the past 3 days after the New Year hype, I guess. It's pullback. When it will end, let's see.
I mean, to be fair, they were kind of pulling back into the end of the new year as well. So this is just kind of seems like more of the same, but it is not more of the same for a strategy. So I touched on this story, I think about a month ago. I think I'm going to mention it in like that mid-December area. But basically, MSCI, they said they were considering what to do here with these digital asset treasuries or DATs. Should we be keeping them in the indices? So that would have been pretty icy there for MSTR strategy, because of course that is what they do, is they are that treasury type play. Well, MSCI had until January 15th to make the decision. That come out earlier than expected, making this decision as of now, saying that, quote, distinguishing between investment companies and other companies that hold non-operating assets like digital assets as part of their core operations rather than for investment purposes requires further research and consultation with market participants. So it's worth noting they didn't entirely take it off the table, but they basically said, hey, for right now, we're going to keep them in the MSCI. And I also want to mention here, Coinbase is going to be at CES tomorrow, or at least one of their executives. There's going to be a whole digital asset talk. So I've been working on a pretty detailed schedule for CES for X at TTV Research. So Coinbase tomorrow at CES. Did not think crypto would be making an appearance, but here we are.
It's turning into, I mean, it was the Consumer Electronics Show. It's turning into the AI and digital
buzzword
show. Yeah, over the past couple of years now. I wasn't expecting, or at least I read anyways initially, that there wasn't going to be as much on autonomous driving and the automotive side of things, but that certainly has not been the case. It's been all about cars.
Yeah, not at all the case. We had Mobileye there yesterday. I know there's an event tomorrow that's going to involve Rivian, Lucid, and Stellantis. Tonight we have another Lucid and Uber event, so keep an eye on that. That's going to be, I think, around 7 p.m. ET, so certainly after the bell. But yeah, I think, Brendan, the amount of car content far exceeds the expected amount of car content, I think.
Definitely. All right, IBIT here. I mean, we're right here, right now, at this support level that's held up here for the past couple of days, or at least yesterday and this morning in the pre-market, guys. Crypto, though, looks like it's trending downside still.
Yeah, I had it for a short yesterday. It's in again for a short today, but yesterday kind of ended the day with a long. And even in the aftermarket, that's the MSTR, MicroStrategy, MSCI news, getting a bump in the aftermarket. So I kind of feel like you throw that out, right? Like that's great. Like I guess it goes up there on a little bit of light volume, but it gives up the entirety of that move. So I'm looking at that 52.5. Obviously, it looked like we had a much better chance. Now we're breaking some lows here. It looked like we had a much better chance to pop and fade this thing. But we are heading down into support at $51.50 on IBIT. So that'll be, I mean, you want to think about like the 90,000 area, I guess, would be the best way to think about it. But if we don't get the pop, then I'll look at this volume weighted average price as something to work off of, because I'm still thinking crypto or Bitcoin, I should say, on a bit of a dip.
Look, I have IBIT written down here, 52.75. So we'll go short 52.75 area. And I mean, it was just, the only talk that I had was it just couldn't hold 94K. So we're going to stick with an early short bias right now. And now you're starting to break down. And of course, you have to remember something, like we write these things down pre 8 o'clock. And it's, you know, at that time, this 52.75 was something to be talked about. But right now, it's heading lower. So you're almost down $1 from the area that I'd like to go short now on IBIT. So I'm still going to try to look at like yesterday's closing area right here between 52.40 to 52.50. And it looks like right now we are about to, you know, unfortunately, and it sucks because I'm long. It's not a lot of the portfolio. I think I was saying this before. It's like 2 or 3%, and that includes Cardano, XRP, but you know, primarily IBIT would be. Actually, if I use, I'm just talking about my coins. Actually, if I use IBIT as a holding, then it's going to be a little bit more than that. But IBIT coming back in right now, and 51.60s or so. You know, look out for maybe that to be some kind of support, and if you even get lower than into $51 there today. But you know, just looking at the big chart for Bitcoin, it's just in a range. I don't think it's anything too much to worry about right now. I mean, this just goes back here to, this is a 15-minute chart, so you're only going back to January 3rd, so you're back 4 or 5 days right into this area again, and this is where we bunched up. So I think that this is that whole $51 mark or so. If we can get down to 91,000, then maybe that's where we stop, and it's at 91.6 right now. But you know, it's just one of those things where you're going to have to play the ebbs and flows of Bitcoin, and today it looks like it's trying to go downside. So I think you play that, and then we did look a little bit. We don't have it on there, which is fine, and I'm not sure if I was talking with Raheem and it wouldn't let me go. But you know, MSTR, we had said this again around 8 o'clock when we opened the show, that you know, the fact that it was up 4% because it was not kicked out of MSCI. I mean, it should still follow whatever Bitcoin does. And the reason why MSCI is uncertain of this name is because it doesn't know anything that it does other than Bitcoin holdings. So if Bitcoin's going to continue to go down, MSTR, is a down play today. Unfortunately, I'm not playing the bump up because they did not get delisted. I'm going to, or taken away from the MSCI indexes. I think this is a good short today too, MSTR. So I would be going short everything in the crypto space until we see another hold of that 90 to 91,000. It's all just a technical issue here for Bitcoin, and right now it's trying to balance between that 90 to 95 and play the bottom, play the top, and you'll be fine with Bitcoin. But right now, 91.6, man, it's getting lower here. So IBIT's still going lower as we get ready to open the day up. All right, so there it is. So from, you know, one play crypto, completely different, not too much use case there for Bitcoin. You know,
next.
And the next one here is what we're doing. I have to say that because
barrels a day just in the U.S. alone.
People are going to at me about use case for Bitcoin now, probably.
But like oil.
And that's what I was leading to there. Let's go over to oil there. We did have a great segment from Raheem. You could rewind it to 8:30, find out all about his opinion here on Venezuela. But let's go find it from the desk, and then we'll talk about some potential energy plays.
You kicked the ball over.
To jump back to the top of the list there, we were talking about those memory stocks. One we didn't mention was Western Digital, WDC. Just reading a note on WDC, the move that this has had, largest 200-day gain, so going back 200 days, largest 200-day gain in over 40 years for this stock, WDC at 216.
Oh my God.
One to watch maybe today as well. 220.50 was line in the sand at the highs. Yesterday went out right at the highs. All right, yeah, we mentioned oil with Raheem. If you pull up any of these stocks, I just looked at a few, but that was CVX. There's Suncor. We talked about that with Raheem a little bit. These have been great fades off the open for 2 days in a row here. Just pick one. I mean, they've all just come in 2 days in a row here. So whether or not we get that type of action again remains to be seen. But fading energy may be a good play.
Yeah, and I think one of the most dramatic of these movers off the open, Brendan, has been Chevron. I think even the move yesterday was maybe much more dramatic than the move we had the first day. We did end up seeing a bit of a rebound. No rebound to speak of yesterday for CVX. But I also don't think this energy play is at all over. You know, as Brendan and I were saying, Venezuela apparently turning over 30 million to 50 million barrels of sanctioned oil to the U.S. Those will be sold at market prices. But according to CNBC, that's only going to be the first tranche. These shipments could continue indefinitely. Now, this comes as we also get reports that tomorrow, on Thursday, we're going to get some oil executives meeting at the White House to discuss the Venezuela situation. So this could certainly get interesting. There was also a report here with Chevron teaming up with regards to Lukoil. You can read more about that on our Trading TV Live watch list. But the point is, it's really easy to find catalysts here for oil. We'll have to see if we get that same price action, though, that we got today as what we got on Monday and Tuesday, because the market seeming to have a really hard time keeping these to the upside.
Just a little bit related, but I haven't seen anything on this yet. Just saw this starting to move. Bloom Energy just ripped up here on a 15-minute chart anyways, 102 up to 105. Not a lot of volume behind this, but BE right back to highs from the past couple of days as well.
It's not even springtime and the thing's blooming already. This thing might be a take.
11% short float on that one. On Bloom, that is obviously not I don't know, like CVX or anything. You know what? Look, this Chevron thing might be. Hopefully, it oversells because, as far as I'm concerned, you just go back to whatever the heck it was before, which is on a monthly chart. The stock has been between basically $140, most of the time 170. You know, a little bit here. If you go back to 2022, it was over 170. But for the last 3 years, it's 140 to 170 and a dividend. So if we're retracing this exuberant move back in, then you happen to like it, then you just wait for 140 and you buy that, because you know it's kind of just go back to like regular scheduled programming when it comes to a stock like this, and maybe look elsewhere for some excitement. I don't know if it's, I don't know. When I looked at it here on the daily, I mean, I don't see too much of a day trade because temporarily maybe it bounced off that prior high. So I think it's a chance that you could get a bit of a relief rally today, but it's not enough that it has me interested. I think like when you look at something, even just now that Brennan mentioned, Bloom, because we know this stock, like this is an actual mover when it goes. So when I see, and I'm just pulling this up for the first time, when I saw that spike up, I guess it's not really through this double top, but you know, looking at this, maybe this breaks a double top today. I mean, there's like a pretty high probability that whatever Bloom does today will be more exciting than Chevron. And you know, you've seen the last 3 years on Chevron, basically you can get 10, 15% buying off of those lows at 140 and pick a dividend up with it. But if you don't do that and buy near the highs, then you don't do it, you're not making anything over the last few years. So it just requires some serious patience. XOM would be the same thing too. You look at either one of them. It's just patient and buying the lows. You can't do anything else.
Yeah, so we called that move a while ago down in oil, and Neil just highlights that exactly there for Chevron. I mean, if you're sticking in that stock, it's done nothing for 10 years or whatever, 5 years, and you've caught in a dividend. But if that's dividends aren't worth anything with the way the market's been going. But oil companies are pretty good. That's for sure. They're pretty safety plays. I mean, that chart of the there is a spot in everybody's portfolio to collect fixed income. And that's kind of like what Chevron and XOM have been. If you've sold the top and bottoms and bought the bottoms, sold the tops, I think it's been a great trade. That's been fine, of course. So I don't mind stocks for dividends. There's nothing wrong with that. But, you know, this is what oil has been doing. And now you're getting the story of more dumping of oil onto the market. And yeah, that's not going to be good, regardless of light, sweet crude, heavy, light, whatever. It's not a great movement here for oil over the last little while. So I would still be net short. The name that I thought, just because for refining, I mean, all we hear about, and we even heard this from Raheem, you know, heavy and sour versus light and sweet and all that kind of stuff. Well, the only name that's really held up not the only name, there's other names, but a name that has held up pretty good on that initial bump and actually had a good day was Valero. And I think that they're looking to break here and up another 4% there. So especially as we talk about bringing that oil back, I mean, refiners are in the United States, and we're getting ready for that break. Here's 185. So that's going to be, I mean, what is Valero today? 83. Okay, we broke through. So You guys do what you think, but I like Valero right here. So any kind of a dip buy against that all-time, I think it's all-time high, but against that 185 high, Valero got to be a trade, man. So breaking out right there. We've seen multiple like this, and whether it be gold or silver or anything, touch these tops, come back in, then just rip off through the top side. So obviously you're getting a very, very big story now globally about the sort of the powers that be. Can Colombia, are they going to be the next nation that's focused by President Trump? And we talked about Canada as well, and he's thrown some shade at Canada, 51st state and whatever. That's going to affect some of these oil companies, and we don't have any real refiners up on the north side. So I think in this space, and I think it's going to be a good trade as oil downside today, silver downside today, Bitcoin down today, gold down today. Like a lot of these sort of assets here are getting to the downside, and maybe risk go on now in the NASDAQ and on the ES. I mean, we're pretty much flat on the day. It's not great to see these moves happening here today, especially because there's been a lot of excitement about momentum plays, but this has been happening now for about a week and a half, where every day it seems to be 45%. So silver, gold, Bitcoin, and energy all down here today. So let's see what this does to the overall equity markets. Normally, when you get money taken away from this class, you go into fixed assets like a T-bill or something a little longer term, or maybe people are rotating back into the market. So we'll figure what this means right now. Just hearing some Netflix news, but I think we've already covered. Is Netflix? Oh, it's coming up next. Okay, good. So let's go over there. Netflix getting a bump up now into 91 again, so that's good. We're going to go back over. Let's get the story from the desk, and then we'll figure out if there's a trade in Netflix or Warner Brothers or Paramount today.
Yeah, a little bit of an uptick here. I mean, the stock itself overall not doing a heck of a lot so far in the pre-market this morning after the down day yesterday, but here we are once again back in the same situation. Brothers coming out saying they unanimously recommend shareholders to reject the Paramount bid. Whether or not this means Larry Ellison finally steps in and just says, put a number on it that Netflix can't touch, and just finalizes this once and for all. I've heard a few people mention that could be the next step. Whether that happens or not remains to be seen, but we'll see. I mean, this whole back and forth thing at some point has to stop.
Well, and here's the thing. I truthfully, Brendan, I'm of the opinion that I don't think there's anything they could put at the table that would make Warner Brothers accept it at this point. Like, we even had the chair of the board, Samuel DiPiazza, right after WBD announced this rejection. He went on CNBC and he said, look, we're not in dialogue with Paramount, and if they want a deal, they have to bring something really compelling. So I get the vibe that unless that something is like, I don't know, a million studios, or I don't even know if it's monetary. I think it's some kind of unquantifiable presence or vibe that they want, but it seems like WBD is very happy with the deal they struck with Netflix. And again, it's worth noting, this deal was struck with Netflix. There's a dialogue with Netflix as opposed to Paramount just coming in, trying to continuously throw money at it. I think for that structure reason, I think it'll be pretty tough for anything PSKY does to top this. The fact that Larry Ellison didn't move the needle really makes you wonder what will. Just one other thing, guys, really quickly here. Brendan Carr, who is the chair of the FCC, he's going to be speaking tomorrow for whatever reason at CES 2026 at 2 p.m. Now, this could be significant because we know any regulatory pressure could potentially move the needle in the favor of PSKY. I don't know what he's discussing, but if there are any questions here with regards to this situation, keep an eye on these stocks at 2 p.m. tomorrow.
That's the other angle on this, the regulatory side of things, whether or not we can even get this deal through. This stock, Netflix, is in a 32% drawdown off all-time highs. So, I mean, at some point, guys, we've got to find some sort of footing here. One would think maybe it's going to take getting this solidified and finalized to, get some bidders comfortable again.
Yeah, I mean, someone in the chat was like, "Oh, you have a bid in the 80s on Netflix. It's not going to get down there." Man, I don't know. When it was at 120, I didn't think it was going to get to the 90s either. So, sometimes if you think that's the case, you buy once a quarter, or you buy every like 10 or 15% until you got the position that you want because you think the market's got it a little bit wrong and undervaluing a good company. So, I think that's still a little bit of the case here today. But I do like the bounce. I mean, it's not a huge bounce. It really isn't a huge bounce. But I do like what's kind of going on here. It accumulated 90, then it accumulated 91, and maybe it's doing a little more accumulation here today. It's never, when a stock finds the buy support zone, it's not necessarily an overly bad thing. And I think that's kind of what's happening. I don't see a trade in Netflix for myself today. just to be real with you, but still looking at, if it gets into the 80s, I am going to buy again. Already bought once. I'm going to look for another one in here. And maybe Brendan's right. Like, we need to see a resolution on this deal before you get a real spike.
Yeah, I'm playing the long game on Netflix. I'm not too price specific about what I'm doing here. I bought the 90s, and so I bought some 96s, I bought some 90s. So we're just going long on a name that, hey, look, man, I mean, Netflix is pretty much in, I'm not going to say everybody's household. I mean, some people have obviously canceled their subscriptions. And I like the bundling possibilities for Netflix if they can acquire, and it looks like they're going to acquire Warner Brothers. And again, like, you know, you pay all this money for all this content, and that's exactly what they've done. I mean, they are a content company. So I think that whenever they can get pieces like that continue to work, I mean, look at, you know, National Lampoon's, Elf, like some of these things for Christmas time. All these movies keep getting played like every single year. I don't think, you know, I think Sopranos and some of these Harry Potter, Game of Thrones and all that, like these are, although obviously movies have been watched and have been out for decades and whatnot, they're still very, very popular, and they're still big pieces of the pie. So I like that Netflix has acquired this, and I don't know what the cost of making, you know, their own sort of programming goes, but this might not be a bad deal after all. Let's just wait to see how they can package this up with some of the live content as well. I mean, that's really why we started to like Netflix in the first place, was due to the live content, and I think that they've proven that with some of those fights, and then they had the NFL games on Christmas and so on and so forth. But the imbalances are just out right now, and out to relatively nothing special. SMR sell, so some of these high flyers from yesterday, SMR sell, BBAI sell, NVIDIA with a slight buy, giving them a little bit of an uptick right here as well. We have Mobileye still to discuss. I don't see Mobileye on here at all, but I don't know. All these AMs are nothing really. A lot of them are just either small companies or indexes. There's Warner Brothers, so just on topic, you know, not moving anything there again. BMNR, the crypto play, of course, with Ethereum, that's on there as a small sell, but nothing too much. Oh, you guys might want, I just saw Data Vault there, Data Vault. There's Data Vault. And I talked about getting maybe potentially out of some of this at $1.50. I hope some of you had done that. Might be wrong, but for now it looks like it's right. And then CRML, Critical Minerals. Is it minerals or metals? They're up 4.75% there, and they catch a little bit of a bid imbalance as well. So, yeah, not much on the locator there to start the day. But again, more robot talk, as that's been sort of part of the theme here, late 25 into early 26. Let's go find out about Mobileye's side of things.
Yeah, big bump here this morning, right back to prior support, I guess it was before it broke. $14 coming into play here for MBLY, $10 2 days ago, picking up Menti Robotics in a $900 million cash and stock deal. So as Sean was mentioning, the theme and the conversation around robotics continues to pick up. Here's another one, MBLY.
They're also a featured presenter here on the show floor at CES 2026. If there are any other updates, I'll certainly keep you guys posted on those. What's interesting though here too is Mobileye literally had a keynote event last night. No one seemed to care because this acquisition comes out initially reported just after the bell, and this really seems to be what's leading the news here. They're also talked here during the press release about strong traction in their AV autonomy and core ADAS technology. Apparently the company has a current automotive revenue pipeline of $24.5 billion over the next 8 years. That's up more than 40% compared to this time in 2023.
Just if you go to their website, I just pulled up Menti's website. It's a humanoid robot.
Oh my God.
That is already a thing apparently, and you know is fairly dexterous, I guess is the best way to say that. But I guess Mobileye trying to get into a space that you would think is fairly competitive already, but if they're just simply buying a product that's already made and already designed and manufacturing is underway, at least maybe a decent deal. $900 million seems kind of cheap if they already have these things walking around in warehouses, but Menti guy is kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, look, it's interesting for sure. Mobileye's had declining revenues the last quarter, and they just need, they need to put some wins on the table. And I think for a trade today, maybe more interesting to look at. I mean, I'll look at Intel as well because they tend to always get a bump when Mobileye's getting a bump. I just don't love that you've kind of rejected the big resistance at the 200 period that was already, it happened in October, and we've already wicked that high. You need to press back through that to get exciting. Like there's your fail. It's about 14.20 to 14.25. So unless we're finding buyers above that, I might want to stay away from this a little bit, just because it's just made a 2-day move. Check that, sorry, a 4-day move. I'm only thinking about it from the 50 period, but it's like a 4-session move from 10.5 all the way into the 200 period. It just feels a little crazy. Like, let it hold buyers up here and then maybe make a secondary break. I want to buy that top, but if Intel can manage to hold on to this 40 level, I just feel like Intel, in a recent move that it had, maybe if it can hold on to the 40, that would be a little more interesting for a run 2 set upside. But, my first looks will be on Bitcoin and silver, and we sort of already talked about those 2 bad boys. ASTS is going to be on my mind for potential head and shoulders fade setup. The imbalances were pretty light and stay very light with only about 30 seconds to go here. Literally, BBAI is the biggest meaningful stock on it, and it's nothing.
Yeah, I have. I have SoFi. I have 27.25 or so. So we're sitting right now at 27.15 to see if anything happens with that trade on SoFi. So that's going to be a short early if it does come through, and then we're going to get out of that way if it breaks through like 27.40 or so. IBIT short, looking for that, and then honestly, the market looking for a short. I wrote down if we break 54.50, let's go short and use 55. But we got to do that break first, and we'll play it off of there. Here we go, man. Only 5 seconds left now. We want to thank everybody for watching and remind you, keep those notes in the ticker, and we'll be able to discuss them as we go. The Open brought to you by Orgenics. Check out OGen there, symbol OGEN. So it looks like SoFi's already going without me, which is fine. Oh, well, not really. It just went down to 60 cents, and I was like, okay, there it goes. Back up into the 80s now. Let SoFi calm down. Look at the NASDAQ going. Here we go. Greensville right now for NASDAQ, it looks like it wants to get to. Dipped out for Google. That's nice. Into 314. Didn't even notice that. Back up to 316 right now. Austin, 316, Joe. There it goes. Breaking through on Google. You still got to get your stream deck going. Did he just hit it there? There it is. Yeah, the 2-time button there. All right, NASDAQ makes a move higher, now pushing back down a little bit. As you can see, this candle trying to figure itself out right now. Still a little early.
NASDAQ might be going up. AMD just, like, you look at my candle.
Happened?
It's not even filled in, this $4 move to the downside on AMD. And look, it's not even filling in this candle. It looks like it gapped all the way down here. NVIDIA is heading to the downside. Tesla, Tesla just dropped $3.
Okay.
That's insane, because I had my eyeballs on Intel at the open. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Intel's actually not going to get down to 40. It's just going to start bouncing and breaking out higher. So, yeah, market pulling back in on the weakness in Tesla, NVIDIA, AMD. You've got Intel headed to the upside, probably Mobileye as well. We make the assumption Mobileye as well. So lots of volatility. Mobileye's not doing anything. Intel's doing its own thing.
I'm going to start a little short. We might not. I mean, I'm just seeing what's happening, as you just mentioned there. So I took a little short here in the TQQs. So we will try the futures play right here, right now. I did want to wait for 54.50, so we're still in that. But now that we have that top look at 55, I think this is worth 20 cents at least to try this, to get into a position right now, and then use 55 as our out. So we'll be watching this pretty carefully there, and then using 54.50 hopefully as a downside area to push a little bit lower. We could put a bid down there near 54.50 just in case it does come in. We'll take out a little piece there. But yeah, this could be a very, very quick trade. And the reason why we go short again, you mentioned Tesla downside. We mentioned NVIDIA broke lower for some reason. You talked about AMD breaking lower. Let's check out what the next big constituent is doing here with Microsoft. We haven't talked about Microsoft in forever. They're flattish on the day as well for Softy. And then one of my favorite names to trade on the regular, Palantir. We can have a check out what they're doing as well. And wow,
IBIT popped, so I just got short.
IBIT popped. Okay, that's a trade I'm interested in.
I'm going to go IBIT a quick second. Micron just went ham. It's almost green. SNDK is almost green as well. The opening candle, remember I told you you're probably in for a crazy $10 candle, so maybe let it settle down. Yeah, rinse the bottom and then rinsing the top here on SNDK. This is absolute and utter nonsense, that stock. Let that one settle a bit here. But I'm looking for, like, VWAP's at 52 on IBIT, so I'm shorting into the volume weighted average price. But I got to be careful. This is a bit of a double bottom from yesterday. Again, I'm throwing out this MSTR aftermarket bounce. That's what I'm calling it, like this move here, aftermarket. I'm pretending like it didn't exist and looking for the fades underneath here on Bitcoin. Yeah, crazy action early on some of the chip names.
Yeah, that's nuts, and we are getting a little bit of a move back here. So we did get up to $55. We're going to give it a breath and then see if it breaks. We're not going to be stubborn. Oh, sorry, here we go. We're not going to be stubborn with this yesterday like we were with SoFi. If this breaks above 55.10, I mean, we can give it to, I don't even really want to give it to that level. I was just going to use 55.10. So if it breaks above 55.10, I'm not super worried about yesterday's levels. Remember, this is an index, so it's not going to remember. This is a triple levered. It's anyways. That's my plan of action here. 55.10, sorry, a break on this one. And we're out of the money now 10 cents. So it's this is completely fine. But again, we could be wrong. And it looks like the market is now treating the longs like they are going to be in the right space right now. Just looking to see if anything's hitting, man. Boeing right
there was
now.
news on Boeing.
Oh, was there? Okay.
Boeing got 100, and for anyone just tuning in, you might have missed it. Alaska Air, gave up everything? Alaska Air with a 110 plane order from Boeing, the largest in the airline's history. Really? It's going to sell off the entire move on Boeing? That's kind of crazy. Okay.
Intel's the one ripping.
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to be the case, but wanted to see
SoFi.
That's insanity that it gives up that move. I like Boeing this year. Maybe that provides an opportunity to buy this. You don't want it tanking on good news there. So we're still under VWAP on that bad boy, but man, Tesla, we haven't looked at that yet. That immediately fails 435. It needs to hold this 435 level. Yesterday, when they got the praise from Jensen, it was 435 and no more. And now you got 435 failing. So I want to see buyers above, and then it's a long. But for now, looking a little bit weak. I did want to fade. Look, when we sat down, silver was a lot higher than it is now. So you're going to need it to maybe come back in here. I want to play this one for the trend down. So at least up until it gets to about 70.5 into yesterday's lows, I got to wait this one out a little bit. So we're just into IBIT, still tracking for everybody here. I know a lot of people are going to be looking at Micron and SanDisk. I don't necessarily intend on trying to short this or either one of them until I see something very, very distinct. Micron just went green for a brief second and just popped about $8. SNDK doing something very, very similar.
Okay. Yeah, SoFi does go up, and so we got. I mean, the TQs, it's fine. It's never fine to lose, but we tried it there early, and I'd already made a note that we want to try to get involved more as this market is developed rather than developing. So what I mean by that is like, that's a good move to begin with. You can't be like, oh man, I'm not short there. That was in the first 3 minutes. Anything can happen. And then in the next 3 minutes after that, you make a move back to the high side. So you got to let the market sort of figure itself out. And maybe it does give us some sort of a trade there. Wow. Siren's up, man. I know this is one of Joe's picks that he really liked. Google's back to 318. Like, I just had this man hit the 316 alarm there. This was the only long that I had on the board today. So a pullback here in Google would be real nice. But right now it is gone there. Positive talks from JP Morgan on the TPU space and on what those guys are all about. We do have a super chat. You can throw it on at any time there. Thank you. There it is. So there it is. Any chance you guys can talk about silver rebalancing this week? I'd have to look up exactly what sort of a rebalance is happening in silver, but right now it's down 5%, and maybe just the start of the year, you're talking about positioning. I don't know if there is a big silver rebalance happening in what exactly that is referencing, but right now silver,
that's a good question for Raheem.
Too late for that.
I know that's.
He might not know either. I don't know what the silver rebalancing is.
Not an expert on metals. We just trade them. Like I'll admit we'll have knowledge in things that we own a lot of times long term, but mechanics of commodities, not our cup of tea. It's not that I don't care or anything like that. It's just when you're usually trading momentum. But that's a good thing to crowdsource. That's what our chat is about. We have a great community in there. Trust me. Somebody listening right now is going to be able to answer that super chat. I guarantee you. And when you don't know something, you should always ask and always be able to say that you don't know yet. This market is. Okay, I'm just going to quickly show the overnight on the NASDAQ. Right into overnight highs and pulling back, right into VWAP on IBIT and pulling back. But I still have to, this is a heavy, heavy reversal candle on IBIT yesterday. So it really needs to show some follow through. So I'm scalping out into the belly of that beast. As it was the first move up, but I gotta pull down the charts that I'm seeing, the 4 stocks I'm watching. That's silver heading back lower. I've already shown you IBIT. This is NVIDIA heading back lower. And then I have Tesla up and Tesla lower highs.
Yeah.
So like I have this like weird perspective. Like the stuff that I'm watching is all still relatively weak compared to the market breaking out. So I want to make sure that I'm not getting clouded by the 4 charts that I happen to be paying the most attention to. The market is grinding higher.
Yeah, right. So silver's still dancing around here. Tesla, we can have a quick look. I see there's some people in the chat looking at Tesla right there, bouncing off that 430. Looks like a good low. We made that yesterday, and we got into 431 today, and then a nice bounce right up to the 200 period. We've hit that 200 period now a couple times in and around that 430, 450, which was also pre-market lows. So looking to see if that can break out a little bit, break out of these lows right now and get back into that high top of 436. And that's actually not a horrible situation to break out from right there, 436. If it does get going, we're incoming on Tesla right now. You would have some support there. Yeah, I know. Eli Lilly was moving a bit. I did want to show. So there
for that Novo Nordisk dip.
There is another play here. I'm thinking 209 on AMD, which is where sort of VWAP is here to start the short in and around 209 on AMD. So if that comes into 209, we'll short that into 209.50. And if we break out outside of 209.50, then we can get out of there. AMD not looking great, man. The market is upside. AMD just got clapped down 3%. So be careful with that one. And Broadcom, that's had a pretty good push down from its 420 or so top as well. That's down another 1% today. It was Intel's day today. So right now, NVIDIA's up. So maybe AMD does get going. We will still short that, but maybe it does get going. And then INTC, that was going, and still undisputed champion of the chip names today is Intel, man.
Well, I'm sure at some point Micron and SNDK are going to have some.
Oh yeah, well, those aren't chip names, but yeah, for Intel right now, they are Rip City. Watch out for 42, man. I mean, this could be. We've been up here before, and it didn't spend many days. Actually, I think it only closed 2 days above this $42 mark. So you're coming up into that right now, and I don't know, what was the story about Intel again?
Well, I mean,
kind of caught going off Mobileye. Yeah, Mobileye. But didn't they divest from Mobileye? So I don't.
Intel had news at CES earlier in the week, but
I mean, it's not stopping.
It's going crazy.
Like we just looked at this thing at 41.75. Now it's 42.20s just hit. So I don't know. Let's watch out for it. There's Zadara. What's up?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not seeing anything specific here on INTC, but it could just be CES excitement and, again, the Mobileye connection, because they are, I think, at the very least still associated with Mobileye, certainly in name. I don't have any news on it, though.
Yeah, I mean...
and there doesn't need to be a catalyst sometimes. That's just how it is. Like, you could be going technically off something that happened a couple of days ago, but at some point, even as I was saying, like everything I was looking at was still holding out. At some point, that can change. So I was able to thankfully, get something out here at 51.9 on IBIT, but we just broke the top. Now I got to sit back and wait because our original level was all the way back here. So we're going to try to short it when it was on trend, but now I have to wait for like 52.5 on IBIT as it's absolutely flying. Tesla just broke. Forget about holding 435, that area, and finding buyers above. It just put in a $3 candle breaking it. So that was a little bit heavy, but that does mean that we have buyers above yesterday's, we'll call it the Jensen thumbs up resistance. We'll be at 435. So this comes back in. If it can hold 435 on the dip, I will like the long on Tesla. Didn't like much of anything, and even this was underneath the price that we wanted to try to see the breakout. So we'll try to buy the dip there. Wait for IBIT to get to a higher low. Wait for silver to get to VWAP to try to fade that one. It's not even close yet. Silver is still a good like $0.50 away from VWAP. Just hasn't gotten there for the short. Somehow with this market ripping, it hasn't gotten there.
All right, just a couple small losers so far there. We had TQs, we had IBIT, but I'm back into SoFi. This is first, so here it goes, hit the sign up here. My second trade right now. I like SoFi. It came back up into 27. I mean, I love the stock. I mean, it's a long-term hold. I already talked about that. I like it for 2026. It will be one of my picks. But yesterday was down it was down 10% at the lows and managed to be back only down about 8%, I think, 7 in a bit. And then it just kind of came off of that 27. This is the level that I wrote down to get short. But in this move down and then right back up into this 27 area, I'm going to stop out if it breaks 27 and then just worry about it after that. So right now we're short at 87. I'm bidding 72s. Just that's kind of what this bottom looks like right there. So if we can get out, I'm bidding 15%. We're still not filled. We're sitting right here. Hopefully we can get filled on the, come on, don't tell me it's going to go to 73 and stop. We're bidding 72s. There it is. And then we're also bidding 63s. So that would be in and around that low right there. And then if we can crack even lower, then okay, we've got you SoFi. So we hit a little bit of a short there on SoFi. So I definitely liking that kind of a trade. And we almost, I told you where we're sitting on AMD, and this is just the life again. We were sitting at 209, and you know, zoom in. Do you know where that got to right there? That got to 208.50. So we were a little light on our offer there. Should have been a little bit lower on that, but we'll still wait for 209. And we hear it coming right back in again. So AMD shorting this 209 or so area with VWAP sort of protecting. That's going to be a trade for me. And then we go short on SoFi, and then the only one that lost, well, 1 for 2 is this trade right here on the TQs breaking through the pre-market sort of high there. And it's a good thing we were able to get out of that stock because it is moving higher right now. As the NASDAQ doesn't want to, it's only up 0.1, but it does feel like it's almost a little higher than that to me. I don't know.
It's the volatile. It's how volatile some of these names were off the open that makes it seem like it moved a bit more than we did. So the first 15-minute candle is in 10 seconds on ASTS, and it will be kind of confirming that head and shoulders for now, but that's about as noisy as it gets. $3 down, $3 up off this like 90.5 area, but it looks like it's going to close in the red as a rejection of that hybrid at 92. But we want to see it maybe give us a bit of a curl before we get in off lower high. So getting close, almost there into that volume weighted average price. So I am still looking for the entry on that bad boy, and I don't mind getting a re-entry into IBIT. It just rejected the pre-market high. So still looking at pretty much the same names that are all looking, yeah, they're all still underneath the highs, at least what I'm watching here. So as long as the market doesn't go absolutely parabolic, then I think some of the weaker names can still be in play. But the rising tide eventually can lift all ships. Like, we haven't looked at some of the, here's the big cap tech names, right? We're not looking at them. Amazon, red to green, and in a big way. Absolutely. You've got Apple. Oh, never mind. Apple kind of gave up the gains early. I know that it broke out early, but now it's underneath VWAP, so maybe that could portend a little bit of weakness. Kind of a big maybe, though, for Apple. But Amazon looking strong, the market looking strong. I think we're getting at a bit of a tipping point, though, where it's like a put up or shut up. If you can't break that overnight high, this is where the timing-wise, at least you want to get some reversions.
All right, man. SoFi hit our levels, so we're out of 40%. That came into 70s, we got that. It came into 63, we got that. We took another 65 fill right there. So, you know, again, still could be a problem for us, but so far so good there on SoFi. And yeah, just kind of waiting to see, maybe there could be a pullback here on Google. But that 321, like what a huge move right there. Market to absolutely bump right now. We have a quick little look to see anything else going on. I mean, we have BBAI making moves today, NVIDIA. Yeah, just super chat's all good. Eli Lilly, 4% there as well. JP Morgan down 1.77%. All right, check out Q options. Okay, CS is good to make some money. Crazy volatility on the daily. Weekly is the way to go, in my opinion. Check my game. So what's up to MDRN? Game developer looking for the shorts. We are already short on the NASDAQ there today. We can get Joe if he wants to look at some Qs options for us. He's sitting right there. Maybe I'll employ him to have a look on those weeklies if you want on the TQQs. Join Joe on the midday to talk more about options, but he can flow through. Joe. Yeah, he's looking at it right now, so he's giving me the thumbs up right over there as he's watching Stone Cold Steve Austin highlights. But no, he's not. So there goes 322, man. Google is just honestly, man, this is not stopping. Straight upside there on. The only thing that I wrote down today was that we liked the long, and we put down 310. Of course, that's when the stock, here's 8 o'clock, man. We were at 313 not too long ago. Now 322, $9, man, straight there to the upside. Will the NASDAQ ever slow down? I mean, we learned our lesson yesterday, not trying to average into all these plays, but the NASDAQ just continues to climb higher and higher, and we're not even really near any areas that I would think about shorting. I mean, you're into this spot right now. That's just been pretty clumped up. I think you got to get to like 55.60, 55.80, and I'm not even sure we want to do that right now. The NASDAQ here on day 4 at Santa Claus Rally, we think is officially ended, but don't tell that to the market as we continue to go upside on the ES and NASDAQ to start the day.
And if you are a savvy Canadian trader and you want to amplify the moves like the one this morning to the upside in the markets, have a check and a look at Beta Pro by Globex. Their 3x daily leverage ETF to the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. They've got built-in FX hedging, so you can amplify short-term market moves and you can minimize those currency swings. So look, whether you're bullish or bearish, they're built for active traders ready to take on the markets. Check out the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan the QR code in front of you. Check the link in the description as well. Shout out to Beta Pro by Globex. And we were just sort of talking about like the move in the market, seeming like it's bigger than it was. Well, it would be 3x that if you're looking at leverage ETF. NASDAQ's up 0.17. It just seems like a heck of a lot more than that. So ASTS, or some traders like to call it ASTIS, pulling back after a false breakout of 92, and then now right at VWAP, it's starting to hold. So I kind of like this 89 area. You go back a couple of sessions. If we can start holding that range, look for some lower highs to start coming in. I do see silver just rejected VWAP. I'm going to get my order out over there and maybe go to that in a quick little second. Oh, it's on the Amex. If you're at real trading, you should have your NASDAQ, New York, and Amex all the same keys. I have this like old habit where like my ARC is different on Amex than it is.
Yeah.
And then I'll hit like the wrong thing. But it doesn't matter. I'm looking for that one to give me about a 70. I'm probably not going to get filled. I'm sitting at 70. I'm just going to cancel that. But ASTS starting to come back down in through VWAP. Going to look for 89 first. If we close under VWAP, then I think this can be a bit of an add. But what I'm talking about with silver, I was just sitting here in the 20s, but it looks like that's probably not going to fill. I might move it down just a hair into the 10s and then the teens and see if we can pop into this fade here on SLV. So not much is looking weak, but there are some names that are trending down at least with this strong market.
I thought I had I did not have my AM short. I thought I had that there, but I did not, I guess. So, all right. That sucks. All right, I have a new position. It's SMCI. We're going to short it against 30. It looks like it may go to the upside right there. 33, I guess, is VWAP. Well, I don't know what happened. I thought I was offering AMD. I must have canceled it. That sucks, but oh, man, too bad. All right, well, there's AMD, so it does not come in at all for me there. It does come upside, but we should have been short right there on advanced mic. I'll start it right now at 70s if we can get it, but damn it. I was right there at 209, and I don't know. I must have canceled it. I was talking about shorting that off VWAP right there, so we should already be short. Okay, well, now we are. That high is 209. I was going to give it to 209.25, so all right, that sucks, man. Shit, we should be. All right, hopefully we get some more shares of that coming through at some point. Darn it, man. Okay, because it was a decent-sized position that we were looking for there. All right, so SMCI, this is the new position we had, again, underneath VWAP right now, trying to see about a little bit of a move here in SMCI. Yesterday we had this written down as a short $30 and 34 cents. That's the break of VWAP right there. So we'll get out if it does break that. Trying to go short. It looks like we might get our AMD shares after all as it goes back into the 80s and 90s. I'm waiting at 97, and they're only going to give this 30, 40 cents, right? We're talking about that up into the quarters. So if we break through VWAP, then we'll get out. That's the reason why we're short this name, is just that the market has made a huge move to the upside. Okay, there it is. Now we're short. Let's just check in on its friend there, NVIDIA. Okay, well, there's the pullback for me, so maybe we should take a little bit of advantage of that and bid some 75s. Okay, so now we're short here on advanced micro devices. We took a little bit out there at 75. That's the 1-to-1 that we're talking about. So I take out a quarter there on 1-to-1, and now let's see if we can drip downside here on advanced micro devices after just touching out on VWAP. So let's give it a second and give it a couple breaths. Down here, the spread is very violent on this, Dave. So we'll put another bid in the 50s. Maybe it swoops down and grabs us, but or it swoops up and punches us out, which it looks like it might want to do right there. So we'll hold on to this short for now. SoFi is the one that's printing for us. At least that was that today. Back-to-back days we had SoFi on the list. Today the short actually printing for us. So we'll see what happens here with SoFi.
Yeah, well, ASTS caught a bid just same way the market just did. Just now. I was able to get, it got right down to the body of the opening candles at 89.5. So it went 90.5 to 89.5, maybe a tad more than that from VWAP, but now you're starting to look like that was a hefty bid, and now your higher lows are being put in. So I'll wait to see this one maybe get back into the highs, retest the top, and look for another opportunity in there. Silver is doing pretty much the same thing. I'm going to get to Tesla in a second. I know a lot of people looking at Tesla, MSTR, all those bad boys. Silver is still holding underneath VWAP. If it breaks it, I'm jumping out of the short. It's not even moving that much. Like most of the move in silver was the 2 hours in the pre-market, to be honest with you. Tesla pulled right back, and there was no buyer. There were no buyers at VWAP. None. Blast right through and continuing to head lower. So you don't have to sit on the bid just because I want it to hold 435 doesn't mean I'm just going to sit there when it goes through. So unfortunately, Tesla does not sustain this breakout yet and coming back heavily. It's just so weird looking at stocks like this come back in like that, and then NASDAQ's breaking higher. Like, go figure.
The NASDAQ is upsetting.
The NASDAQ is absolutely flying, and I don't wonder, like, Micron's not flying around here. I'm going to guess it'll be something like an Amazon. Amazon's strong, but not really pressing the highs anymore. What is so strong today? You guys let me know. What's a lot of the stocks I'm watching, or I'm tracking this morning, are not as strong as it seems the market's trying to be.
No, we were, so we were lucky. I mean, lucky, I don't know. We talked about putting a bid down there, and so it comes through for us right there. 56s comes through on AMD. So we actually crack a dollar. We crack 50 cents on that, which is double what our risk is. So if it comes back in, I'll take another fill down there at 50. I'm bidding 56 again. So hopefully that will come in, and we'll be able to grab that one more time there on advanced micro devices. SMCI does break through VWAP. So that's not doing too much right there. We do have Jolt's job openings coming up at 10 o'clock. There's our subscribe number, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, but more importantly, hit the subscribe.
22.
That way you can get in touch with us. We have a lot of things coming up, man. A lot of new ideas coming. Make sure you do hit that subscribe so you're in tune with what we're doing, and tell YouTube that you found the best place. So hit subscribe and the like, and hit everything. That's a positive action there for us on YouTube. But we would like to get those subscriptions going up to that 550,000 mark. That'd be kind of cool if we were able to do that. All right, so yeah, just an up and down morning so far. And it looks like we are about to get stopped out of NVIDIA right now, just pennies away, of AMD, 209.20, there it is, 209.25 break. And we'll slap a fail on it, but because we're able to get something out, we only got out about 20% of that trade, so we will wind up losing the 25, or I think we got 31s or so out there, so 31s there, so a little bit of slippage on that break, but a little bit of a loser there again for advanced micro devices. So I don't know how many winners you have on board right over there, but
because silver just came out.
Yeah, same, and I only have SoFi.
Oh, so. Joe just posted that options chain, but for some reason the quality's really bad when I tried to.
Well, we can go over to
Joe if you want. Maybe. Oh shoot, he's not sitting there. Okay, it's fine. I turned over and thought Joe was sitting there, but he's not. No, VWAP just got busted out on silver. That's what I was just about to mention. So it's really just been ASTIS, ASTS Space Mobile, that's worked out. And it's even incredibly whippy. Like the spread is 25 pennies on this, and really just got this inside move. I think I'm going to wait for a little bit more clarity on the 15-minute candle for a second shot in this. I can't really make the whatever. I'll have to wait till Joe sets back in, because every time I try to pull up that options chain that you guys wanted to see, you wouldn't be able to read it. The quality is even terrible on my screen. So look, the next thing I trade, it's either going to be back to ASTS, silver, IBIT, or potentially Intel here. I don't see Tesla catching too much of a bid despite its strength, but Intel got through that 42 high from yesterday. and is absolutely flying. It's doing so without Mobileye. I guess it's doing it on its own. And there's still some room to that 52-week high that just got made in December. I had to catch myself because I almost said all-time high, which would be a joke. No, it's nowhere near the all-time high on Intel. Just pull up a monthly chart. You'll be able to see it. So we're going to look to see if it can hold on to the trend. I'm not going to do it. Anybody probably knows. I'm going to see if it can hold on to the trend. It's a little bit too parabolic to try to catch like some kind of a trend line pullback. So I'll look back at like either 42 even or the volume weighted average price. IBIT is still, like Bitcoin was shorting it underneath VWAP and been now waiting for it to get to the high or to my 52.5 that we were trying to grab. It's not strong enough to get to that high, but it is starting to set a trend. So now I have at least something to work off of. There's a very pretty clean trend on the 3-minute, which is forming. So if it breaks that, I can short. Otherwise, I wait for it to test one of those highs and be patient about it. And shout out to everyone mentioning a few small cappers in the chat. Lucy, which is the eyewear maker. Which one? Shoot. It's Innovative Eyewear. That's the one. Right, so Lucy, they are up today, but it just rejected $2. Bit of a choppy trade, but you can get 10% off VWAP over and over again. Good volume, about to cross the 100 million share mark. So I'm sure a lot of people are looking at some of these small cappers. We will be able to tell you what's happening with them. Not really looking to trade them per se. I'm just looking up at silver and IBIT.
Look at AMD.
IBIT's about to break that trend.
Yeah.
Is it still weak, AMD?
No, well, I got stopped. Yeah, I mean, it turned out to be weak. I mean, we just got stopped out, and then, of course, it goes right back into 60s again. So that's okay, though. Like I said, if you're wrong on this thing, you can't just keep this thing going upside the whole time. But we do have a new position. We flipped it over back into the futures right now. So we'll see what this number comes out. But we're starting to get a little bit out now using that top wick. We have a number coming out. So let's go over to Adara. And that could give this market, as we just said, a little bit of a jolt there. So we'll bid a little bit more here at 30, see if we can get that fill, and then we're down to 21s. And then if this number is horrible, maybe we can get VWAP eventually in and around 55 or so there for that number. We're out if it breaks through the top. Oh man, I don't really like to be in this position heading into a number, but let's go over to Adara and we'll figure out what that is as we get lighter. Look at the volume dry up over here. All right, Adara, go.
We actually have multiple numbers here. Of course, the biggest is Jolt's job openings forecast, 7.647 million, previous 7.67 million. ISM services PMI and factory orders also coming out here. Jolt's job openings lower than expected, guys, 7.146 million, well below that forecast of 7.647 million. Factory orders month over month just a tad lower than expected, negative 1.3% versus negative 1.2% expected. ISM services PMI actually higher than expected, so 54.4 versus 52.2. So again, to recap here, ISM services PMI higher than expected, but Jolt's job openings well below estimates and factory orders a little bit below what we were expecting. The market responding in kind, dropping here a little bit from these highs, intraday highs anyhow, on these numbers. Let's talk here about some of these catalysts we have on watch. Chevron not really reacting at all to this, but we know these oil names are in play as we do get some indications from U.S. President Trump and his administration that they're going to be trying to get this Venezuelan oil over to the U.S. And CNBC reporting actually it could be more than that 50 million barrel number that Trump mentioned. Also, Financial Times reporting that Chevron and Quantum Capital Group are considering a $22 billion bid worth of Lukoil assets. So not the entire company, but $22 billion worth of their assets. And then we have Eli Lilly, which is just continuing to push to new all-time highs, just broke the new all-time high, I believe. We do have an updated report from the Wall Street Journal suggesting that Eli Lilly's deal for Ventyx could value the company at $14 a share. So Eli Lilly clearly liking this news. Again, nice push upside for Eli Lilly. Volume on this, not bad either. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics because there are millions of concussions, but zero approved therapies. Oragenics, trading on the NYSE's OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Oragenics is positioned to drive what comes next. So see what's ahead and book a meeting today. Thank you to Oragenics, and do make sure to like and subscribe because thank you all for watching here. We're going to send you back over to Neil and Sean.
All right. As the market continues to fall down, we can't hate anything right now. SoFi, nice move to the downside, so that's a pretty clean trade right there. AMD can go to hell, of course, as that's right back down. But then this one is a big time win right now here for your boy. As there goes the futures one more time back to the downside. As although despite being pretty green on the day here, the Nasdaq now falling back in. And I just said, like, if we can come back, and it's just funny because just as you come back, it fills VWAP right there, and that was the trade that we were looking for in the futures. So we're out of half right now. Let's see if we can continue that downside push now, and maybe we have a little bit of a bigger trade on our hands, and we're going to look for 54.90 or so right now on the TQs. But yeah, so far so good there. And then obviously SoFi, I still have 40% of this one as well. I was waiting actually at 40 for this, but a bounce off of 50 maybe gets me excited to get a little bit more out on that downside over there. So like we had said, despite me being, we'll actually be up on the TQs now on the day. And again, I still have half, so position pending on this one. But that just goes to show you, man, if you stick with sometimes the thought there, we got a little lucky with those numbers. I mean, they could have gone the other way, but there's the top take. So with, again, very small risk, right? I mean, we put on this one 11 cents worth of risk to now be in the money 35 cents. So far, so good on this trade. And SoFi starting to kick downside a little bit here. Let's put a bid at 50.
Yeah, the markets definitely gave it up, but we're only up like 0.1%. So I don't think it was anything definitive to the upside. Just maybe had to wait for. I was looking over a trend break. The trend break happened as the number came out. So assist to the 10 o'clock numbers. But when we finally had the trend to work off with IBIT, it was just a cleaner entry. We're at the low of the day. Going to hold through the low at this point to look to see if we start to fill in some of this gap. My target, I can put on the notes, like 51. This line on my chart's at 51.4, but 51.5 is kind of the target down here that I'm looking for. So if we get that 1% change move, then I'm going to jump out of this trade and look for the next opportunity here in IBIT. So that was relatively clean on that open, able to get back into it. Like obviously silver didn't work out. ASTS is still a little bit chop fest for me, but it did give a secondary move. But some of these tops, like the spread opens up pretty decently when it gets into VWAP, so it's a little bit tricky to try to get in, but it's now starting to calm down. I'll look to re-enter this on trend to short lower highs. We're able to scalp it one time, and we'll try it again. But right now, I'm just going to hold on to IBIT. I see people asking, what's the Meta news? Meta down 2%. None that Adara?
Yeah, so I believe it was Financial Times reporting that apparently China's investigating Meta's attempt to acquire that Manus AI. That's that $2 billion acquisition, more or less. That's what it was reported out. Apparently, China not liking this acquisition.
Okay, so challenging that acquisition. That was early this morning. Yeah, so look, thanks a lot, Adara, because Meta is absolutely churning to the downside. And this is right on some pretty decent support here, the 50 period in 647. That's why you probably saw my genuine reaction to pulling up this chart, because I didn't really think we'd be down here this quickly with the market basically still flat, and you're going to be down 2% there on Meta. Yeah, so not looking very good, but you know what? There are some things which are bucking the trend. I just looked over NVIDIA. This is actually breaking out as the market pulls back, so I'd watch out for at least this chip name to maybe show you some signs of life. That said, I didn't put this on the note today because I didn't think we'd get into 192, but 92 to 93, just look at the last 3 sessions in a row. Maybe today is the day, but like that feels like that level's a short until it isn't. And then other chip names, Intel's now up 8%. If you've been waiting for some kind of a dip or a pullback, that first one off 42 that didn't make it to VWAP, that was it. That was your chance. It's gone absolutely parabolic. There's almost nothing moving the way that Intel is at this particular point. It's going absolutely ham as the market pulls back in. But the market's probably following like Meta weakness, some of the big cap weakness. Intel's been bucking the trend whenever that you know what it wants to. Netflix giving up some gains as well. So this is looking a little bit disappointing. If everyone says you can't see 80s or you won't see 80s on Netflix, I don't know. I just know that if it gets underneath 90, I'm going to be looking to buy again. So for myself here, going to look for a re-entry in silver. It wicked VWAP. This also is starting to form something a little bit more distinct. The same way patience on IBIT for the second time I wanted to play it, I'll do the same thing for silver. Instead of shorting into the VWAP, I'll wait for a retest of the high, maybe get some lower highs, or we get a trend break, and I'll jump into the trend break, and that can be a little bit more clean. Army Callan in the chat says, what about Apple? This thing has been a dog. This is what about Apple. Since it lost that accumulation at the 50 period, dog, and today looking like another one here. I hate to say it, because Apple's a good company and probably going to be worth a fantastic dip buy at some point. But this resembles that Tesla 500 rejection, and then it just kind of slides down for a couple of days. Not nearly as volatile as Tesla, but it hasn't been going well for Apple in quite a while. So market coming back in. You saw what's happening to Meta. NVIDIA, though. NVIDIA and Intel, two stocks that do not care what is happening in the market as they continue to blast higher.
Yeah, and we're getting a complete move back right now on the futures. So, yeah, like we said, a good cover. Sorry, that's SoFi still. A good cover down there at VWAP, and that was what we were looking for. So, you know, let's still be patient with this. I don't think we want to reload this yet. We want to make sure that we are going to have the right trade, and maybe we will. Palantir does have a nice move back in as well, and I was just talking with Obi over there, and he was obviously indicating something about Google, you know, making a huge move to the top end, and then watching out for this 322, which double touched twice, right there to the upside of 322.30. So Google on one today. That's a big mover for sure. We'll wait to let this market settle down just a little bit there. Netflix gave it all back right there. So Netflix, what is AMD doing? Okay, good. Whoa. Remember I was like, oh man, AMD went that dollar for us. Yeah, well now AMD, she be flying north side right now, goes AMD, and great outs on SoFi. That's right back into 50 again, so we could watch out for that. But yeah, the NASDAQ is what's moving around, and Neil already looked at Eli Lilly before. Today, close to all-time highs again, or maybe we just did take them out, I'm not sure of that, but there goes Eli Lilly. You can't keep this stock down for long, man. They tried for about 1 day.
That Novo dip I thought was going to be better than a one-day dip.
Yeah, and nothing, right back up there to 1120 right now, $1,120. Looks to be in and around that all-time high. So congratulations, anybody that was able to buy that dip, as Neil just mentioned there again as well. So SoFi 2640 waiting for that. Tesla, you know, it wasn't too long ago. It was actually about 10 minutes ago, where we said this 200 period has now held for Tesla. So it held great right there, and then it broke, and see you later. This is why you want to watch this name at least after the first 10 minutes. There's the move back in. There's the retest down. There's the retest down. So now we can start using VWAP or the 200 period or any of these lines, basically in and around 435 as a potential short zone now for Tesla. Despite the market movement right here, looks like we just want to go higher now. I am getting a little nervous about this short, which is why I'm not adding into it. NVIDIA's popped up 2%. Man, we know that this is the dog that wags the tail. That is for sure. NVIDIA, Apple, although you looked at it earlier and it was red, I think, but now it's still weak. Okay, so if Apple gets going, then you got to watch out for this market. But right now, it is like an AMD, a Palantir, a NVIDIA kind of loving day right now. So yeah, glue also, man. Okay, good. Joe's ready. We did have a super chat there, and maybe I can even find that. Let me just find that super chat real quick, just to show you guys, you know, the kind of work that we are willing to do for you here. So here it is right here, Joe. So the question comes up right now. Can you check out the Q's options? Looking at CES this week. So Joe, what do you got to talk about here to MDRN Game Dev?
Yeah, what's going on, guys? So he wanted to look at the Q's options chain here that expired this Friday. And what I see here is some relatively cool price action, I guess, or options activity, I guess I should say. There's nothing outstanding until you head up into that 635 strike price, is where you're going to run into a supply zone. Everything else is relatively modest here, guys, and not too much activity. You can see the volume is relatively cool on the January 9th expiration cycle. And as for the open interest, you can see until we go up into 635 once again, we don't really have any double-digit OI. So not too much from an activity standpoint. If we head over to the put side, same thing, relatively cool. They will be a little bit more expensive, But one thing to note is that the at-the-money IV is sitting around 17%. I mean, we can go over to the SPY earlier in the week, and when we're in uptrends, we can catch that around 9 or 10%. So somewhat of an uptick in the IV, but as for the activity itself, I don't see anything outstanding on that expiration cycle. We can go over today and see that start to increase. Again, no double-digit open interest, but where you get the volume really starting to pick up here is around that 626 strike, and then also around that 625 strike with around 101,000 open and closed contracts so far today. So yeah, nothing outstanding really considering, but maybe some levels to keep an eye out on here.
That's what we call them, Joey options.
There we go. Thank you,
we got
Joe.
another one from Control Alt Escape. Missed you fellas over my extended holiday. Hey, welcome back for sure. How are we liking these levels for a buy in Hood?
Ooh,
The
Robin,
hooded one.
Okay.
Well, it's stronger than SoFi. I'll give it that much, relatively speaking. Okay, let's just quickly pull up the daily chart. I'm inclined at this point to usually like the weeklies and monthlies, but essentially what Robinhood has been doing, and I don't like these for, like I like these wedges for breaks as opposed to ever wanting to be inside of it. Because the way I always see it is like, I'm agnostic to which direction it goes when that pattern's happening. I just want to be a follower. Like, so breaking out would be more interesting to me on Robinhood next than trying to just assume that buy it off the bottom and play it into the top. Well, that's good early in the move. Late in the move, you can just have tight risk and then reverses down. Maybe wait. If it breaks that, then wait for like $100. Would be my 2 cents. Still in that little wedge pattern. Shout out to my favorite, one of the most underrated characters in Star Wars, Wedge.
I have no idea who that is, so must be underrated.
That's the whole point.
Right.
Is he survived like he's like everyone got beaten up and like Luke destroys the Death Star. Hey man, Wedge didn't get killed.
Then you gotta like Wedge then.
And dude lived. Everyone else got eaten alive, and it was just Luke standing, except for Wedge. Anyway.
Oh man. All right, so good little look there.
freezing in here, by the way.
Yeah, it's always pretty cold up in this place. It's not even cold outside here today.
It's above zero.
Yeah, it's very warm actually. Yeah, it's 2 degrees right now. So, okay, yeah, just more cover on SoFi. Like we were bidding 40s, of course. It goes to 44, does not fill. So we'll bid some 55s there. I'm also now bidding some 51s. We'll still stick with that 40 fill and see if we can get it. I'm getting a little bit like, I don't know. You know, you get these feelings like you obviously when you get into a position, you want your position to go for you almost immediately. That's what happened right here. You know, and we were able to cover it on the futures trade. And right now, it's just like it's hovering near the highs and not breaking. It's doing the same thing with this is not a wedge. This is just more of a channel right now. And it's trying to break one way or the other. So I'm bidding right now 25s, hoping that if we do come in and look at this low, we can get a fill there at the low, which would be a fine. We're only trying 10% of our order right there. I might even put it higher if we don't get there right now, because here comes 27, 26s. Okay, we just need more pennies, one more. And then we get that low. Come on. There it is. Okay, so good. So we get the 25 fill right there. And yeah, that's what we're talking about. So a little piece out. We'll wait for a little bit of a dip. Obviously, we're going to be bidding VWAP one more time again. And maybe we do get, finally, a move to the downside. SoFi is joining this move as well. And we'll see if the NASDAQ wants to get going. 55.10. Let's put another order for another 25%. Or sorry, keep saying 25%. Another 10% down there. And we'll see, because it's at 55.25. That's why I say that. But we'll see if it gets lower right now. I like that short. And, you know, you guys have indicated we have this cool thing that Fabian has built up. And I actually have to, here it is right here. Find it. It is your stock realizer, I think we call it, visualizer, that's what it was. And it's going to give you an idea of what names you guys are looking at. So Neil's already sort of looked at Lucy there. You can vote by pushing $ and then into the chat, and you have to be a subscriber, so put $ something, and we'll be able to cover it. So Oklo, there, nice bounce off $65. That was your 200 period moving average, like Oklo today, up 2.4%. We looked at SMR yesterday. Get down, TQQs. Data Vault there, good name, but I told you yesterday and a couple days ago, get out at 150. It's at 120 right now. SMR was a short yesterday through 20, but today it looks like it wants to keep kicking as well. SoFi, we're short that name. That's been my biggest trade of the day. Hopefully the futures can join that as well. Surprised that NVIDIA is up to 191. I think that that was 188 earlier on in the day. Palantir continues to work. Silver getting dumped off right now, down 6% for SLV. We do not like that move today. Gold following, as well as oil making downside plays there. So that's kind of like the names that you guys want us to look at, and so we'll cover a little bit of those. And then the current trading that I'm doing right now involves the futures. So we're going to bid. I just took a 17 or 18 fill right there. I'm still bidding 11. See if we can get that nice downside push here in the NASDAQ, but the market's still behaving nice. There it is. Yes, behaving nicely today for us as the NASDAQ coming back in just a little bit. More chill trading as we sort of got our plan of action. And short and IBIT, I think we've been talking about that pretty much all day.
Guess what hit 52 ties just now?
LLY.
Intel. Well, yeah. Eli Lilly's having a fantastic day. I'm going to get there in a quick second. I'm still, excuse me, I'm still targeting 51.5 on IBIT. That's that support level. But my goodness, I don't think anybody saw this one. And if you did, congratulations. I know I didn't. I didn't even have Intel on the list this morning, which is...
We went to Adara for a story earlier, and I can't even remember what it was.
Mobileye.
$44.
The only story was the Mobileye story. Mobileye making the acquisition. This is insanity. It's at the 52-week high, which is, okay, it's close. My bad. It's 44, but whatever, within 1% now. So it's more or less at the 52-week high is a better way to say it. You're 30 cents away from retesting that. This has gone absolutely, you know what, parabolic. If it fails that top, I think it's worth a reversion shot. Let it set up on that higher time frame. But I'm pretty close. We're in the zone now. Let me just go to a higher time frame. We're in the zone now where the pullback into this prior high on IBIT, you're also corresponding with the day low. You're in this zone where if it does a turn, I want to trail out, reshort it at VWAP. So I'm going to put a trailing stop in any second now on IBIT and then look for the next opportunity. I'm still trying to let it get to 51.5, but I don't want it coming back through this, yesterday's low, which is about 51.75. So I'm going to move my stop from VWAP, and we're about to get filled anyway, so the trailing stop probably doesn't even matter. One super chat from Douglas Carlson. What does a $4 sub offer mean to holders of AMPG? Sub offer? You mean an offering? I'm not sure, to be honest, I'm not sure what that means. The stock's under $4, so you can't mean like the offer. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that one on APL.
Did they receive an offer? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
so
did they receive an offer? Is it an offering you're talking about? I'm not sure.
I don't think it's an offering. Yeah, so if you ever get an offer, a lot of companies can obviously take unsolicited bids or offers for their companies. So if you can clarify that one, that'd be good. All right, what was the next one there? So there was a couple super chats. Oh, there it is. What? Okay, well, that's not the PE of Intel, of course, I would say. So I don't think Intel has a PE of 4,000. But, the price earnings.
Maybe 41.
Yeah.
But I don't think it would even be that, so.
I mean, you can look it up and see.
I'm just checking now.
See what it is right there. Adara, what is the story with Marvell over the last couple of days? I know we did get a story that they were going to be buying. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So we might as well. It is pretty nuts. Like the Ford's at 68 and the P I have it like 660. You have to remember, like when you go from not making money, right? Like when a company's in that curve from like you losing money or maybe in a couple of quarters and then turning it around, you can initially get some crazy Ps until it normalizes. So that's where Intel's at, but it isn't 41. I think it's in the hundreds. But the Ford P is like 67. In a couple of quarters, that's going to even itself out.
Yeah. What about Marvell?
Yeah, so it's kind of funny here because for MRVL, the acquisition news they had with that, what is the name of this company here? XCon for $540 million. That came out around this time yesterday. The market did not react at all. It was kind of in the middle of this downward move. But the market did react to their CES 2026 presentation, which there wasn't really anything super exciting that they said there. They said, hey, this quarter is probably going to be better than the last when it comes to bookings. So interesting look. We didn't react on the acquisition news. We did react on CES. That is really it when it comes to news here. And MRVL, kind of anticlimactic.
Thanks, Darren. Great question in the chat. I still really like Marvell. This will be a pick of mine whenever we get the 2026 picks going. Between 3 to 5 picks, I think we're going with. And I really like Marvell just to do something a little different. I mean, I think the chip names will forever be winning. I think the GPUs continue to be the hot topic. And yeah, this is just the stock is very range bound. I mean, we got some top ticks there on earnings. They had a huge earnings report. That was really nice. They had a nice move from SoftBank as well, talking about kicking the tires on them. But it looks like this 95 has definitely been a top. So, you know, like I said, we've only spent 3 days closing above this $95 mark. So, due for a pullback, I would say, yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised if there is a little bit of a bleed now in the broader market as far as chips. So look at SMH, and we've seen AMD. I've tried to short that one today, short the NASDAQ right now. So I do think that Marvell does have a runway to get back down into $80 for sure. Then you want to watch out for 75. I would be buying. I'm already in, but I like the $80 mark there for Marvell. Maybe something to look at on that one. But okay, yeah, look, it's been a great morning so far. I think we've had some good ideas, some good trade, and some great talk, and it's about to get even better now as we throw it back at the big desk with Adara.
Let's take a look here at these small caps, all of which we have news catalysts on today. This one, certainly a former runner, Innovative Eyewear, LUCY. I remember this one moving going back to 2024. They announced preliminary Q4 sales up of roughly $1 million, which implies a 45% year-over-year increase. And they're guiding fiscal 2025 sales about $2.7 million. Then we have GPUS, which is literally pushing into new high of day as we speak. It is worth noting this one is a penny stock trading right now around 33.5 cents, reporting an estimated $369 million in total assets, $168 million in net assets, and $91 million in cash and Bitcoin. So again, just providing an asset and holdings update as of December 31st. 2025. Last but not least, AMOD, Alpha Modus. Much like the other two names here, this one has rallied in the past today. On watch here after announcing a partnership with DXC Technology. So again, we have a catalyst in all three of these small caps, AMOD, GPUS, and LUCY. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back over to Sean and Neil.
Thank you, Dara. I did trail out of iBit on that last little bounce. It got really close to, there's a little support line I had, but trailed it out when it got into the range. I'll look to see if we can get back in at VWAP as we speak. But I can tell you, and whoops, I typed Tesla when I meant to type in Intel. Intel was just broke 44. So now, I was a little bit early last time. Now it's at 52-week highs. They still own the boat in Mobileye, and that was where the news was. If you thought this was going to happen because of the Mobileye acquisition news, anyways, to say that this isn't making much sense to me when the story is a Mobileye gap and Mobileye has given up in the entirety of those, all of those gains, all of it from yesterday, the whole move. This is pulled back $2. Mobileye was up a boat and now it's only up 3%. And Intel is absolutely flying. So it doesn't have to make sense, but congratulations if you caught that train. It left the station and it honestly doesn't even look like it's coming back. And if I can't make heads or tails of it, then I'm going to stay away from that one. Go back to short the pop in iBit because it's trending down. Try to get into the trend here on silver. Kind of that, it's weird that ASTS worked short and iBit worked short, and then the other short would have worked if I traded it better, and that's silver. So I'll just go back to one of those three because Intel doesn't make any sense, man. And it just went another 1% higher in the time that I was talking about it. So that's maybe not the one to try to short.
Yeah, I don't know what to do there.
Mobileye drops 20% and Intel keeps going?
We don't really know what's going on there. But SoFi, we know what's going on here. Yesterday, they get a little bit of a downgrade. We talked about some of that sort of surfacing there yesterday, and it did not have a great run of it there. I tried to even short it at the bottom and got stopped out. So we just put a tweet out right now. And it was, again, if you're going to go on here, and I'm just going to go with what the number one stock is for me today, P&L wise, it's SoFi right there. We have iBit short. Neil's been doing that, but it's not in my area yet. We had the Google long before the long happened. So I don't know. That was interesting. And then the TQQ short, we're still short the TQQs right now as well. But SoFi today catching some revenge off of that trade and back into the 40s. I'm bidding 40. Okay, got 46s. Still bidding that 40 level. No, actually, I canceled the 40 level to see if we can get a little bit lower on that right now. So we only have 10% left of SoFi. So I just don't need to be in that anymore. It's been a good move. We'll take the money and we'll do that. NASDAQ, again, you guys know where we're bidding on this one, 55.10. This is the largest Intel move since September the 18th, so the day after one of those Fed cuts. But when they started cutting in September 17th, so they're potentially a pullback, but I was waiting for some volume. There's been red candles here before. But it just spiked up higher, so it made a move down, spiked up higher, and took that out again. So 44.50 right now, the high for Intel. I am debating putting on a short right now of Intel, using 44.50 as our stop, but it's gone right now, and we know the U.S. government's involved in this, and NVIDIA's involved in this. So I don't know, man. Who's buying it up here? I don't know. But that's not for me to answer. It's watching the price action here. So yeah, Intel right now. I might baby short this, but that seems a little nuts for me. So, I mean, look at that. Just as Neil had mentioned there before, even as we're talking about it here, it's taking out ask. So, yeah, Intel, man, nice move. SPY at the lows and Qs near the highs. Yeah, that is
You're
weird.
waiting for Intel to look distinctly different if you're trying to short it. Like, you just do something that it hasn't been doing. Because like, you watch it, like, you watch the tape, and it's the kind of absurd price action that it's difficult to chase up here, but until that weird program buying stops, like, what are you going to do? Back into
I tried to
SLV,
go short, but that's not going to work.
see if it can hold at 70. If it gets to VWAP, it's worth taking another shot in here, but it just did a bit of a topping tail at 70. And then IBIT's not going to get to VWAP at that rate. Right back to our exit point. So I'm just going to cancel.
Bye-bye, Intel.
VWAP is going to be a moving target as it trails down. So I was sitting at 52. It's not going to get there. Next available pop, I'll look to get back in on trend on SLV. But we are, on IBIT, but we are short in SLV. Yeah, Intel, it just happens to be crazy. It is what it is. But it's not the only one going. And NVIDIA's up 2%, and it's trending higher, but hasn't even broken yesterday's highs at this particular point. NASDAQ's about to go. I don't know if we're going to see any capitulation on Intel at this rate.
I tried to short it there. I'm back into the short quickly,
wait till there's a story that comes out this afternoon.
I'm not trying to trade this
Somebody knows something.
Somebody knows something. I think that's neat. Yeah, easy to say for sure. On that one, somebody knows something. Yeah, I would say that's
something's
probably accurate
that we don't know yet.
Right there. So okay, I mean I'm short, so go. Nice move to the downside. We'll take a couple profit points here on Intel. Now we're back. See, this is like part of what Obi talks about. Sometimes you take as many shots, and then maybe it's that last one that works. So here goes Intel cooking for me now, and we'll bid some more 35s and get a little bit out, and then we'll wait to see if the pullback is real. And we haven't even tested really this 21 period moving average. That's generally what we'll use for that. But there it is, man. Stopped out there, and I'm up on Intel. I use the same amount of shares both times, but the stop is just at that local high of 61s right now. So if we break through 61, then we're out of that one. The TQs does come back up. I was debating re-shorting into that, and I think we'll do a little bit of that at 44 is where I was waiting just against that high. If we break through 50s, we're gone. But I mean, all my interest was right here with Intel, and good thing we covered some of that down there because it's just coming right back. Intel's wild, man.
They're swiping it down.
Yeah, I'm going to bid. So I'm bidding right now just to cover, to get out on some of these swipes because, yeah, that's what it's doing, man. It's dancing right here. So we're flat, position pending here on Intel. Let's just see where it goes here. Hopefully we do get a little bit of a pushback. I'm now bidding. I'm going to wait to see if we do get a dip. I'm going to bid 44 even and see if that works. But for me, it's 6 cents worth of risk. We're already in the money 12, but that's not important. You know, we're waiting for a bigger move here now on Intel, or we'll get stopped out at that high, which it looks like is more likely rather than the tank.
Just a correction, Roger, it's not all-time highs on Intel. I know the problem is that you have to go really far back on the chart to be able to see it, but because look, it's at a double top on the daily, but pull up a weekly and even you can see $50. And then if I pull up a monthly, you can see even higher than that. It's like, I don't even have to. Just zoom out a little bit further. Like it's been well over $50 previously. So, and look, it doesn't really change much. It is at a 52-week high, and it just breached it here today. So I'm back into the lower high on silver. But the other thing that's going on right now is look at the Qs, triple top on the Qs. So that's at a triple top, and that has me. I should be back in IBIT. IBIT's been better. it's just been better. Like SLV is not at VWAP, but I want to take a couple of shots. Like A, when it got back to the 70 level, and B, if it gets back into this prior high. So first shot here, second shot up there. But IBIT is much weaker. Much, much weaker as the market gets back into the highs. This is still in the same range when I got out of it. It hasn't really even bounced. It's just sitting on the low. So if it's not going to get to VWAP, I want to take another shot, like at the weakest thing that I'm watching right now, which is crypto. So maybe I'll short into this 51.8 level. If we pull back here, I don't want to miss my chance to get back in on said trend. Tesla's trying to bust VWAP. That could be a little bit interesting. It's failed every other time, but now it's trying to work through that 435. I told myself on Tesla, I need to see it holding on the 15 above 435. So that hasn't even come close to happening yet. All it's done is reject that level on the 15-minute. So there's a decent chance that Tesla can turn into a really good long, just not really yet for me. I wanted to see this, and you can see why I like that level, but just not doing much with it currently.
All right, we actually took some fills there at 35 sorry, that's the TQ, sorry, on Intel right here. So I'm bidding 44.20, and then that's it. So let's go get down Intel right now. Here comes maybe a push back down to the downside. So, you know, trading is about taking a little bit of risk. We took it here with Intel and lost there we go, we get it now. Lost first time, but not losing now, as there goes Intel, man. Yes, sir, finally, the stock that we like to see on movement here, Intel. Let's bring this thing back down just a little bit lower. We'll put another bid at 13s or so. That was just that recent low right there, and then we'll see about a break. And I do have a bigger bid, obviously, at 43.60s. Down here, just in front of 50. Don't know, there we go. There we get our 13s right now, as there goes Intel, man, cracking lower. So big trade alert, big trade alert. Glad that you guys were here to see that at least. Intel's been the #1 name on people's minds, and there it goes to the downside. Your boy got it. And yeah, big time trade there for me now on Intel. So yeah, man, there, bid out O's. Now we'll see if we do get a little bit more of a drop in there. Right now, 43.60 for some reason is where I'm bidding. So we'll just put that, we'll go to 43.65, okay? We'll put a bid there and see if we can crack downside on that. We're out now of 60% of this trade already, as it's been a really strong name, so we don't need to hold on for this complete move back in, but I like this trade so far. They're 40 cents on a $40 name, so we'll take 1% out of Intel right now, and we did average in, so we'll see if the bearish move is going to happen or not here with the NASDAQ, but AMD, all these other names are starting to climb a little bit higher right now, including, you know, we looked at Google and how they're moving today. That's still back up to 320. It's NVIDIA, it's AMD, starting to get going just a bit, so NVIDIA being at the highs would make sense of why the NASDAQ is where it is. But wow, we just cracked below $44, man. We've got Intel, and it's definitely creating some magical moments here. So let's wait to see where it goes, and maybe we can get a 40, 55, 35 or something here on the NASDAQ. But we are moments away from breaking out of the NASDAQ trade, and if that takes out 55, 51, then we're gone. So that almost already happened there. So watch out now. Intel downside, but we will wind up losing here, it looks like, on this Q's position. But Intel's really making that all not matter, but still losing trade's a losing trade. All right, let's go back over to you. You were in IBIT, I think, or I don't know.
I'm looking to get back into it, but not yet. I mean, the market's really pressing higher, so if you're, if I'm looking to short, then I don't want to compromise on price when the market's breaking higher. But here comes Tesla's going to close over that VWAP in the 435 level, so it's starting to look a little bit better here on Tesla. This is the key price we wanted it over. It wasn't very clear before, but now you had consolidation, and then you've got breakout. So if we hold VWAP, there's plenty of room to this 438. I like the risk to reward if I can just sneak in here in front of 435, right to get out of silver as that's continuing to rally. It's just a weird one, man. Like Intel was going up when the market was not as strong, and then the reversal comes when I guess it passes the baton, like a relay race there. I still think some news is going to come out on that one because the Mobileye thing doesn't make sense to me.
All right, we're $1 now in on Intel, and it's a big trade, man. So yeah, like We covered some more there at 75. I'm still at 65. This is the problem when I look at these things. It's like the market goes down and I start to like violate some of the rules. But we do have some outs there. One at 80, one at 75, and it's just just zooming in and looking at this a little bit more. This is why I'm bidding 65s. This is why initially I was bidding 60s. I put it to 65. Maybe we do get a little bit more of a play to the downside right now. But that's Intel. We shorted that. That was pretty good, and that's basically my whole day. SoFi is another trade. So these are the only two ones that we've won on today. We're going to go 2 wins, 3 losses. But the Intel win is 60% more than my biggest loss, which is actually, this is my biggest loss right here because we trusted this short. We were able to cover some of it, but it's because of this. So this was early. So we were down early on the TQs, then remember, if we had covered here, then we had made it all back. So we had done that, we had made it all back, and then we were waiting for more of a move, and then we averaged in again, and then got stopped out right there. So really, 0 for 1, 1 for 2, 1 for 3 on the way up. So that's going to be our negative stock of the day right there. SMCI, we tried. Come on. SMCI, we tried it right there, and that's obviously worked out great. We should have used, I guess, the 200 period, but instead we used VWAP and just got stopped out there at 32 when the high was 40. Now you're down way lower than that now. So here we go, man. It's Netflix talk today, right? Down 0.24, and we thought that maybe Warner Brothers had now accepted their deal, and there's some legal things now happening. We saw some points there where the Paramount bid had sort of caught some lawyers and everything like that. So we're going to find out what exactly is going on. Yeah, that alarm, I don't know what that's for, Joe, but if it's for Intel or SoFi, we like it. And there goes Intel to the downside. Maybe you're an IBIT guy over there, Joe. Are you mic'd up? All right, so what did you hit that for? What do you got going on over there?
Joe? Oh.
Uber.
Uber,
Kind
nice.
of just going away from the pack here, I guess, Sean. Typically trading tech names, but a nice little move here on Uber. Risking only 20 cents here, guys, at the low of 85.80s. Wait to that 1-to-1, and then we got a nice little pop-up attempt. 1 for 2 on this, but just sticking to the guns here on this name. Strong opening drive, and then it's starting to work out a little bit for us here at a 1.5-to-1 currently. A little bit more.
Nice, we like that. Uber,
Good solid tech.
yeah, Uber, of course, is a very good tech name there. So, Joe, we are looking at now a complete collapse. Let's go, man. Let's props it up, Neil. We caught out that good trade there on Intel. Now $1 and change in the money as this is starting to go big time right now. So glad we were able to catch the top there of Intel. Here we go, man. The problem is we got stuffed out of our futures position, which is now cooking. I don't know if there was a news story there, Dara.
Reversal on the market just now.
Yeah, huge reversal right there, and it's a good move there for Intel. Let's go do that downside right now. Hopefully that IBIT starts printing out for you.
Oh, right back to the low of the day. You gotta wait for the entry. So I just waited for. I said 51.8. I want to see it fail 51.8. It does a topping tail candle at 51.8. I get in. That's what being patient and waiting is all about. But let's go to Adara because that was a big reversal on the future just now. Cheers.
So hello. I'm unclear as to if this is why, but okay, no, never mind. Here's the story. So NVIDIA here, NVDA China reportedly asking tech companies to halt their NVIDIA H200 chip orders. That's as for the information. Now, again, I want to mention the source here, the information. The information is the type where sometimes they will report things that we already kind of knew or that are older or that are more speculative rather than news. But either way, they are coming out here saying that China is telling their tech companies to halt their H200 chip orders. So interesting look there. I also wanted to mention the other story I saw here that's kind of interest is I guess with regards to apparently there's some seizure of oil tankers linked to Russia and Iran coming from the UK. So some oil news, but I think generally here this definitely has to do with the Chinese government asking tech firms to halt these NVIDIA H200 chip orders. Apparently officials might also mandate that domestic AI chip purchases with these NVIDIA orders. So interesting look. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted. Here is a look though at the sector board, which is actually still relatively green, though some of this weakness is kind of coming in. Finance really red here though. JP Morgan down 2.5%, Blackstone down 3.5%, producer manufacturing really weak, health services being led to the downside by a 2% decline in UNH, utilities to the downside, a CEG down about 3%. We know they are kind of that AI 3 Mile Island linked utility. So this is a nice data center play as well. Right now, again, red. Non-energy minerals are red. But let's talk here about electronic tech, which is starting to get a little bit redder as we speak. Now, Intel with its 10% move to the upside seems pretty secure. But Qualcomm, AMD, Texas Instruments all to the downside. Honeywell also down about 2%. But Broadcom and NVIDIA still holding relatively strong. NVIDIA weirdly not reacting to this news, which is kind of interesting. But tech services here has some strength here in Google and Microsoft. So again, if I get more details in the news, I will let you know. But once again, the information saying that NVIDIA, these chip orders are apparently being suspended, or they're asking companies not to order chips here right now from NVIDIA for China. Back to you.
All right.
We've seen the information stories get reversed before. That said, I mean, look, this was AMD. He broke the trend. So if I'm going to play one of these, I'll go with the one that has a bit of a setup. I just heard in my ear that GameStop broke the high of the day. So I guess the Elon Musk strategy-ish incentivizing Ryan Cohen is causing a bit of a squeeze over there in GameStop. But now with that headline, if we're not pressing highs again, then I think AMD, already weak and is going to be related to the story, want to try and get the 210 level where it broke the trend. It broke the trend on the headline. So if it can pop back up there, I think that's going to be worth a bit of a fade. Again, it's the information we've seen sometimes when they're the only ones reporting something, it can get walked back. So I'd rather try to short the weaker name instead of picking on NVIDIA. And NVIDIA has been pretty strong, everybody. So, hey, hit that like, hit that subscribe, everybody out there. As the market's going wild, we're keeping you abreast of the moves and all of the news, wherever it happens to be. Shout out to Adair, who's been fantastic during CES, because the news has been all over the place. 22% of you are not subscribed. That means you can't participate in our fantastic chat if you're not a subscriber, everybody. It's a subs-only chat. And it's a great community, so make sure you jump in there and join. And then you can type in some symbols, like I see CrowdStrike and SoFi just got put in there. Haven't looked at Crowd in a while. Good luck.
It's funny that, the biggest trade of the day here for the morning show here is a stock on Intel, where we couldn't really find too much specific news, but we had to cover, man. I mean, when that we talked about 60 as being our level, and I did take out a 25% of what we have left right there once we broke the 21 period. Moving average, I still am bidding. Okay, I'm bidding 90s. Oh no, everything canceled. Actually, going to get back into that. We're bidding 90s right now on this, 91s. We'll see if we get a little bit lower, but I did. Okay, there it is. We get the 91s. I did want to take something out in case the retracement was real to the back end of that trade, and we're back in this name. Again, hit the sirens up here for the TQs as we get right back into this name. We were short to begin with over here, and again, we talked about it being the biggest losing trade for me today, but we'll get back into that short as, this China talk can't be good. So we will now short the market, hold on to this, see if we can get a much bigger move to the downside, bidding 12s, bidding 02s, and then we'll see if we can break lower. The lowest we got to was 02, so that's why we're bidding there. We'll see if we can get to that level, and this is why we're bidding 12s right there around VWAP. So what's up, Adair?
For what it's worth here, people not taking this information story too seriously, at least on social media. One of the sources I use that is a pretty heavily followed stock news source, literally calling it a rumor from the information. So again here, this story that the Chinese government reportedly asking some tech companies to temporarily hold their plans to buy the NVIDIA H200 chips, because it comes from the information which, as Neil mentioned, sometimes their stories are either rumor, speculation, or recaps of things that were already known. Some sources not buying this story on its face. Again, if I get more details, I'll keep you posted, but I just want to keep you guys posted on what the sentiment is right now for this story in the market. Back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Like you said, sometimes they get walked back. Yeah. And we've seen that happen time and time again. So that being said, you trade what's in front of you. And ultimately, so the market's reacting to the move. So until, if and when that changes, fair enough. But trying to be more patient. Let's see if this one's going to work. The third time through on silver. The other shorts, like I said, IBIT has been okay. But this is actually breaking trends. I'm waiting for it to make the lower high, then break the trend down, and then see if we get back into the low. So this is more do what it's trying to do all day long on SLV. And by the way, like I look at gold. Gold is actually stronger than silver. But there's a distinct seller right up here above 409 to 409.5 on gold. I'm fighting a sneeze. 409 to 409.5. 3 times it's tested its pre-market highs as well. I feel like if that gets broken out, then even like silver probably a breakout trade too. But it's very distinct, that top. So as long as it holds, I feel like the short is going to be in. And then IBIT was a re-entry off that 51.8. It got back into the low of the day, but it hasn't gone any further. So there is now a double bottom here in front of that 51.5 area, which was the target on the original short. So I'll probably jump out of it and wait for the next opportunity in IBIT, because that target bottom has now been holding for quite some time on IBIT. Tesla's still, not looking that great either, but the new position is going to be that silver. We got into AMD on that information story. We'll see what happens. The market breaks the highs. My guess is they're going to call it fugazi.
Yeah, and it looks like that is kind of what's happening right now. Great reporting there by Adara as well. We're just going to try to hold on now. We only have 10% left of Intel now, period. So we just gotten a bunch out near this $44 mark. Let's see if it continues to work out. And yeah, averaged into the TQs here. Again, I'm just going to give it to this top. We'll take another fill around the 50 marker. But, yesterday, we lost on SoFi, and then we added to the damage because we were like, it has to be a long, it has to be a short, this and that. We're not going to, be stuck to any particular trade again. This was decent. We were able to get a little piece out there, but it still is flying a little bit higher right now. So we'll just watch out for that trade. The thing is that Alibaba, if they're halting H20 chips into China there, then maybe Alibaba can be one of the beneficiaries of this, and as they'll start to produce some chips themselves. We have Taiwan Semiconductors. There's a whole bunch of different names that could benefit from this. Instead of just looking at the negative side of it for NVIDIA, maybe there are some companies that can benefit, and it doesn't even look like NVIDIA cares that much about that story, to be completely honest with you. I mean, NVIDIA, they didn't even have China in their numbers last go around, so I think that that's probably okay. And remember, as Adara has mentioned to us there, it's just the information reporting this. So hopefully they, I don't know if they have it right or wrong, but whatever they do, that's been questioned before on some of those issues with them reporting different stories about NVIDIA. There's been similar situations with Apple, Minjin Kuo and things like that, potentially not misreporting, but maybe the story is not as dramatic as sometimes we feel that it is.
I think it's more of a case of just being willing to report something that is speculation and rumor without any hard evidence. I think that's what it comes down to. We live in a world where that's going to be part of the case. And like sometimes it'll be like yesterday with Tesla, that was legitimate news because it was out of Jensen's mouth, and it goes to the upside and you react to it and it works. Or they hear, like I took the short break on AMD on that story, and if it's fugazi, we're going right back to the highs. However, I'm not going to wait for it to get to the highs to get out. Like I said, if the market got back to the highs, they're calling fugazi on it, so I'm just going to get out before we get there. Like I said, like it is what it is. So the information, thank you again for being so incredibly accurate with your story. No, I'm kidding.
Well, we don't know if it's accurate or not.
No, I'm saying I don't know. We don't know. It would seem to me like if we're going to go right back to where we were on AMD, and like, I just went over to AMD because NVIDIA felt if I was going to play it, I'd rather try to play it in something which was a little bit weaker. Like, look how strong NVIDIA is. What do I have a line at 188.50 on NVIDIA, which cuts right through multiple days? That's where it bounced on this. I don't even understand. Oh, that's why. I have this resistance level, which hasn't been, it's still pretty valid. 188.5 looks like a little bit of a level for NVIDIA. That's exactly where it bounced, but it's much stronger than AMD. And they clearly don't give a darn about this number at all. So as I said, I went back over to the things that were downtrending, and that one of them was silver. I got the reload, was able to get some out there. But even IBIT's starting to go. Yeah, even IBIT. So IBIT's been a good short, but it just broke back above that 51.8 level. So now I'll wait for the top end of the range. Right now, this stock is in a ETF, I should say. It's in a 1.5% range. So it's still very much an inside type day for it, which does mean if we've made the bottom, wait for it to test that top again and then move on to the next. Let's go to Adara. It's already time for Money Talks.
Indeed it is, and let's talk here about this US dollar. Nothing really to talk about here on its performance on the daily chart, so let's zoom out and talk about this economic data that we had out today and that we're going to have coming out later in the week. Brendan and I have been talking about this the last couple of days, but the theme of this week for economic data is certainly going to be the jobs base ADP employment change coming out 41,000 here at 8:15 a.m. today. A little bit lower than the forecast of 50,000, but certainly better than the previous print of negative 32K. Then we had JOLTS job openings coming out at 10 a.m. Initially, a little bit of a negative reaction in the market to this print, 7.146 million JOLTS job openings versus the forecast of 7.647 million. So missing by a significant amount there. U.S. factory orders a bit lower than expected as well, but ISM services PMI better than what we were looking for. Now, again, the biggest jobs related data of the week is going to come out on Friday morning at 8:30 a.m. We're going to get unemployment rate here, non-farm payrolls, average earnings, private payrolls, participation rate. So all of that data coming through on Friday morning at 8:30 a.m. Definitely don't miss it. It'll be Brennan and myself over on this desk. Really quickly, before I let you guys go here, I do want to mention what we have here at the CME FedWatch tool for this January 28th meeting. Just over 10% of participants now expecting a 25 basis point cut. That's 11.6% of participants. 88.4% expecting that rates will be held steady. So as we get closer to the meeting, we seem to see these odds of a 25 basis point cut in January getting smaller and smaller. Let's see how this continues to shake out with about 20 days left until that decision. Back to you.
Yeah, you know I've got that short there, Obi. Obi shows up and gives immediate props to Intel short. Thank you so much. You know we traded with size over on this side, my guys. So thank you, Obi. I hope you had it as well right there. But with Obi in the building, you know that it's getting closer and closer to lunchtime. So let's go figure out what exactly is for lunch. Thank you, Adara, for that update. There we go. I mean, is my mic better now? All right. Today we've got the Moroccan flag. So, you know, good little possibility here for chicken. So it is a chicken dinner winner today. And all it says is Moroccan chicken. So I guess maybe I have to look that up, see what's going on. What's up, Adara?
Will it be spicy? Like, I would
say yes.
I would like to know, as someone who may have to modify my lunch, like, you know.
I would say it could be spicy. I mean, I have to look up what Moroccan spices are like, Adara, but I think roasted root vegetables with Moroccan spice blend.
I mean, Googled it.
Couscous.
The first recipe that comes up, this Moroccan chicken recipe is thick with spices.
Yeah, but the spices, I mean, might not be spicy.
It doesn't mean that it's going to be hot, Adara. It just means that it's going to be probably really flavorful, which I'll be happy to see.
Yeah, so we'll see it there. But there it is. So that is what's for lunch. Moroccan chicken. We'll definitely, thanks, Fabian. We will definitely have a report on that during the midday, and I'm sure Adara will be updating the spice level as well on that one. But the Moroccan chicken there should be good. And yeah, man, we are still 80 cents in the money on this Intel. And OBU basically nailed the exact amount of shares there that we had. So that was about right. Still up 10% though, 9% there on the day. Its largest move since, you should be Max being that, correct? It's its largest move since September the 18th. There for Intel. And giving back a little bit, we'll see where it goes from here, but there it goes, nice downside play. We said that we're going to try to hold the rest of this, and let's see if we can do that as Intel right now at its lowest point since the pullback right here, 43.60s. Now, as soon as I say I'm going to hold on to it, I'm going to put bid. Let's get something out right there at 61, just because this is where it's been before. All right, here we go. Let's see if Intel, we just took a 61 fill. Lighter and lighter on this trade, obviously, as we go. But yeah, good trade there. Brought our day back a little bit. So
yeah, that's what it's about, man. And as the market continues to bleed to the upside, ignore information story, I suppose. Look, if it's under VWAP, if it's trending down, then that's where I want to have the short end. So silver, that's the one that didn't work. We're back in, and it's another lower high. So you're going to try it again. Like the first two times, I mistimed it. The third time, I wait for it to make the lower high and then jump in. And I'll do the same thing over here with IBIT. You know, we just came into VWAP. I had that and then it kind of broke the top again, but now it's holding VWAP, so I'm going to jump back in if we can under the volume average price, trending down as the market's trending up, and try to keep it as simple as possible. Oh my goodness, Gorilla 1981, that's the first time someone mentioned SMR. Back to 20. Somebody yesterday, remember, like SMR had this program buy in the afternoon yesterday. It looks like at about the same price. So it was right here at about 1860 that program buy started. Look where it caught the bid today in the morning. Same price, similar result. SMR is getting really strong here. Not at the 50 period yet for a potential breakout, but it's getting pretty darn close. I'll tell you that much. Not there yet, but it's getting pretty darn close. I think that stock can be explosive. Just remember what you get when you buy Oklo or SMR. There's a couple of other ones. They don't make money. They don't sell anything yet. So you're buying a lot of speculation, but the momentum seems to be
Yeah, I mean, we stocks. I mean, we talked about playing the momentum. I'm interested to hear what we have to say because I know SMK has been on this guy's mind for a minute. So it was a nice pullback in that one, down about $20 off the open. Micron has had quite the run this year. Western Digital, we know all about that, and they're near highs right now of the day. So yeah, 52-week all-time highs right here for Micron right now. These prices, 344, right on the chart that I have here for e-signal. They have 344.50 as the high for Micron of all time. So I don't think that was yesterday, pretty much. High 344.50. What was this? Oh, that's in the after hours, 345. So yeah, so we've actually been up here before, and it was just because yesterday after close we went up. There's 344. So this is that's giving that as the high. But after close yesterday, and this is before today, 340. So it looks like 346.30s or so is the area of concern there for Micron. If you're looking to go short anything, you have another $2 before $3 at this point before you get back to those all-time highs. You know, a name that like we used to talk about all the time, CoreWeave. Like we don't really look at that anymore. That should be an exciting trade. That's now up 1% here, and that's been, I think, probably why. I mean, it's been pretty stuck right now. I mean, $90 top, $60 bottom. Like that's not stuck at all, but you know, it's in this range right now, looking to break through the 50 period or looking to get back downside right now. But yeah, CoreWeave, and the reason why I thought that because I saw ARM just hit up a little bit here as well. I don't know what signal for ARM, but not doing much today, up 0.5. Nasdaq I mean, I'm still short here, just short against the highs. And as I said in the chat, man, the short is probably not the way today. And, you know, big time moves in Google, big time move in Intel there, potentially a story from the information to try to get this market down. It doesn't seem to be affecting anybody right now. Oh, you did? Amazon's up 1.3%.
Again, stock is beast mode. Well, it's only up 1% today, but it's beast mode off the 50 period. You know, this is the thing, like it's like the baton passing in this market just continues, right? If you're out of favor and you start catching a bid, like that's the time you want to get to. When it's boring is when you want to be in the dip buy because it goes from Google to Amazon, and you saw Apple start to pull back, like Apple, which had been so incredibly strong, like now that's starting to dip. So you know this is going to be next at some point, right? So once we start getting like pissy and complaining about Apple, it's probably going to be a good time to start looking for the bid on this stock because you just go from one to the other. That's what you like to see in a bull market, although you'd rather it not always be passing the baton from one Mag 7 name to another. Let's be real. All right, so just not an IBIT yet, but CompuCare team, what is the news? The NASDAQ breaking the new highs? Oh, there's no news for the NASDAQ positively breaking the highs. What ended up happening was you had this headline from the information, kind of losing, almost forgetting it there, from the information suggesting that China's not going to allow NVIDIA to import their chips, and it was a single source, and we had a big pullback in the market. Tank's not the right word. You saw NVIDIA pull back heavily. You saw Intel, most of those chip names that were affected by it pull back in, and then instantly we came right back to the top, as if that story didn't mean anything. The NASDAQ was trending up going into it. It just felt like a reversal at the time. Let's be real. And let's be honest, if a couple of other sources confirm that, we're probably breaking down at this point. It just didn't happen.
No, and I believed in it, and I went short as well. So now we're caught here short and looking to get taken out here at the day's high as the NASDAQ continued. There it goes. Just broke the high there as well. So, yeah, a little bit of a stop out again on the TQs as just goes right up there. And now just there it goes. Look at this extension right now continuing. So, yeah, man, I would say short may not be the way. That'll be the biggest loser there for me. We'll still hold on to Intel. That's still $1. I think this could break a little lower. Let's bid some 43s in and around where VWAP is. And yeah, we're back at 2 p.m. But for right now, thanks to everybody today. Fabian over there, Andre, Brendan, yeah, Raheem, big one Raheem Alani. Thanks for coming through today. That was always a lot of fun with him. I saw his wife and his kid in the back. That was awesome. Thanks to Dara, Obi, and Joe. Thanks, Joe, for answering some of those questions that we had before. Okay, man, enjoy the Moroccan chicken. I'm sure we will all enjoy that.
It looks fantastic.
Okay. Hopefully it's not Leatherface chicken again. And if it is, then I'll still probably have it anyways because I'll be hungry as
You got
well.
to get your protein.
Right
It's
there.
free,
Yeah,
too.
we'll get that.
Well,
It's definitely not free. But, all right. Thank you so much for watching, guys. We will see you at 2 p.m. It's the Midday Show with Joe and Obi. Ciao.
Get them, boys.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? How's everyone doing? You know who it is. It's your boy Joe. Next to me is Obi. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Sounds like the boys are having a good one around here. Lots of good and positive trading, but much more to come. Obi, let's do a little bit of roll call, and then we will most definitely get into the action today. All right, guys, who do we have? We have 420 Bud Monster, Yummy Thai Food, Jay Walkin, Aloha, says Mike P, The Rider, The Real Dangerous, what's going on, Pack 2744, Stango Mango, all right, Don Sharifo, Mr. Bones, Puerto Rico, Brown Lightning, a couple more here, we got my guy Greb, and then we got Ronin, what's up, and who else do we got? One more, Johnny trading. All right, I like that one. Right. That's it for the roll call here. A lot of action here today. We're going to start this one off with Obi. Obi, talk to us on what you had going on.
Oh, man. What's going on, guys? How's
Amazon.
it going? Amazon. What's going on with Amazon? I tried a little bit of a short on Amazon, but that prior day break was 243. This thing's just, going, breaking highs back to back. On the weekly, this thing looks amazing. On the daily, it's absolutely solid, catching a little bit of a bid. Some daily and weekly breakouts as well. But I was looking for a bit of a pullback because I was like, how many days in a row are you just going to keep on running straight to the upside? I guess today's another day. I'm definitely a little wrong on that one, but I kept it pretty tight. And I was just like, if this goes now. If it doesn't, I don't want to be involved. Chop, 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 chop. I took a decent taste of it yesterday of some of the price action, and I was just like, yeah, this is some choppiness, some fugazi. I don't know, from my perspective, I was just like, yeah, I don't really understand it. So I was just like, okay, cool. Remember that range I was playing yesterday? It came in, shorted to the bottom of the range, came back up, broke the high of the range, and then slammed right back in and broke that at the end of the day. I was like, all right, well, those are some games definitely for sure, but I wasn't necessarily in the mood to participate in that. But Amazon, crazy strength over the past couple of days. So got involved with that one. Quick stop out. Intel, you guys saw that. I guess Sean had it too. That was really nice. 44 halves as well. So I got in a little bit earlier, and then as it came in, really started to slam down into it. Definitely not enough. So that's what I'm realizing here, because this thing, take a look at what this thing did. 40s all the way to 44 halves on a name like Intel. I know it's breaking out. I know we're stepping up. I know we're finally done kind of consolidating between that 17 and that 20 area that we had been for the past few years. And that's a lot of, I guess, wound up energy, if you want to look at it that way. Because, when it came to chips, Intel was the only one kind of lagging behind. And I really asked the question, I was just like, why is Intel lagging behind like the way it is? Understandable, the other chips, they're making the graphics cards. Now we have people who are making RAMs that are running. But it didn't make sense because like the RAMs are in the PC, the graphics cards are in the PC. What about the processors? I know the servers use Intel Xenons, right? So it's just like, okay, why it didn't make sense. Doesn't matter. Doesn't have to make sense. But now it seems like Intel is on its way to catching up here. Don't forget to like and subscribe, because we give it to you here live as the NASDAQ is breaking up higher. The ES not just yet. But what else did I trade here? CVX off of the open. Let's take a look at this one here. So I was just coming in and I was like, all right, third day of selling. I was hella late to this trade. Pre-market low breakdown, that's the place, 157 halves. I get involved way later underneath at 156 halves. And I'm like, I know I don't have a lot of room left to cover this trade here, but I'm going to take a piece anyways because the momentum is definitely very, very strong to the downside. So took a piece on that, got about I guess $1 out on a fraction of those shares there. Covered a decent chunk right here, almost for break even, because I was just like, if it's going to false break prior day's low, I don't necessarily want to stay involved, but I think getting out a little bit and then re-engaging on the break of that 56 and scalping out for those 50 pennies. If I'm fast enough, I think that's the best way to take it, even though I know I'm late, and 57 halves was the place to punch in on on this one, just on a pre-market low breakdown. Continuation trade, I think today was day 3 as well, so I took some CVX. What else did I have? Oh, right, I had Google. Google was nice as well. So try the reversion the first time. It was a little bit difficult when the bid finally stopped working into it. You see that right here. Here, I'll make this a little bit bigger. I can see that you guys are not really seeing what I'm seeing right here. But comes in, sure, stops me out, break a high day. But guess what? A false break of high day makes it even better. So I just start pounding it in, boom, 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 chasing it all the way down, and then gets to VWAP. Sure, I should have covers at VWAP, which was in 319 flats, but I took it off at 319, just above 319 halves, because I was like, this is kind of close enough. So take a piece off of Google on that one. Eventually VWAP does come in, so I got to learn how to be a little bit more nimble, get involved with the lower highs, press back in as it just consolidates. But was that the trade I was really looking for? I don't think so. This morning I was just like, there's a lot of things going on and I want things to work right away, and if they don't, I'm more than willing to stop out. Now there's one trade that I definitely missed out on, and that, my friends, is MSTR. Let's take a look at the reversion that happened on MSTR. 100% reversion, Joe. This thing was absolutely crazy. So we know that MSCI was like, okay, you know what? We're not going to exclude them from our deletions or whatever. They were going to take him off of the MSCI, and then we had a little bit of a chop in the morning, or sorry, in the after hours yesterday, and I was like, yeah, it's definitely going to be in play here. If you took this opening range high break, 167 halves, it got you all the way up to 170s, but a little bit of a false break of 170s brings the sellers back in. And oh my God, 170 all the way back down, back through the opening range high, back through the open, back through opening range lows, and then all the way down into 160s. So almost a $12 move, because I think the lows there were 158 halves. Yeah, absolutely crazy kind of action there. So if you got involved with the reversion at any point, reason to sell here on the break of the bid, reason to sell here on the break back through opening range high, reason to sell on the break back through VWAP, reason to sell on the break back through open, reason to sell on the break back through opening range. You could have been late to this trade and still taken a piece of the move. So absolutely beautiful move there on MSTR. Lots of opportunity in this market, man. Can't catch them all, but you know what? Trying to be that Ash Ketchum.
Ooh, trying to be Ash, I see there. Yeah, not too bad. All right, guys, let's get into what we were trading. I had a couple of names. I was going through my list this morning. I didn't see anything really attractive. At the top of it for me was Uber. Uber in the quantum space. PE came in a little bit late, and that's going to be my missed opportunity of the day. SLV had a good print as well, but that's hindsight. We're not going to be looking that way. We're going to remain forward-looking and stick to something that was going to be my primary ticker, and that's going to be Uber once again. So you can see from a daily standpoint, we broke above, or we opened up above yesterday's close. So I was looking for some strength, but if you go back and you look at yesterday's session, you can see that the majority of the move, I want to put my crosshairs up here, the majority of the move was in the first 10, 15 minutes of the day. I'm like, oh no, because it started to play out the exact same way this morning. So I'm like, okay, starting to form a bull flag, forming a bull flag, waiting for my indecision prints to be formed for a potential bounce, and I wasn't seeing anything. And then sure enough, we break through the volume weighted average price and we head right back towards the opening price of the session. Now let's take a look at this from a 5-minute standpoint. Why did I get involved here? We'll break it down on multiple time frames. So essentially what we had going on, I'm like, oh, okay, a nice strong move, but then we started to form somewhat of an ABCD pattern. all right, this is the consolidation, but the latter half of the pattern never really came through. It was a failed setup. It broke down, but then support levels held right at opening price. We formed somewhat of a hammer, not the cleanest, but I liked what we were seeing as we started to form that consolidative base. So once we got in, we took one attempt here, and we got stopped out. No problem. We got out exactly when we were supposed to, in around 86.32s. Not the best entry, but we get out when we were supposed to, 86.11. And then I'm patient. That base started to form, and then I'm like, oh, okay, I like it here around 86. Post up at 86, and then I'm like, okay, we're getting that bounce. Right away, surprisingly so, I was out the money a couple of cents and only about 5 or less than 10 cents away from getting stopped out. Sure enough, it bounces, it rebounds. I'm like, okay, now we're starting to work. Let's wait for a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. At that point, I take 20% off at 86.20. I'm in at 86. I'm missing to 85.80. And then sure enough, we got a nice move to the top side. It came in aggressively as the market was tanking. I look over at my SAR chart and I'm like, oh no, the market's selling. What's this news possibly? But there was an inverse move here on Uber as it took an aggressive move to the top side. So once again, at a 2-to-1, a little bit before that, a 1.5, 1.7 to 1, I take the majority of my position off, and then I slowly start to piece it out there to the point where now I'm only currently sitting on 5% of my remaining position, and I'm okay with that. We're going to leave that for a runner and look for more opportunity. And as I'm talking about it, is this a reload chance? I think so. Am I going to? Maybe. Let's wait and see. That's a nice volume print. We can add a little bit of shares, and we can just free roll this our current position. What do I mean by free roll? I have unrealized gains right now. So I can risk those unrealized gains by adding shares to this position in hopes of breaking through this previous pivot high or even these prior resistance zones. Once that happens, then we can slowly start to piece that out. Considering I'm talking about it, let's get involved here momentarily. One thing that I want to point out here is BE. This was my missed opportunity of the day. I was watching this. Brendan brought it to us this morning as we got a nice little pop in the pre-market. And then sure enough, out of the opening drive, we sell aggressively, but then we form this aggressive 1-minute hammer candle print. And I was waiting for a pullback so I can get maybe roughly about 50% of this wick value, enter the position, risking just a little bit past that candle low, and then looking for that move higher. But instead, it decided to take off and continuously grinding. Now putting in a new high of the day is BE. That's going to be Bloom Energy. So maybe that ad right here on Uber, I'm glad that we're patient. We want to see how we react around this specific print, and it looks like we're going to break it to the downside, which we currently have. Okay, so we talked about Bloom Energy, we talked about Uber. Now let's take a look at silver. And I have in my notes here, when you see silver put in the print that you're looking for, take it immediately, and which I did not. That's okay, because there's going to be plenty of more opportunities throughout the day. If not, that's fine. Guess what? The market's going to be open at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. But again, we have plenty of time throughout the intraday session. Silver starting to recover somewhat here today. But I just think, considering it's been in play for so long, things need to cool down, and I'm willing to allow it to do so. You can see that we're currently trading under the volume-weighted average price. What does that tell us, Obi? That sellers are essentially in control of today's session in silver right now.
Yeah, for sure, man. Silver was pretty solid last night as well in the Blue Ocean trading session. So I did trade some silver there. Just watching silver futures, and silver futures were kind of having a little bit of a pullback off of their highs. Let's take a look at this, man. This is the thing. I gotta maybe stay up all night. Sometimes that's what I'm thinking to really effectively trade this Blue Ocean session, man. Look at this thing. Where's VWAP right there? Okay, cool. No, it's futures, but take a look at this. Last night, I hopped on and I was just like, okay, well, you know, I'm gonna try to get short some silver here. It instantly ripped against me, so I was like, okay, I was already down half a shutdown in like 5 minutes, but I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna let that.
Last night?
Last night, yeah. I was like, okay, I'm not gonna let that bother me. Right away on this breakout, I flip long pretty much make it all back on this leg right here because I'm more aggressively sized because I'm like, yeah, I understand this is a bit of a reversion, but then I wait, you know, throw on some games with the boys, and I'm just watching the chart on the side here. We were playing RV There Yet. I don't know if you guys know what that game is in the chat.
I have no idea. What is RV There Yet?
So it's like a 4-player game where you have to kind of stack the RV with a bunch of stuff, and it's really clunky.
Like
and then
literally an RV.
An RV.
Like literally, okay. Yeah.
You hop in the car, you make sure you have all your gear and everything, and you make like pit stops along the way, and there's obstacles that you have to get by, and so like one player drives, there's winches on the both side, and then whatever. It's a lot of fun. Very, very difficult to do. Anyways, so we finished the game, and I see silver all the way up here again. I'm like, that's a 50% retracement, and if you looked at silver futures, it was kind of pushing up into some prior structure. So I was like, all right, I'm going to start getting short here, to short the 73 halves, short the 73 80s, short some more back through the 73 halves, and then I'm like, okay, you know what? This is around 10 o'clock. This is around the time where I'm looking to go to bed, right? Boom. So I'm like, I cover, even though I don't want to. I'm like, the short is on. I'm like, the short is on. We've done a 50% retracement. I think the likelihood of us getting back to some of these lows is pretty high. I cover. I take my like 50, 60 pennies. I cover.
Sorry to interrupt you because it reminded me of this RV game.
Yeah.
Because we were born the same year. Did you ever play that game? It's like a cross-country Canada in elementary school.
Oh, yeah.
You're like the truck driver. You're like the truck driver or whatever.
I'm thinking Oregon Trail.
Oh no, Oregon Trail.
Oregon
is
Trail was sick.
There's a different one for all the individuals born in the '90s. There was like a cross-country game in Canada here that we played in elementary school, and you're like driving like a semi truck and stuff.
I remember playing that one, but
fill up with gas or whatever and stuff like that. It's crazy. Or Rita Rabbit. Did you ever play Rita? Yeah, everybody played. I think everybody played. Rita Rabbit.
We used to have typing competitions in class for like typing speed and correction and stuff like that.
Yeah. All the right type.
In computer lab,
All the right type. Okay, so I wasn't bad at that, right? But there's this one kid who was better than me. Like, you couldn't beat him. He was so good at typing. And anyways, our teacher was giving away to the best typer. I remember this was probably my first time I tried to buy my way into something, is that I couldn't beat this kid, but we got this CD that the teacher would play all the time, and I couldn't beat him. So I'm probably in like grade 2 or 3, and I'm offering this kid money to lose to me so I can win the CD. And sure enough, no, he was a winner at heart. Yeah, so that never worked out. Sorry to interrupt you there, Obi. Continue. We got Uber starting to come back in. It's not looking overly strong here, guys. So we're going to look for some relative strength. We're going to run through our scanner. I didn't have too much on my radar this morning, aside from Uber, BE, and SLV. BE and SLV relatively strong. Uber doesn't really know what it wants to do yet.
Yes, sir. So, I think so we're talking about that 73. I cover 73s, and look at this drop that comes in. Of course, it's coming in on the silver futures. I get it. But guess what? I'm not trading SLV. I'm trading SLV. I'm trading silver futures through SLV, right? That 73 cracks around 11 o'clock. Boom, just straight down. And then secondary leg, 72s. This was the session low at 72s. Now, I forget what that was in reference to the silver futures themselves, but take a look at this. At 1 o'clock, we make lows. A little bit of a double bottom gives us a decent reason to operate. But that's about, I'm leaving about 3% on the table there by going to bed. I'm just like, you know what? Times have changed. I know sleep is very important, but now I have to kind of choose between sessions. I'm like, where do I really want my mental capital to really take effect? Is it the blue ocean session that's overnight, which sometimes will have me going to bed at like 2 or 3 a.m., maybe even 4, and I got to get up, come in for at least 9 o'clock, right, to the desk and trade the open session, intraday session, and then, you know what I mean? But eventually we're going to go 24 hours. So I have no idea how I'm going to manage. I manage some of the but I think getting on some algos will definitely help manage some of what's up there.
I have an idea. For you, and he could be operating off your algos. And maybe this is too it could work, guys.
So to add on to that, I could get a Neuralink, which is connected to my Optimus, which is, which also has this AI agent, which is basically a replica of my strategies, and I can just trade in my sleep as well. Maybe that's the next trade, becoming truly cyborg. I don't know. Exactly. Mr. Easy Street, you can only do so much, right? 5 days worth during the week. And I think weekends will still be closed. I don't know. When we go to 24-hour trading.
For your sake, I hope so. So you're not up all the time, which is absolutely crazy.
Yeah. No, I can't wait to go truly when the mechanics and the mechanics mix.
We'll be long gone by that time, my friend.
Well, I don't know. We'll see. They say that the person who's going to live to 150 years old has already been born. So, who knows? Maybe we'll be able to upload our consciousness onto the cloud and then live on forever.
I think that's the ideal.
A lot of different ways, man. There's a lot of different ways I can trade for.
What is it? What is it? Cryo?
Like cryo freeze. But what was that one Netflix show that was on this?
Did you see that one where they did it to their unfortunately passed individual?
I forget what that was.
I can't pronounce it. Cairo.
We'll be right back from Madeira. Yeah. What's up?
Just want to let you guys know here, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is starting her press conference. It's just the NASDAQ, so keep an eye here on the market. She just started speaking. She's bringing up a whole bunch of cabinet officials as well. So if there's anything market related here, I will certainly keep you guys posted. Back to you.
It was kind of.
We're talking about Altered Carbon.
Yeah,
that was the show. That was
that one.
First season was sick. I don't know what they really did with their second season. Kind of fell off, but it wasn't that bad. But, first season was absolutely.
It was really good. Yeah. So yeah, guys, what else do we got going on? There's silver right back up to the top side here. So another volume not really. Oh yeah, volume is stepping in. Sorry guys. A nice move here, getting really aggressive. So we thought that sellers were in control. Maybe if we hold these levels around 764, you're going to get somewhat of a rebound. I mean, we gapped down aggressively here off of the all-time highs, in which we touched yesterday, 74.71 to where where we opened up here at 4 a.m. this morning to 72.42. This is where Obi was active last night, right here, guys. This move to the downside, so a nice look. Silver really starting to pick up this momentum to the top side, so a pretty good look there. Let's see if we can get someone here in Uber. I would love to add a little bit more, or even find something. With that being said, we need to maybe head over to our scanner. We'll take a look at the top performing sectors here momentarily, but I think we got enough for us right now. A nice couple trades from Obi here this morning. Once again, I was starting off the day red on this one attempt, and then sure enough, we had the ability just holding things until we were supposed to, taking a little bit off at that 1-to-1, and then taking the bulk of it off at a 1.7, turning us positive, and then as we piece up here, it just increased our positivity here on the day. Now I'm looking for another couple of potential setups. There's a lot going on. We're going to head over to our scanner here momentarily to see if we find anything. My guy Gaurav was talking about Robinhood, so let's pull that up. And if you guys want to see anything on the options chain as well, too, feel free to tag me, or we can go over those things without any question. And what else are you guys looking at? I know, so I was actually doing a little bit of work. I have some pretty hot picks. I heard we're doing 3 to 5, so I have to increase what I'm looking at and what I think can potentially bring us some solid returns in the year of 2026. I'm pretty confident. I think I'm going to add CrowdStrike to mine. So, and I'm going to go with the lottery ticket, right? The lottery ticket is going to be Rich Tech Robotics. I think that we can, I mean, if this thing is trading around $3 or something along those lines right now, it goes to $6. We're not even close to his previous all-time high. So if it goes there, that's 100% banger. I don't get too ahead of myself. So I got JPM on my mind. I have Tesla on my mind. I have NVIDIA, CrowdStrike, and Rich Tech Robotics. So let's see how those picks are going to work for us. Love Rich Tech, says John P. Spy Option, says John P. Absolutely momentarily. The year of Amazon Meta. Yes, I do agree. Amazon, I'm kind of stuck between Tesla and Amazon just due to obviously the cloud infrastructure to build out. AWS, I think, is going to dominate its e-commerce division if it hasn't already. So segment has hasn't already. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Now, over to our John P. We'll get to the options activity here in one moment. I'm keeping my eye on Uber, as Obi likes to say. INTC was definitely your play as it's continuing to bleed. Are you still in it?
In what? No, I was just about to punch 43 halves.
Yeah.
Right here as it started to look like it was breaking down, and then it just slaps down to 43 30s, and I was just like, all right, well, you know, that's the trade where if you hesitate, right, like even for a second, we talk about trades that are good that go right away. That was definitely one of them. The break of this prior low just gets pushed right back into VWAP, and then the market's pulling back in here as well. I was looking at SanDisk at the same time. This thing tried to get through 350 a couple of times, and a false break of the day high. I'm looking at this as a little bit of a consolidative day potentially. We talked about yesterday this bit of a range here, and guess what? That range actually broke out at the end of the day. I wasn't watching it, and I was like, okay, we're consolidating, very strong day, upper quartile, boom, boom, boom. Guess what? It breaks out, pulls back, holds the prior high as support, and then takes, what is this leg? About a 2 to 3% leg up into the close off of that range break, and we come right back in, and guess what? We test those prior day highs, pull right back in into that prior day's range, and then now trading back above it. So I think maybe we find a little bit of support, perhaps, at 343s, which was that range high, and right now currently is confluencing with VWAP as well. You can see 343.09 on my chart is that VWAP at the same time. So yeah, that's what I'm watching for. But that flush came in real hot, so I don't know if I want to chase Intel down here just yet. Maybe we get some pops, but you can see sellers definitely in charge. And yeah, ultimately I'm going to be looking for VWAP and then some, because this was an aggressive move. Take a look at this. Intel doesn't normally do crazy amounts of relative volume, but today, as the bid started stepping up, as we started extending to the upside, we started doing 1 times, 2 times, almost 3 times our vol at the highs. Actually, we got there at about 10:30. That was the highest point of the day, and then we started to kind of base off here, 3.7s, 3.17s, 3.10s, and then now pulling back in below 2 times, into 2 times our 2.9s I have right now. So interesting move on that relative volume. The volume has dropped off as well, and we're pulling back in. So yeah, I should have definitely stayed involved with this short, especially with the market tailwind. The market tailwind definitely gives a strong factor of confluence when you're trading a name that is somewhat beta related. I don't know, Intel kind of does its own thing, but I still think it has a little bit of a beta. Let's take a look at what it is specifically here. Just quickly pull that up. SID, funny enough, is the first choice that Finviz gives you when you look up the website. Okay, so 1.38 I have here as the beta on Intel. So speaking of SIDU, let's see what SIDU is up to here on the day today. Did we pass 5 just yet? No, not yet. Still kind of consolidating on top of 5. So interesting stuff here on SIDU. Let me know what you guys are up to, what you guys are trading. I'm more than willing to take a look at that. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. Another stock that was, you know, a little, the bid was sticking to the upside on this one all morning long, and that's glue. And I saw this one and I was just like, okay, well, 18s all the way to 24s coming into the day. What do we do here? Maybe a little bit of a range here. Look at that. Let me just draw what I saw in the pre-market highs right there, and then maybe range lows in and around here. And guess what? We've been kind of trading inside of this zone. If you took this breakdown, that was a little bit of a false break, and then the push to the highs has not. Well, it didn't really come in, maybe not yet, but kind of sideways drop here on glue, Monte Rosa Therapeutics Inc. And I think it was their primary trial that had some good results. Let me just make sure that's what it was. Right here, over 50%. Highest close since 1 hour ago. Okay, yeah, phase 1. Yeah, phase 1. Okay, some stuff had favorable results, favorable safety. Showed rapid, deep, and sustained reductions in this protein and this protein in phase 1. Strong biomarker, whatever. They had a successful phase 1 result, so it was up over 50% on that, doing some decent relative volume. and selling off into the open, and then kind of holding its own here as well. So don't forget, it's phase one, so it's pretty early on in its trials. So might hold the bid more than something that's gained results in, say, like a phase 3 or maybe phase 4 as well. So what's up, Adara?
Guys, in addition to this press briefing we have right now with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and a host of cabinet officials, we also have Marco Rubio, who is, of course, the Secretary of State. He's discussing both Venezuela and the Greenland-Denmark situation. So keep an eye on CRML with regards to Greenland. I've seen this stock kind of been connected to these moves, but also keep an eye, of course, with Venezuela on these oil plays, including CVX. Thank you, Trump. I want to mention here quickly, though, with CRML and the Greenland situation, we do have Marco Rubio saying they're going to be meeting on Greenland next week with Denmark. So CRML pushing up a little higher here on this as we send you back over to Obi and Joe. Please don't forget to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content, because we're so happy to be here with you every day.
Yeah, most definitely hit that like and subscribe, guys. We're hitting some pretty big milestones here, so if you're watching us, it's nothing to click the button. We show exactly what we got going on. We tell you if we're red or green, so as transparent as possible. So we just ask you a small favor, just to hit that like and subscribe to see if we can get that beautiful milestone that we are looking for as a collective unit. It helps the channel as well to continue to grow. So what I'm looking at, it doesn't cost you anything. See, look what it says. Subscribe. Congrats on being broke. I don't know what else to tell you guys. Like, if you want to change your name, hey man, really call it as we see it. It's right there on the screen, so you may as well just hit that button, and then who knows? Fortune may change. All right, guys, what else do we got going on here? We had a couple options change questions. John P., I forget yours, but an individual asked, D-Dog just going and going. Okay, we're going to pull that out. SMR breaking out. We got a lot going on right now. It's going to be an action-packed day. SMR looking pretty good here. Uber starting to slowly grind a little bit higher. We like that. I need more shares on this position, so maybe now is the time to add, but I just want to be a little bit more patient just in case we do get a breakdown. But let's get over to what you guys are looking at, and this is what we do. So someone was asking why the spread here on the Qs is so wide. I mean, it depends where you're looking. Right now I'm only seeing $1 here. You go over to $4. The more in the money you get, the wider it gets. The more out of the money, the tighter it gets. And we were talking a little bit about this morning. How you get those big time returns, I mean, like 1,000% in your options contract, is when you're usually typically buying these extremely out of the money contracts. These are lottery tickets, right? Like 0 day. And Obi, if we're fortunate enough to get them here in the Qs in the SPY, every day, just for giggles, I'm going to be buying like a $5 contract that expires the same day, obviously, because that's the most we can lose on that. And then at the end of the day, regardless if either it expires worthless or it goes to $25 or something along those lines, that's a nice return ROI within an intraday standpoint. So I'm already game planning and prepared for when those contracts and if they do come into play, and I'm looking forward to that. So there's the Qs. As you go further in the money, the wider the spread is going to get. So you can see at 616, you're looking at over $20, like around $20 right there, guys, right? But then the higher you get here at the money and out of the money, you can see that it really starts to tighten up, all right? That's liquidity as well, too. So you can see how illiquid these are. So the less liquidity, the wider the spread, okay? And then John, you were asking me about something. Sorry, I can't scroll up that far, so if you want me to go over it, you're going to be a priority. It's like the angel side of my shoulder when I place a trade. Oh, okay, I appreciate that, JC Chill. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but SLV, OB, putting almost a new intraday high in. We're tapping into $71, and we have Bloom Energy doing the exact same thing. So a lot going on there. Uber not doing too much. Sideways consolidation. We're going to pull these charts right back up. Why? Because yesterday's session was extremely identical. So you have the volatility within the opening drive, the first hour or so, but then after that, you don't really do too much. Or am I going to eat those words relatively quickly? I mean, here it is. Okay, so not too bad. I mean, 83 to 85. I shouldn't say that's not too much, but you can see that the bulk of the move was done in the first 20 minutes of the session, first hour literally, I guess there, guys. Then you get that pullback, and then you don't even breach that high, even in the post market. So that's what I got going on. What would I recommend on TSM? Let's take a look at TSM Taiwan Semi here and see what we got going on. And we'll head over to the daily so we can take a look at that. I mean, you're around the highs. For me, like, I get it. Buying this previous pivot, not a horrible strategy, but for me, I would be a little bit more patient. Your levels will get hit. It's just a matter of time, right? Some things, the one thing about the market is that your plan can be 100% right, but the timing is off. Things take significantly longer than what you're expecting, or they happen really, really quick, right? You have both ends of the spectrum, but Katina Man said it perfectly. It's a long game, and you have to be really patient and wait for things to work out. That's where the larger returns, I find, come.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, patience is one of the names of the game here. You know, I guess I wasn't patient enough with some of these shorts here, but getting involved with a bit of softy as the market kind of slows down a little bit here. Let's see if this starts to work out. Sellers have been kind of here since about 489 halves. We'll be right back from Madeira with crypto.
Let's talk here about MSTR to start our crypto segment. We talked about the stock move on this one, doing a massive reversion and then attempting to do a reversion of the reversion. But this move happened because MSCI reversed its possible stance here on these crypto treasuries, or digital asset treasuries. DATs is what they're calling it. Basically, MSCI was considering removing these items or removing these stocks that fall into this category from their indices. MSTR, as a very well-known Bitcoin treasury strategy, could have been impacted. They were set to make this decision by January 15th, but coming out about a week earlier saying that, well, they still could be looking more into this. They still want to find more information right now. They don't have enough info, really, I guess, to get rid of these names. So for the time being, MSTR and other crypto asset treasuries do remain here, at least possible for conclusion here in these MSCI indices. So again, MSTR not being removed from MSCI indices. Nice move for that stock. Let's talk here about Bitcoin running into some resistance here at 95,000. Hit this area about a month ago now on December 9th, hitting it again, coming back here on Monday and today, giving back all of that Monday and Tuesday move. Let's see what happens here if we're able to find some support at that previous level of resistance around 95s. Right now, we're around 90,500 rather. Right now, we're around 91,200, so about 600 points away here, 700 points away from that level of support and resistance. Let's see if we bounce. Back to you.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so Gorb saying, hey, Joe, did I see what was going on in AAPL? No, I did not, but we can pull that up right now. To be honest with you, what I see in some of these tech names, I'm just kind of avoiding them from the intraday trading. You can see that I've been trading Uber yesterday. We can go back and see. My only trade was on Apple on Monday, and then I'm like, wait, what am I doing? Like, throughout the break that I had, I'm like, I don't even want to really look at some of these tech names right now. I just don't feel like they're in play. iBit was our most traded in SMR, right? So those were our Tuesday plays. And then as for Monday, what was I trading on Monday? Boeing, silver, and I took one trade on Apple, but then I traded the TQs as well. So the basket of the stocks, I'm just trying to avoid them. I find that if I'm looking for something, I see a high quality setup, it doesn't matter what the name is, and Obi says the same thing. It doesn't matter what the name or the price is on the side. We can eliminate whatever's on this axis here and just look at whatever the price action is telling, and this is irrelevant as well too. Uber, it doesn't matter, especially from an intraday perspective. So that's just kind of where I'm standing at right now. It's working really, really well. And my first trade this morning wasn't until around 10:14, and I was going back on my other days, and I'm like, hey, when did I really start to engage in the market? And my earliest trade was sitting around 9:50, Obi. Okay. So waiting that 20 minutes has been been working relatively well for us. I mean, you get those momentum plays right out of the gate, but I would rather just be patient and wait for some higher quality setups. There's going to be plenty of them throughout the day. And we were talking about this yesterday. I forget what you were mentioning it on, but you're like, hey, the one swing trade I think you were kind of telling me about, how there's not that much volume, so not so many participants.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm really,
That's why I don't even like to talk about those specific names. I'll tell my friends and stuff, but it's just like there's stuff that's happening in low volume places where the technicals are there.
A lot less fugaze, a lot less bamboozlement, and I like that. And that's what I was telling you, that's what I like about Blue Ocean. And I found the same thing in silver. Even though the volume has been increasing in silver, it's just a lot less kind of that tomfoolery that we talk about, mixing things up and the liquidity grabs and just so many participants involved that it makes things a little bit more difficult. So the cooler the stock, sometimes the better it can trade, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. I would say so. But even in Blue Ocean, man, it's still starting to get more competitive. But at the end of the day, we're trading Nasdaq and like SPY tickers. So it's just like if you're able to trade those, maybe it does get more competitive in the Forex markets. But this
Did
is
you ever
trade
one of Forex?
No, I've never.
Yeah,
I've
I have
touched,
no. I don't even
touched
understand
Forex.
it, to be honest.
And I don't know anybody who is consistently profitable in that market as well, only trading that specific market. But I don't know. There's a lot of different players out there, and I don't know their playbooks. But I personally don't know anyone. Most of the people I know, they trade. They either trade what do you call? Just straight up stocks, with maybe a little dabble in the futures every now and then, and maybe some commodities here and there as well. So it's a nice kind of mix of everything. So that's kind of what I know in terms of other traders. And you guys already know I like to trade stocks mainly. Right. If I want to get involved with futures, I'll find something that like an ETF, like a SPY or like a TQ to get involved, or like an SLV or something like that, or a GLD, GDX or whatever. Related assets. I do think that those markets are a lot more efficient when it comes to Forex and even futures. It's just it's a game I don't fully understand, I would say. And even this game here, I'm still learning every single day, still trying to understand to the best of my abilities as the landscape is ever changing, right? Forever. So it's just like, there's sometimes it's just stuff that I don't understand, and maybe it's just a skill issue, right? Someone who's very profitable and consistent in Forex can just tell me to my face that it's just straight up a skill issue, and I'll totally accept that, right? That's out of my range of abilities. So definitely have to get good.
Did you say it's out of your range of your abilities?
In terms of Forex and like...
I mean, if you were to be like, hey, give me a couple of months, let me see if I can figure this game out, there's no doubt in my mind that you'd have the ability to kind of understand the fundamentals of what's going on.
Yeah,
in Forex.
No, for sure. But I think that some of those trades in in Forex and futures, they don't show up very often. So therefore, it's just like, how can you really learn from something that maybe shows up a few times a year, right? Whereas, say, inefficiencies in the stock market, you can see them almost every day, right? Especially if you're playing on in-play stocks, right? I think there's a big difference in that as well. Even for swing as well, like there are some in-play stocks that will make your game so different. For example, I'll give you an example. You can kind of sit on something like an Nvidia or a Tesla or maybe a mid cap, large cap. But guess what? You know what the best one most recently has been is SIDU. SIDU. This one is definitely very much in play. And you go to the daily chart here, right here. Take a look at this. When it started to go, it gave you lots of time even if you got in late, it gave you 170% in 13 days. Tell me where you're going to find that on large caps. Please show me. Because it's not there.
You're not going to.
Right? So this is what I mean when I say the stocks themselves are definitely a lot more efficient with giving people more opportunity to really exercise their abilities, right? You just got to figure that out for yourself, because at the end of the day, trading is a very lonely game, and even though you can be part of pods and part of a floor, part of a firm as well to kind of up your odds and up your edge. Still, at the end of the day, you have to trade your own book, and that's what makes it difficult. So.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we added a little bit here into Uber. My surgeon is actually calling me right now, which is crazy. I have to call him. No, I'll call him back around. We're almost at that noon hour. So just considering next Wednesday is when the deed's being done, man. Yeah. So I'm not really looking forward to it, but we'll go through what we have to do in order to get back to you. Of course, 100%. But so yeah, there it is, guys. I added a little bit to this Uber position. Currently, 100% of what I have a little bit more. Why? Because look at the volume really start to kick in on the 5-minute time frame, heading towards a key resistance zone. I like that volume, and if you go down to the lower increments here, you can see that it's starting to be sustained. So maybe we can move back into the volume-weighted average price. I could start piecing a little bit out now, but with that being said, my initial entry was $86. But now, considering I added up here, it moved up to 86.31. So maybe we wait to 60s to take a little bit off here on Uber. Yeah, thank you, Chris Arthur. I appreciate that. It goes a long way. So yeah, I mean, here it is. Let's get prepared to take a little. There it is. Bang, Obi. We hit 60s there. Let's see if we can get it on the bid. Sorry, we're gonna remove a little bit. What do I got here? Yeah, we'll go there. We'll take off what I had on before. We're going to post up at 60s to see if we can get that fill on the bid. I think one more strong push to the top side will have the ability to catch that fill. And let's see what we got going on. One more clean flush. Keep your eyes on the tape, guys. You can see earlier here, not too long ago, we were pushing 60s on the ask. Didn't quite get to it on the bid. But now we're starting to get a little bit of a move down. So we'll keep an eye on that one. So 86.60s is going to be our next out here. We'll move half of our remaining position at that specific zone, and we like that. I'm still looking to put on some more, obviously some more trades with a little bit more size. I was at half risk on each individual one, considering I like to give around 10 cents worth because I know it's just easy to calculate, and it gives me good entries as well. This one we had to give it 20 cents, so not as much shares, but still working out relatively well for us. We're going to try to put on some solid trades here today, and it came in the last half of the session, right? Well, the midday, I should say. I didn't go full size until that last iBid trade, in which we were fortunate enough to take into the close. And I mocked that one. That worked pretty good. I only had a couple of percentage points left on that position, but I marked it on close, so that position was locked in and giving me that final closing print. But let's go, Uber. Don't pull back too aggressively now. Let's see if we can catch that 86.60 fill. We're starting to get some bids here, though. You see it starting to slowly step down here, but it isn't the best signal. You get some wild fills. I think these people are punching market, right? Like, we're trading at 56. You're catching the lower end, and you're getting filled at 45. That's horrible. So yeah, posting up can definitely be a way to go. TQs OB right to a high of the day.
A little bit of a pullback up on the TQs here. That softy's pulling back up as well. I'm gonna let that one kind of chill. We'll see how far that can bid. If the Nasdaq is pushing up, let's see. Probably the likelihood of that high does increase every single bid up. And the chat keeps on talking about SMX, and this is what I'm talking about right here. This today is very much a stock in play. Now, of course, I get involved. That's on me, right? But take a look at this. From the open to right now, 97% to the highs. Take a look at this step up. Kind of pushes up, pulls back, VWAP hold, break right there. Pushes up, pull back, VWAP hold, pulls up, break. Pushes up, pulls back. Didn't really get to VWAP this time, but holding that 32 and stair-stepping to the upside here. So yeah, if you have structured playbooks, you don't necessarily have to just be like, okay, I'm just going to get long and just hold this. Of course, that's going to be a difficult thing to do. But if you were to take every single breakout of prior highs and just scalp that out, that gave you $2 every time. This time it gave you 25s to 30s. This time it gave you 31s to 35s. Right? Just taking pieces off along the way. You don't have to take the whole 100% move. But every time, if you structure the price action and be like, okay, this is what it's doing. Maybe you miss it the first time. Maybe you miss it the second time. Guess what? You got to take it the third time, right? if that's the behavior that it's doing. Just take it for, like, if you're just taking it for the scalp. Now, that's just an idea that I'm saying. But you can say it the other way as well. There's so many different ways to attack the stock on the day. Every time it pulls to VWAP, it holds. Every time it pulls to VWAP, it holds. Do you take it on the third time it pulls to VWAP? And maybe risk down to a break of this prior high? I don't know. There's just things that you have to think about. Now, of course, it's starting to get a little extended here. We are pushing, and look at the volume on each and every break as well, right? This break, sure, this one didn't work, so maybe it's not you're going to win on every single one. But guess what? If you're getting involved and staying involved in play, you're probably going to come out on top over time. That's all I'm gonna say about that. But great shout out on that SMX, pulling some crazy moves here. Unfortunately, I was not necessarily involved. We have the super chat from G Talk here. Please cover Netflix for me and cousin Derek. I don't know who cousin Derek is, but
him and cousin Derek. So shout out to shout out cousin Derek.
Let's go to Netflix here and take a look at this one. Okay, wow, look at that. Something, is that news or something?
Yeah,
it seems
man,
like something's happening here. If Netflix, maybe WBD is moving around as well. Nope, it's not. I think WBD had news this morning saying that they're not going to take Pesky's offer. That's PSKY. Yes, Derek.
I'm not seeing a darn thing since that pesky news. It may be like kind of technical if you kind of look at it. That's how I would view this, as a bit of a technical breakout, but I don't have any news on it as of right now.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Yeah, so some increasing volume, this reversion coming in as well, a bit of a curl happening. Is it doing relative volume? That's the next question I'm going to ask. Not really here, but just taking a look at a simple trend break. You can see that it popped in the morning. You don't have to get involved. And you can see here, trend break, you still don't have to get involved as it kind of breaks that low. Maybe you do get involved, get stopped out. But you can see here, starts to go sideways and then breaks this prior level here, which might be of significance because this is where it attempted to break. Maybe got some longs in. That's not what I'm looking for here. Let's go to the horizontal rate. So right here, boom. So take a look at that. Breaks the trend, maybe some structure formation after the trend break. Slow, it's not really doing anything, and then boom. That's the spot right there. You can see it with increasing volume at the bottom of the chart, and it takes you all the way up to V1. So taking this, you know what, measure this out. If you're being real here, let's measure this out. Long position from here. Maybe you're being very conservative and you're going to risk to the low, and then you're just only going to take it into VWAP. It's a negative RR trade. Sure, but what's the EV on this? What's the probability on this? That's the next question I'm going to ask here as well, right? So let's see, what does it tell us here? Never mind. I was looking at the wrong thing. Is it negative to VWAP? Let's make sure. It's a 1-to-1. It's almost a 1-to-1 to VWAP, 1.5 to 1. But guess what? If I'm expecting this to go right away on this break and I see expanding volume on that, I'm probably not even risking to that low. I'm risking to where that volume probably started to come in. And if you kind of do that, just taking it into VWAP, that's almost a 3-to-1, right? So and the way you look at some of these things, the way you understand some of this price volume analysis will make a difference in terms of the RR. But when I'm not necessarily looking at RR. I'm just like, is this an appropriate place to risk? Am I with the momentum? Am I with the flow? And then let's just take it until it gives me a reason to sell, right? At the end of the day, if I spend too much time thinking about all of those things, I'm not in the trade to begin with, right? So it's just like, okay, let me just go with the flow here. That's how I like to think. Now, again, there's 100 different ways to kind of skin the price action. So that's one of the ways that I would be looking at that. CRML. Let's see how Caramel's doing here. Was that in the chat that pointed that out? Real quick. That's Michael R. Take a look. Oh, that is some sweet action here on Caramel. Look at this. Leg up, leg down, and then boom, right through VWAP. Similar kind of thing. Look, Netflix. We're talking about Netflix, right? This one is actually doing relative volume. This one has 4 times relative volume. Pushes up, comes back in. I'm going to show you the same pattern here. It's a little different, but break of trend. Doesn't really do much, doesn't really get you anywhere. It clips off the lows, right? And then you form some structure. Where is that structure, you may ask? Horizontal, let's go. Maybe some structure here, but really kind of a pull into VWAP, pulls you back in, and then that's the high you're looking at. Expanding volume through that push takes you through into and through high day. A very similar kind of action here as well. I'm doing this right here live with you guys. So let's measure the long right here, just off of this structure break, right? Right there, boom. If you're going to the lows, maybe, I don't know if I want to do that, but fine. But we're gonna keep on going until you find a reason to sell. And we can say first red candle is a reason to sell. So the close of that first red candle happens right there. And that right there is giving you a 2 to 1 risk to reward ratio, right? If you want to be like, this should go right away, maybe you're risking to this structure low right there, and that changes it to 3 to 1, right? If you're going to be like, okay, from where the volume comes in, and that's in and around here, right? This candle right here, yeah, is that where the volume is coming in? No, the volume's coming in a little bit later. Volume starts to expand in and around here. Yeah, if you're going to risk to there, it becomes a 6 to 1, right? So there's a lot of opportunity, again, in stocks that are in play. And how can you tell that they're in play? Some of them might be doing some relative volume at the same time. So good look there on CRML. A little bit of a pullback happening right now as a back through opening range highs here. Joe.
Look at Uber go. I have nothing left, though. Man, Uber is going nuts right now. I still have a little bit here, guys. 87.24 on Uber. The reload, I was just writing down in my notes. We could have got in a little bit better. I was talking about it not too long ago. But that volume really starting to kick in here on Uber. Crowd is going, a crowd strike. Yeah, Commodity Kings, thanks for pointing that out. Man, we need to get these picks in. Every day that goes by and I'm watching these things continue to climb higher, I'm like, oh, that's just a couple of percentage points off of the picks here. So here it is, man. A nice move in Uber, going from negative to positive. A biggie line there, Adair. I don't know if you caught that one up there, but Uber now 2% here on the intraday session. I only have one out left, full disclosure, so I don't have much. Can I hold this for the high of the day? I was thinking about mocking this, but I believe it's too early, and considering it wouldn't even really matter. It wouldn't do any damage if I held it and then it came back against me a little bit here, but considering we take this one trade here. This is just a continuation of this initial trade right here. So we get that move up, consolidates, doesn't do too much, just living in that NYSE world. And then sure enough, at 86.50, we add into the volume strength, and then we get this massive spike higher. But the selling pressure volume starting to really pick up here and amp up there, guys. But nonetheless, a nice move to the top side here in Uber. A nice little look. We're having some fun with that one, starting to come in aggressively. Do I take my last little bit out? I could. I mean, but I would like a nice little retest of the high. Nothing wrong with that. I would get all out of this trade with no issues whatsoever. So we'll leave this for a runner. If it comes back into my break even, then so be it. It's not going to do any damage or anything like that. Just a little bit of unrealized gains. But the free roll worked out relatively well for us here on Uber, U-B-E-R, guys, on the NYSE, up 1.75%. MF Dangerous says he traded like crazy today. I think I'm done. Tiny Green, lunch, money. All right, fair enough, man. As long as you can put some food in your stomach, then why not? Just relax a little bit. So Warner Brothers holder Penwater says board made error in failing to engage on revised bid. All right, so that coming in. I seen Warner Brothers rejecting as well too, so a couple people bringing that to us. I'm sure Adair will find something here momentarily. In the meantime, let's take a look at Netflix and see what it's up to, guys. Bloom Energy putting in a nice little indecision print. Again, we're hovering around those highs. I'm not in love with it, but hey, a setup is a setup, and sometimes you just have to take it. The Qs are just continuously grinding higher. It's insane. Some days when you're thinking short, it's like, no, we have other plans, and we're just going to go oppo right here. So, yeah, not too bad of a look whatsoever as the market continues to climb a little bit higher. Let's head over to Netflix here, guys. We'll get off of Bloom Energy for the moment and see what we got going on the flakes. Okay, continuing to climb higher. It's kind of doing what it did in yesterday's session as well, too. So a strong recovery. It's honestly identical. Let's head over to the 5-minute. As soon as this loads, we'll be able to take a look. So the first bit, you just boom, aggressive sell-off, and then sure enough, you start to recover, holding those levels around 89.90, and then you get a nice bounce into the close, and it looks identical to what we got going on here today. So a nice recovery here, a curled over, forming that base, and then sure enough, we are now currently trading north of the volume-weighted average price, so a pretty good look there in NFLX. Let's see who else is involved in that, guys. Put it in the chat. Let's get you guys engaged as well, too. We did this yesterday. You know what time it is. Put those colors in. Let's see how your session's going, regardless of what you got going on, red or green. What did you said teal yesterday. Obi was teal. So let's see if he's going to repeat on the teal. SLV putting in a new high of the day as well, guys. So a good look. Q's high of the day. Horrible. Put those colors in. Are you red? Greenly big, said Showtime. But nonetheless, guys, put it in the chat. Let's see what you guys are up to. See how your session's going. But right now, it's time for Adara. And then you know, the much favorite Neil's lesson of the day. All right, give me a second. I got to make a...
Take a look at this market. I mean, this market is certainly to the upside. Nice look here for the S&P 500, just continuing to make new intraday highs. We've made new intraday highs for the last two 15-minute candles. In fact, also the one that we currently are in. So great look there for this market. I do want to mention as well here, we have that press briefing here with the U.S. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. That's still going on right now. She's being asked about Venezuela after they provided a quick update here on the new nutrition guidelines. But I want to get back to this market, specifically NVDA, because there was a bit of a move here on NVIDIA. The information reporting here that NVIDIA, apparently these H200 chips, they want to be sent to China. China is basically advising these companies not to order these chips. Now, again, I do want to put out here that this was derided as a rumor by a lot of sources on X. The information does not have the best track record story when it comes to breaking news, but either way here, NVDA moving around, that's what that drop was here. Again, the information reporting that apparently China is coming out here and advising their companies not to order NVIDIA H200 chips. I want to talk here about CES because CES is happening right now. This schedule is a bit hard to read here on the screen, but if you go on X at TTV Research, you will be able to see the whole thing. This is part one of 3 parts here for today's schedule, covering 12 p.m. to almost 3 p.m. today. So I bring this up now because, again, these presentations are starting now, including a keynote here from Caterpillar. As you can see, CAT just wicked all the way up to 611s. I'll be keeping an eye on this if there's any headlines, but Caterpillar trying to crawl towards VWAP here as its keynote begins. Back over to Neil, who's going to give us the lesson of the day. But before that lesson, we have to give you a lesson here on concussions. Thank you to Orogenics, OGEN, for sponsoring this portion of the program. Concussions, demand, fast solutions, and NYSE-listed Orogenics, or OGEN, is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and in a non-invasive way. You can learn more by scheduling your meeting today, but you can learn also more just right now because Neil has a lesson. Neil, lesson.
Gotta get one pun out of the way first. Thanks, Adara. I mean, Caterpillar, it's a hungry stock for sure. What was hilarious is for some reason the other day at the dinner table, my wife and I came across a list of like the 100 greatest children's books of all time. And then we were going through like, what are the ones that we haven't read? And it was interesting because then found someone to pick up. And The Hungry Caterpillar made the list, but that's not the lesson. I mean, I just heard Joe say from negative to positive. This lesson of the day is brought to you by Biggie. Because the second I saw it, I was like, oh, okay, I'm switching up the script. I'm gonna talk about something different. Because it happened on Pounds here, because it's a theme of why I was in Bitcoin very often today, but positive to negative or negative to positive, in sometimes it's more than just a really uplifting thing when it happens to you, or in the context that Biggie had it, you know, going from rags to riches, that kind of a deal. But what you can look at is where did the stock close before and where was it trouble? Like look at Palantir for an example. Triple top at just about 180, closed at 179.7. So the very first thing it does, this is the open. At the open, it basically wicks that prior close. You can't do it. But what happens when it goes from negative to positive? That particular price, the buyers, you can say, okay, fine, maybe you take that breakout, but then it's like, oh no, but it goes red again, holds VWAP. This is the point where now it's holding above that green, and it breaks this trend, and then look at it explode. There are moments where a stock can be coiling up and is waiting for it to get through something. But there's something a little bit more exciting when it's not just yesterday's high or like a resistance level, it's also like a red to green as well. You will often see that be a little bit of a catapult if you can ever find it. It's not that you can always find it. I'll give you another example here with NVIDIA. NVIDIA was different to a certain extent because it happened almost right away. It was almost the reverse. Instead of playing off the pre-market highs or the prior day highs, NVIDIA, which closed right here, actually a little bit lower, 187 quarters. So it closed near the bottom, and then you have the low just underneath 187. So its first move was to reject said low and then immediately hold the red to green. Like it completely rejected going red with a bottom wick candle. Like that's actually more explosive in a lot of ways here because it doesn't even try to hold red. It's instantly saying, nope, we're not gonna be red. Then it's all green consolidations. Then it's just your stair step into the upside. But there's two sides to this coin. I said this before. It is okay. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. I almost messed up my own saying. If you are compelled to look short, then why not look at something which, while the market's been green, has not been able to hold green? So Bitcoin closed at, well, okay, fine. IBIT at the market close is how I should frame this because it's a 24-hour market. About 52.5 or just underneath it. When it can't go green, then I just want to be involved the other direction if I can. The market has been trending up and this has been trending down. And you know what? Take some hits along the way, then you get a big one, take a hit, then you find the short, and I'll probably try it again here as we come back in. But when it can't go green, maybe you want to fade it. When NVIDIA couldn't hold red, maybe you want to go long it. There's something about that trade that I know it's not just the fact that it's support and resistance. It also has to do with, and you hear traders say this all the time, the close matters more than the open. The closing price, as long as I've been a trader, as long as I've understood markets, has always mattered more than the open. So a lot of times when we pick a direction or the market finds a direction away from that price, it's better than your average support and resistance. So, maybe clue in on some of those close prices. They can give you entries off the open. They can give you trends away from it like it did here in IBIT. But yeah, from negative to positive can be explosive, that is for sure. As we have breaking news. I just saw there in CAT and NVIDIA. Caterpillar teams with NVIDIA to revolutionize heavy industry in physical, AI, and robotics. I, for one, am happy because when your biggest non-tech holdings are Caterpillar and Eli Lilly, it's probably a good day. It's been a lot of good days. That was the lesson of the day. Oh, this Moroccan chicken, first of all, this is not what it looked like in the picture when I Googled it. And it actually looks dry. I haven't had it yet, but it looks like dry chicken again. So I haven't eaten it, but I'm giving it like a tentative expectation of a C+.
Pre-grade that, man. That's crazy. Expectation, though. All right, there you go. We'll see what we got going on. I don't know, man. We're going to have to figure something out here because I'm going to classify it. My picks, I'm documenting those since from the first day of the year, first trading session of the year. I don't know what these guys are doing because CrowdStrike is absolutely on fire right now. Trading from $460 up to $483 and continuing to climb a little bit higher. CrowdStrike was on my mind. I talked about it quite some time ago. And I was prepared to put that as one of my picks here. It's a little bit chilly in here, so I just got this to warm myself up. But there's Uber. I was talking about waiting for that pullback here. Excuse me. And now I want to find something else to trade. I mean, I have nothing left in shares on this. We're still sitting in this trade. But I'm looking for some other solid opportunities and what we can potentially capture. SMR. Just coming off of the highs, $20. We were talking about it on the options chain. Do they not have heat in Canada? Says I don't know what's going on, man. No one really messes with a thermostat. That's when it's hot in here, you'll know because Sharif will be like, "Oh, it's way too hot," and have to turn things down. But for me, I feel like mans are just not hot at all the time.
Mans are not hot
ever.
Not
aside from, Comp. Okay, what is this? Compass Inc. Nice 5-minute indecision print. I'll probably have to order shorts for that one, so it'll probably be a little bit too late by the time I get involved. Just running through the scans here once again, guys. Looking to get involved in a couple more names. If you see anything, what is random scenes? I mean, hey, brother, it's the igloos get cold around these neck of the woods, so you don't want to. We don't want to. Melt those. Otherwise, we don't really have a place to live there, brother. So you know what I'm talking about. All right, let's go through some of these names. Baito. This is a dividend play. I know some people were talking about this. Somebody who used to be, or still is, has his own floor now, I believe, was heavily involved in Baito, I should say. Obi, you know who that individual is. PLTR. Wow, Palantir.
Yeah, Palantir is going right now.
I was saying, Baito though. I was talking about yen.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear about his buy toe position.
That was a long time ago, a couple summers ago now, which is crazy to think.
No, I know he's big on uranium for
is
sure.
he? Yeah, that's a good play. Joe needs to stop playing. Baito. What do you call it? Bido? Who cares, man?
Bido.
Be nimble. Look, your name is Jack. Be nimble. So you be nimble a little bit there, brother. All right, only playing around. MSTR guys. Nice little indecision print off of these lows. I was trading BM&R for a little bit, like I shouldn't say a little bit, a couple of times, and I'm like, I can't even do anything with this thing. It was just not a clean trader. So I'm just gonna continuously run through. I'm waiting for you guys. All right, there you go. Only playing with you, brother. You know that. But yeah. That's what I got. I'm only in Uber right now, and I'm probably going to exit here momentarily, and I'm looking across the board. Obi, is there anything that you have your eyes on? Guys, I need you to start picking some things out. We only have 2 sets of eyes here, 4 eyeballs to be exact. So in 300, as the guy once said, the Lord was blessed to give him a spare or something along those lines. Remember when the guy who lost his eye? Yeah, the Lord was kind enough to bless him with a spare. And you guys are... I don't know, the spare eyes. So we need to see what we got going on here. I can't find anything right now, so I'm going to wait for some of your guys' call-outs for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm just waiting, watching this. This Microsoft doesn't look so great right now. So it's one of those times where I'm just like, do I really let it stop me out here? Or do I just get out now and
Where's your stop?
Reassess later? I don't like to talk about where my stops are, but we can.
What do you mean? That's like I think that's a standard thing. It's like, okay, this is my entry. This is where I'm wrong.
I don't want to get hunted.
Okay. So you think that? All right.
It's not like I have.
Okay, so you're not superstitious. You're just stitious.
This is a little stitious.
All right, there you go.
A little stitious.
All right.
But I hear on CVX here, we do have White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt talking Venezuela, saying that the U.S. is, quote, selectively rolling back Venezuela sanctions. He also just mentioned the Greenland situation, so CRML is going to be on watch. As we kind of expected, this first White House press briefing since the new year, in the beginning, since the new year has begun. So first press briefing of 2026, a lot of market-related news here, again, including Venezuela and this Greenland situation with CRML and other rare metals or rare materials plays here on watch. Make sure to like and subscribe as we go back to Joby.
Sounds good. All right. Yeah, I'm curious to know. So we'll have to figure that out when they go to Uber. New high of the day, up 2% on the intraday section. Guys, heading right towards this previous pivot high. Let's head over to the 5-minute time frame. I think at this pace, by the end of the day, we'll come out here and test. Okay. I thought something in my ear went. I don't know if you guys heard that, but I'm like, oh, what the? I didn't have anything out there, but no, it said bulletin receive. I have no idea what that's for. PX is currently unavailable. Trading due to scheduled maintenance. PXOS. All right, so whoever got that one there knows what we're looking at, and you get that bill. So I'm going to probably hop out here momentarily on Uber. Obi, we're up 2.5%. I don't have much out there. Yeah, Hangry Wife, you know.
Someone in the chat was just like, oh, shouldn't we know that information if we're following your trade?
Yeah,
listen,
I see that.
Listen, I do not condone that.
No.
It's a live trading show. You know, we put our neck on the line by like showing you what we're doing, not really giving you guys. Yeah. You have to be able to develop your own playbook and trade your own book. I do not condone copy trading, so get good is what I have to say to you. Get good, get better.
Very true.
Do your own thing, play your own book.
There's no long-term success. I remember the first.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Like just copy trade the rest of your life?
No, it doesn't work.
It's not gonna work. The market's gonna put you in your place real quick.
And there's a delay, right? So you can see like our entries, and then sure enough, a couple seconds later, you're like, oh, they're in it. Let me get in. But your risk to reward isn't the same. I will say, get
For
good.
those of you who are getting angry in the chat, just get good.
Just get good.
Get better. If you're a gamer, you know exactly what that means. Thank you, come again.
And I like to say it sucks to suck, so just try not to at the end of the day. Obviously a lot easier.
Here to educate.
Educate.
Not for you to, do whatever.
2-2's Crody. Oh, wow.
2-2's my guy.
Oh, wow.
2-2's,
where
straight
are you
facts.
from? Yeah, where are you from?
Where are you from? We know where he's from.
Yeah. Full disclosure, first day trading live on my own at home. I was like, oh, he's in it, bang. Follow this one individual. It worked out for me. And I'm like, oh, this is super easy. But that was about it, one and done on that front. And I was like, yeah. And throughout the whole process, my educational process, they're like, yeah, don't do this, don't do this. Day one, I do it, it works. And I'm like, oh,
No.
come on, it's only a matter of time and time on a yacht. But
You don't know the mindset.
Yeah.
You don't have the same seat time as any other trader. I'm not talking about myself, right? It's like you don't know what the intention of the trade is. You don't know why the trade is happening. It could be just a whatever trade. You know, I could just be taking shots at something, feeling out some tape, or you know what I mean. You don't know what the sizing is. The sizing is definitely different across different trades. So I'm putting on different kinds of risk, right? So at the end of the day, I think the intention is, for education and entertainment, right? And we bring it to you here live. Anything and everything that's happening in the market, hopefully we get to that, and we have your guys' eyes as well, so we can have that perspective at the same time. So, anyways, the next trade is what I'm looking for here. I have no idea. I'm just taking a look around. Sidhu actually got back below the day's low here. So let's take a quick look at SIDU, and wow, look at that. Another $5 rejection on the day today. So this thing's kind of chopping around with that $5 mark here. Prior day, bit of a consolidation, double bottom in and around 460s. We're coming back into that level, which was a little bit of a support level yesterday. Prior day VWAP probably in and around there as well. Let's just take a quick look at where prior day VWAP is sitting. There you go. We actually broke below it here at 487. Yeah, exactly. Brian, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
What did he say?
He said, Obi said, stop pocket watching.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. There you go.
Stop pocket watching. Stop watching whatever. I don't know.
Oh, that's cool.
What do you got going on?
Read the super chat, Obi. That's directed to you.
You were short. So, yeah, exactly. Here's the thing, man. I'll give that to you. You know, the better place to get short on Softy was definitely up here at 488s, 489s when that trend broke, 100%. I saw it later. I definitely sized down significantly, and I'm giving it a lot more room, right? I'll say that much. More than willing to be wrong before I am right on this one, and it's okay. I don't care if I lose on this one because, again, I understand and believe in my own abilities to take the next trade, and that's what matters in the long run here. Pepsi, another one here that a beautiful continuation, man. These things are selling off almost every day here, back to back. Now, day 3 on Pepsi as we have seller dominance once again. So take a look at this. We had that strong selling coming in on Monday, right? VWAP holds. Again on Tuesday, pretty much seller dominant once again today. A little bit consolidated sideways. So we get that another iteration of leg consolidation leg here on the day today. I fault for not punching through prior day's lows or even a VWAP hold right off of the open. And again, was it doing relative volume? Absolutely, yes. It was doing 1.8 to 2 times relative volume coming in off of the open. Bit of a spike into 2.5 times as we push lower. You can see those volume spikes as well intraday. And now holding VWAP at the same time on Pepsi. Let's see how our friend Coke is doing and what it's up to here. Okay, seller dominance here as well, but didn't quite break and get as low relative to the prior day's low as did Pepsi. So let's see, short on PLTR, says Tony. Okay, I like you right there. Let's see, is there a reason to sell? I was watching this and I was like, okay, this is getting a little overextended. Let's see, 186.85, 187 here incoming. But yeah, very strong trend to the upside. If you were to put a moving average on here, I don't want to put the VWAP here. Let me just get rid of this one, and then we just put on some EMAs here. Moving average exponential. We'll go 2050. I forget which one I use on mine, but we can just use this one. This will give us a 9 EMA. That's fine. Again, just a line on the chart to give us a little bit of a perspective here to what might be going on. And buyers are definitely in charge, right? And this is just an indicator that shows you that every time it comes into it, it's getting bought up. It's getting bought up. So it is an uptrend, right? It's a trend indicator. So if it's above the line, likelihood that we are uptrending. You can kind of confluence that with structure holds higher highs and higher lows as well. It's in an uptrend. So usually I'm just like, that's the front side of the move. Sometimes you'll see me getting involved in the front side of the move, and that's, you know what, if I'm managing my risk well and sizing appropriately, I think that's okay if I'm feeling it out. But when the right side comes in, we're probably going to be below the 9 moving average. We're probably going to start breaking structure distinctly differently than we have breaking structure to the upside. Here to the upside, we hold prior lows, and then we break prior highs. We hold any sort of low, and we break prior highs. We break this little consolidation here. We hold prior lows, and we break prior highs. Now that is going to be flipped on its head when and if we get a bit of a downtrend. You can see here, this is very confluent with the NASDAQ and the ES here as they're continuing to push higher and higher. So that's something you got to consider as well. Do I personally like the short on this? As of right now, I don't think so. I mean, you can have whatever reasoning. Maybe you're seeing a prior level, right? Let's go back. Maybe you're shorting into resistance. That's also something that I like to do. But you know, that's a bit of a I would say it can become a sticky situation. So right here, some prior levels here of resistance, 188s, 189s, and then this over here is sitting at 198, so just shy of 200. So if you're thinking maybe head and shoulders, we're pulling up into this prior level of resistance. We pull up into there. Maybe we get some selling here as well. Ultimate resistance here, as of recent, is at 198, 199s, just below 200. So pounds here very strong. Let's take a look at it on an even higher time frame on a weekly and see what it's been up to here. Very strong uptrend. So is it like trend? We are very much in a multi-year, since about 2023, multi-year uptrend on this one. Trust me, I'm looking for the backside. But is it here yet? Absolutely not. If we throw a 9 EMA, I don't know if I want to use a 9 EMA on a weekly. Let's go to, I mean, it's way extended above the 200, right? There you go. There's the 200. It's probably no real benefit in using that one. 50 will be a little bit closer, right? And if you want to hug it even closer, sometimes I like to use a 30, and I know people like to use a 21 at the same time, so let's see if we can get that 21 for those people who like to use a 21 right there. That's going to get a little bit tighter at the same time, so you can see here not too much of a difference from the 30 to the 21, but sometimes it's just my preference. I like to work in 3s and 9s, but yeah, this thing right here holding the 21 quite well. That's sitting at 172.62, so still very much within a bigger picture uptrend. Here is Palantir. Unless and until it can get below, hold below, then and only then will I be like, okay, fine, I'm going to look for pops that fail to follow through to the upside when we're below the 9 EMA to maybe look for a bigger picture short on this one. But this thing is absolutely crazy, man. Look, since this run-up started to happen, this is around, look, it pretty much went dead, sub $10 from about 2022 to 2023, and these guys were getting government contracts, everything, and no real price action to kind of, you know, give it precedence, right? So 2,200% since May of 2023. That's when we started to get these large volume bars consistently on this name here that I'm seeing on the weekly, just reading what is shown to me on the chart. So, all right, so what else you guys have going on here? I like the 920, 50, and 200 saying Mike DeRuyter. Yeah, of course, I like those as well. I can tell you what I use on mine at the same time. So I have one here that is a multi-frame at the same time. So yeah, it has an 8, 21, 50, and then 200. So yeah, very, very similar. I know a lot of people were using the 50 and the 200. There's a lot of past evidence for using that. If you read some of the greats in the past, you know, they're using like 50s and 200s on the weeklies as well. So those are definitely something to watch out for. What do you got going?
We've got instant ITM right there on
Intel.
On Intel, yeah, I posted up right here at 05s. It filled me, and then it got a nice little bounce. So now we need to wait to 15s to see if we can catch a fill and take a little bit off. I'm out at 95s, guys. So pretty tight stop, 10 cents. We're in full risk right here. A nice indecision print right at the volume weighted average price. So I'm looking for any form of continuation. Let's wait to 15s to see if we can get that mark going. We're below the volume weighted average price, and we have an indecision doji on the 5-minute that the close is equal to the open. So you can see it closing as that print right there. Let's see if this works. We got that pop instantly, but now it seems to be pulling back a little bit, which isn't too positive. Oh no. And there it goes, really aggressively. I have to be prepared to get out of this immediately if it's not going to work for us. I mean, time in and time out can happen within the same couple of minutes. So let's see if we can get that bounce. Will I re-engage in this? Possibly. I mean, we had such a strong opening drive, and the first little bit was pretty strong. So I like our chances for somewhat of a rebound. Intel was actually on my radar this morning, but I kind of passed it. I'm like, man, my accuracy on this thing isn't the best. So let's see if we can find something that doesn't have so much activity. How much volume are we sitting here on the day? 110 million shares? Wow.
Crazy.
Okay, yeah, that's a lot. So I mean, hey, let's see if this is going to work out for us. We're flat right now. And we need an additional pop. 15s is going to put us right below that VWAP. So if we get that move into there, then hopefully we can break through a little bit and head up into 43.25s. But first things first, we need 15s to come into play first. So let's be patient and sit on that. The initial pop right out of the gate was promising, but now you can see the weakness kind of step in on the bid at printing 43.04s. There you go, a nice little pop at 05s, but not much of a reaction here in the underlying. You can see the strong at the ask, and there you go, another flush, but it's not lifting, and then sure enough you get a strong move to the downside right there. So keep your eyes on the time of sales, guys. Right up to 08s. There we go. Okay, a nice little pop. That's reassuring for sure. Let's see if this can be continued. Again, we're waiting for that 1-to-1 to come in at 15s. If not, we're out at 95s. I would like to give it a little bit more, but I'm going tight stop here in full size. If there's an opportunity to add, maybe we'll double it up here. But right now, INTC not doing too bad for us, especially if we're going to try to get that rebound. We're all out of Uber. That trade worked out really well for us earlier in the day. Now let's see if we can get Intel. This is going to be the second name I've traded here on the intraday session. And I mean, just keeping things really tight. And I told you, precision is kind of my narrative right now. And it's going to be for the foreseeable future. So let's be patient, wait for those quality setups to come into play, and try to keep that trading accuracy as high as we possibly can here, guys. 08. I think if we can crack 10s, then we might be okay. There we go. Okay, we're printing 10s now, Obi. Not too bad. Ooh, see, immediate. So there's some defense there. That's not good. I'm going to get stopped out here momentarily. I can feel it as we're slowly starting to curl over. 43.10. We ran right into, and then we rejected aggressively. So I got to be prepared to get out of this immediately. Liquidity is not going to be an issue considering we are only at a 1-cent spread. So as soon as I hit that key, I should get the fill that I'm looking for. But that nice pop into 43.10, I thought we'd get a little bit more of a move here. So trying to be as patient as we possibly can. That is putting us below this little consolidation you can see here on the lower time frame. But now we're starting to break down. So let's see if we can get Intel to move. The market is slowly starting to come back in. Yeah, so let's see what we got going on here with INTC. Hopefully it's not a clean flush to the downside, considering we will give back the majority of our day here if we do get stopped out, but that's okay. I'm not worried about it. I'm in double the size here in INTC than which I was in Uber. So if this works out, that is going to be a pretty solid trade, but a lot of defense stepping in here on the time of sales. You can see the clean flushes at the bid, continuously pushing price down, and a little bit of strength stepping in here and there, but it sees immediately some solid reactions. Okay, punch back up to 05. You can do it. You can do it, INTC. Up to 06, 07. We're printing 07s now. Back to 10s. Let's see how we react around 10s here, Obi. I got to be prepared to take a little bit out at 15s if we're fortunate enough to do so. We're looking at 30%. We'll take some off there if we do happen to get up to 15s. That'll put us at a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. And then after that, it's just like, hey, we're risk off at that point. Right now, risk on, considering we haven't taken anything off. 15s, we take 30% off. It's just let's rock and roll and see. We go 13s. There we go, Obi. It's now starting to climb a little bit higher. Let's see if we can get anything. I don't want to take it too early. It's very tempting to do so, but one more clean flush at the above the ask, then I think we have the ability to hit that. Oh, it rejected aggressively. So we were close, man, really, really close. Let's see if we can get one more clean move up to there, or it's just going to reject the volume weighted average price. I don't know why on TWS. Guys, let me know if you do use TWS, is it continuously, like, for some reason, VWAP never wants to be displayed for me. It will go on 5 minute, but as soon as I go over to the lower time frame, it's like, no, yeah, we can't calculate that or whatever. So yeah, it's been slightly frustrating. It works sometimes, it doesn't, but as for right now, you can see the green line on my chart. That is going to be the volume weighted average price, chilling around 43.20, but that rejection of that level, once again, not looking too promising. We'll try to hold on to this for as long as we can. The deeper ITM we get, the more comfortable we'll obviously be within this position. So let's see if we can get this to work. We're printing 09s again, a clean flush. Can we get back up to 10s? Let's see it. There we go. We're printing 11s. That was a nice 11 print. One more. Some more buyers step in and see if we can print that 15s, and then we're going to immediately, I might even take a little bit more off, maybe 35%. If we are fortunate enough to get into that level, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself right now. As you can see at the ask, we are printing 09s, Obi.
Yes, good stuff there, Joe. Yeah, that Intel can be very finicky there, man. Especially if you're watching like every tick, it can be like, you know, some of those swipes as well. I was trading it this morning. It can get pretty hairy, but yeah. I was looking for a reversion to VWAP, and it got to VWAP, right? The buying in the morning was definitely exceptional and very, very aggressive. There is the second red candle happening on the ES. Well, we just started printing this one, 14 minutes left, but we got the first red candle after 3 consecutive greens here. Let's see how this one pans out, but a little bit of a slowdown after extended range of some of those initial 15 minutes. Let's see if the NASDAQ will do the same, but the NASDAQ is significantly stronger than that of the ES. You can see here, I mean, the pullbacks, look at the pullbacks. The ES kind of had a wipe all the way down to lows and then broke out of its highs and then got about to 7,005 right here. But the NASDAQ stepped up on its pullback, stepped up on its pullback, and now pushing even higher, even though the candles, the 15-minute candles, they had some range, but now they're becoming a little muted. Let's see if sellers can hold this down a little bit. I have no idea, but 2,600 on the horizon here on the NASDAQ on the day. So IWM I'm watching as well. That thing was doing some moves yesterday. If you guys saw this, take a look at the 15-minute chart on this. One of my pod members pointed this out and was just like, this thing just looks ridiculous on a 15-minute. I was like, yeah, looking at it here on a 15-minute or a 5-minute, there was definitely a little bit of a buyer that started around 12 o'clock and did not stop until the close on IWM. So consecutive, consistent buying all day long. Maybe a little too far too fast and maybe a little too consistent. Participants kind of showing themselves, and we get a bit of a reversion, just over a 50% reversion of that leg before that buying steps right back in. And this was another miss on my part, but you know, this one's a little bit. This kind of reversions might be a little bit more difficult, and I'm still trying to figure everything out here. So absolutely beautiful. You can see here 5-minute, 15-minute, whatever, just consecutive bars to the downside, and when that cracks, we get that bid up as well. Same story here on the 15. I like to use the 3s. The 3 is not really as clean, but you know, same idea there. Back through VWAP, but honestly, I'm looking to see if these sellers step back in, if the market turns as well. Again, it is the IWM, so that is the small to mid cap, I think. So yeah, no. We'll see. We'll see if that one pulls back in. I'm watching Palantir very closely as well. I know it's not necessarily, or it wasn't necessarily doing some relative volume earlier, but guess what? We're starting to step up. Most recent action has got us above 1 times RVOL. We're starting to push up into 1.2 times RVOL. So I'm starting to put eyes on this one as it is starting to get very extended. Get out of here, EMA. Give me my VWAP. Where's it at? Right here. It was just VWAP, VWAP, VWAP. There it is. Boom. Just throw that on there. And Bollinger Bands, no thank you. Not for VWAP. Let's get those out of there as well. So that's VWAP right there. 182 halves. Take a look at this extension away from VWAP. That is intense there on Palantir. Softy seems to be just consolidating sideways, so I don't know how long I'm going to stick into this one. Shout out to the member in the chat that got short earlier. That was the trade. This is me just kind of dabbling in, seeing if it'll actually come into fruition all the way down into VWAP. If the market turns, then I think the probabilities of that happening are a little bit better here. There goes the NASDAQ going red to green on the candle with about 10 minutes left on the 15-minute candle. That's what I'm watching. IWM, man, I do want to participate a little bit here. Let me just take a little bit of a dabble, figure out what my risk is. Okay, that's fine. That's not too bad. Let me just get involved in here and give it the appropriate risk here that I think it deserves. So check that level again. Okay, cool. But yeah, no, that's what I have on watch right now. Let's see if that comes into fruition here. Softy still kind of holding, but I'm looking for this NASDAQ to come in. Wow, some acceleration here on Palantir. The volume,
Still going.
The volume isn't necessarily increasing, but the relative volume is. Interesting note. All right, where's the next trade? Let's take a quick look at some of these mags. Who's turning? Google attempted to break its high a day. It didn't quite get there. What is that most recent high? 321.90s, 322.29 is the day high here on Apple. Sorry, not Apple, Alphabet. Amazon is at its day highs. Amazon as well, man. Absolute strength on Amazon over the past couple of days. Going so crazy here. Let's take a look at, let's get that VWAP out of the way. Let's look at a multi-hour frame here and look at this breakout. So this is the weekly, daily breakout that happened at that 240 as well as 235s here. And we're just holding structure. Look at that. Pull up, pull back onto this level and then holds that 240. Now we're taking another leg up. Is this back from its consolidation lows? Looks like it. Let's go up to a weekly and see what this has been up to. Absolutely beautiful trend here. Absolutely beautiful. Higher highs, higher lows. We had a bit of a structure hold at the beginning of 23. January 23, we made a low in and around 80. This was post-split, and we're back up into this 200s. What was the split here again? 20 to 1. 20 to 1. I still remember when Amazon was $1,000 ticker. Crazy times. But you know, it seems like it's making its way back up there, Joe. So we'll see. Still a long ways to go. We still have to get past 250, and we got to get through 5. Then we got to get through 750, and then maybe we'll hit that 1,000 mark once again here as stonks apparently only go up.
Yeah, I mean, I got blown out of the water. I doubled it up right here, and then it just flushed to the downside. So we're going to say AC Slater to INTC. And I don't know why I traded that, but we're not going to whine about it too much. I was just going to stay away from some of these chip names right now. No bid here. I thought we would get somewhat of a bounce. Doesn't seem to be the case there in INTC, so I'm just kind of documenting what happened there and just going to move on to the next thing. We took a massive hit, so we gave everything back and then some here, and then it didn't fill me on my full position at 42.90s. So yeah, we took a pretty hefty hit there. Down. Now I went from positive to down 60% approximately of my shutdown. So that was a pretty big hit. I was pushing size on that one for a little bit of a move, but it didn't seem to want to come into play. So I'm just looking at what we can do and what we can find. I'm going to avoid some of these chip names, just documenting what we can get going here and when I was involved in all of these things. So I'll save that for a little bit later. But horrible trades on INTC. If it wants to bounce, that's fine. But it looks like it's relatively weak right here. You get the continuation in strength. So I want to go with the flow on that one. And let's find something else. Let's get INTC off of our charts and run back through our scanners. We'll head back to what's Uber doing, still steadily grinding higher. So let's go back there, even though we're probably not going to put any more positions on Uber. We'll find something else. But yeah, hefty hit there on INTC. A clean move. I mean, we got out here at 87.28, so it was a pretty nice trade there. INTC not doing too much for us. Let's head over to SLV, continuing to grind higher. Some nice indecision prints there. Nothing that we can't recover from, but we just got to be extremely patient and wait for those higher quality setups. So we go 0 for 2 on INTC, and we go 1 for 2 on Uber, turning us nicely green. But yeah, ugly hit there on INTC, potential bounce. There it is. It looks like it wants to go now. That's crazy. Maybe, do I? I don't know. Hey, man, why not? I got my 3 strikeout rule. It's annoying, but I'm not overly upset about it or anything like that because it's only a couple of trades away that we can bounce. Yeah, I'm going to take one more stab at this, guys, to see if we can get a nice little pop in INTC. It's going to be really tight risk. Again, we're going to only give it 10 cents or so. So let's take one more stab at it. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. We still got plenty. Okay, it looks like it wants to break through here. So what am I thinking here on INTC was this little print. So if we do start to cover a little bit more of this, I got to act relatively quick on this, guys. So I got to post up at, the closer I get to the lower end of the range, the better the risk to reward is going to be, obviously. But I do like that print right there. If we crack that low, then that's not going to be good, right? So it's if I enter right now, it's 4 cents because I think 80 is going to be a good area to get out. So let's be patient and see what we got going. All right, I'm involved. I'm posted up here. Oh, it's getting that bounce right now, isn't it? So we'll see it. Hopefully the third time's a charm here on INTC, guys. We're super tight on the risk. If we get that 20 cents bounce, we're going to recover a lot of in which we have lost here on this specific name. I'm not chasing it. I'm posted up at that level that I want, and that's going to be 85s approximately. So let's see if we can get that print to step in. All right, we're in involvement at 5 cents worth of risk. If it cracks 80s, we're at a dodge on this one. So really, really tight game that we're playing right now. We're walking on a thread, and there it goes. It cracks lower. So we're going to have to hop out of INTC once again. Yeah, there it goes. It's just breaking. Okay, sick, no fill. So we'll have to get out of that one. Doesn't look like it wants to bounce. We go 0 for 3 on INTC. Nothing to cry home about. We'll find something else to trade as it didn't want to rebound as we were typically planning it to do so. So I'll make sure I document those later. But it's unfortunate that INTC did not work out how we wanted it to. So it's time to find something else to trade. I thought that would be a pretty good signal to get involved with. Doesn't seem to be the case as it's starting to give back a little bit of a move. Commodity King, yeah, I know. I should just get into crowd. No, I want to find something else. What did I just click there? Oh, all right. So yeah, let's see what else we can get going on with, remind me later. So yeah, I mean, if it bounces, which it looks like it wants to right now. Just a liquidity grab. We were in at 85s. It's now printing 86s, which, I mean, it is what it is. Let's see what else we can pull up here and see if there's anything else that's kind of attractive to us right now. Oh, it's printing 87s. Wow, that's crazy. All right, INTC, see you later. What's QuantumScape up to here today? QS, this is OS though, sorry, no liquidity on one stream. Not too familiar with that name, but just rolling through this. I was thinking this signal right here, we would get a little bounce. You've seen that we got one here as well too. 43.50, and then sure enough, you get that move a little bit higher. So probably have to wait for that 5-minute time frame. No continuation. I thought considering that we're right at the volume weighted average price, then we would get that bounce, but it didn't seem to be the case. As for SPY, you're hovering around those highs. I don't like the location of this 5-minute hammer. APLD, is it still chopping around? Oh, it decided to take a little bit of a move to the south side. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I got to get INTC off here before it continuously drags me in. QBTS showing some signs of life. We like that. I got to really watch my risk now, especially with that third hit down 80% approximately of the SD. So we got to tighten things up and reduce our size. A couple winners. We hold those for 3-1s, 4-1s. Then we're right back into this game. So I'm not going to count myself out just yet, even though risk measures are extremely, extremely tight right now. Amazon continuing to climb higher, putting in a new high of the day. We like that. 100%. I don't know if should I go with Tesla or Amazon for my picks this year. I'm stuck between the both. I think both of them have pretty good chances of continuing to climb a little bit.
It depends. What weird food-themed acronym are you trying to spell? I think that'll have to be.
You know what? See, that's the thing.
That'll have to be what tips the scale there, Joe.
That's the thing, Adair. I don't know if I'm going with my acronym this year, even though it's been proven a working strategy. I mean, if it works once, you may as well go back to it. But I got to interpret JPM in there, and then maybe Tesla and CrowdStrike. So there it is. What's the Wordle, right? So I give you those 3 letters, J, C, and T, And then we'll throw one more. What kind of word can we create?
If you have some kind of E, you could do like a eject. So like an inject or an eject, but like on its own, it doesn't work.
Okay.
I love Scrabble, so I just got really excited by this. There's really no other vowel you could put in there that would remotely make sense unless you try to do like a fun like pronunciation thing, like jacked, like JACT. That could be fun.
Jack,
but
okay. All right. Yeah. Or yeah, maybe pack. I don't know. No, but we have to put an E in there. We don't want the E. Uber continuing to climb, man. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Obi, what do you got going on there, brother?
So I got into a little bit of Palantir there. Someone pointed it out in the chat, so thank you. So yeah, we'll see. This thing may just come in and stop me out as well if we're going to continue to push up. But I do want to get involved if and when sellers do start to show up. If buyers are just going to kind of step off. And, you know, we talk about like there's kind of different types of buying. There's active and there's passive buying. And if they start to become a little passive after being active for so long, we could still hold some higher lows. We could still kind of start going sideways, consolidation, whatever. But I'm watching. I want to be involved here a little bit. So shout out to whoever, I forget who it was in the chat that mentioned Palantir just a second ago. Oh, Trade Sniper TTV, Palantir dumping. Saying I don't know if it's dumping. But it is starting to get a little distinctly different relative to the most recent action that we've had. But we could just have a larger consolidation and then step up and break out once again as well. You can see the market here also still holding very much near its highs as well. I got involved with this IWM. I think I told you guys a little bit earlier. Just a little bit of a dabble to see if this will pan out for a bit of a pullback. But again, these markets are very, very strong, and I am definitely going against a little bit of the grain here with that. Softy, looks like that one's not really going to work out here as it continues to kind of hold some of those highs and pull up higher, but that's fine. I'll let that one kind of happen. If it's going to hit, it'll hit. If it doesn't, that's fine as well. Where's the next trade? Just moving on to the next one. Wow, man. Yeah, I still have Intel up here from before. These sellers are very much in charge, man.
Yeah,
like
man.
it came down. It tried to get above VWAP. I like the idea of like buying some at VWAP.
Oh, you're short the whole market pretty much right now.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I'm short some Softy, which is not working. I'm short some Palantir, which doesn't look like it's going to work very cleanly. But I'm expecting that. It's Palantir. It's not going to be clean. And IWM is starting to pull back in here as well. So maybe that's the indicator as, you know, some pullback. There it is. There is a bit of a pullback on the spider crawling back down the spout. The NASDAQ as well holding at 2,600. There's some breaking news. Dara?
Blackstone dropping on this story, though there are other stocks that are also moving, which we'll mention after here. But BX on watch, U.S. President Donald Trump apparently announcing that he's taking steps to ban large institutional investors from buying more single-family homes. Blackstone dropping here, but I immediately, when I saw this story, looked at Opendoor. OPEN is also dropping. So basically, if you are a stock that is involved in the sales of homes, or if you are an institutional investor in said homes, your stock's probably getting hit right now as U.S. President Donald Trump announces that he's, quote, taking steps to stop institutional investors, specifically large investors here, from buying more single-family homes. Again, Opendoor down about 12 cents on this story. BX down closer to like $3-4, although it's bouncing quite nicely here as we send you back to Joe and Obi.
Yes.
Right, now we're playing here. We got some movement in the market. We got some presidential news here as Blackstone kind of, you know, hitting the ground here. 152 is a low, currently trading at 153s. I am watching this very closely. Again, news just came out, so things can be a little bit hairy here. Wow, the spread is nasty. That was a $1 spread just now. I'm saying, is this a little too far, too fast? Or are we still a little early for this news? I might wait for some structure to form because, yeah, the algos are on this. 156s, 155s. Here comes 152s maybe. Let's see if that can come into fruition. But the market here is looking like it is taking a little bit of a pullback. I want to get and stay involved with this one here if we're going to crack a little bit lower. Boom, there it is. That's what I like to see. Let's see if we can break that 152 right now. 152 is the low a day, and the spread is, again, about 50 to 60 pennies there. There's that spread closing in and stepping down. 152 is not so good of a news report for Blackstone, because I think last I remember they were buying up a lot of real estate there as well. So let's see if that 152 cracks, and if that 152 cracks, let's see if we get that continuation to the downside. Prior levels that I'm seeing as maybe as potential support, 150s. That's what I'm aiming for here. There's the IWM as well, so that's working out nicely. Hey yo, there's that 152 break. So 152 break gives us 40 pennies into the bid there right away. But again, I'm not seeing anything too crazy. I'm just going to be patient here. I was like, I'm going to look for some structural change or structure formation to take that breakdown. But 152 crack. Let's see if we can convincingly hold below this. I do like this for a bit of a news continuation trade. Might just need a little bit more time to cook, but that was a little too fast perhaps as well, but bringing in some selling into the market. So let me look across the board here and see what else has started to sell off. Out of the Mag 7, nothing really has started to turn. Okay, there we go. BX coming right back up above 152. So that's what I want to make sure. Does it break down with conviction? Does it hold the breakdown? Do we hold or build some sort of structure? So that's what I'm looking for here on Blackstone at the same time. So IWM did do a little bit of a pullback here, 255.40s. That's what I'm looking at. Palantir, nothing too crazy happening there. So let me just pull up IWM. That's on the Amex here, and take a look at, put that chart on watch here. Take a look at that. Absolutely beautiful. I'm looking away. Doesn't even give me a chance to add through this consolidation breakdown at 255.80s, but we're straight down to VWAP already. Oh my God.
Did you take any off or no?
On what?
BX?
No.
Oh, okay.
What's Palantir up to? Is that working for you?
Palantir is starting to work, I guess. Wow, there's the Blackstone drop. 150s on the bid. Let's go. Doesn't even give you that much of a chance to add in here. So you know what? I have what I have now. I just have to make the right decisions as we pull into 150. Let's see if 150 can give us a little bit of a cover here. 150, 25s on the bid. Slap that bid. Slap that bid. Let's go. That's just me talking to the book sometimes. I'm not talking to anybody in particular, but you know, if I could see the participants on the other side.
Did you take some off there?
No, I'm just sitting on a little bit of 150. Let's see if we can clock some 150s, 150.01s. There it is, 149, 22s,
there it goes again.
148s. There we go. Now it's falling apart. Let's go.
Really
150 is definitely going to bring some players to the board. Oh boy.
Nice
moment. I have to say about
nice momentum play. All right, we ready for this here?
We take some news.
Assassino? Andre? No? Okay. All right. Are we doing the...
What's happening?
Oh, okay, yeah, no worries. All right, yeah, we'll take care of that momentarily. Yeah, so I'm just documenting here on INTC. We got hella aggressive Obi. Nice work there on BX. Let's get that up here again as you continue to take that move to the downside. So yeah, someone said, Obi, where's your stop again on that one? He doesn't need it.
Why do you need
he doesn't need that one on this one. BX continuing to climb a little bit lower here.
You do need stop.
A nice move, nice momentum play to the downside there, Obi. We like that a lot. $150 and change. The volatility is in aggressively, but we're going to send it over to Adara, guys.
I just want to mention some other stocks that are moving on this headline. LENTOL, PHM, KBH, and again, of course, OPEN, which is, as I mentioned, the first one I checked, and one of the ones I mentioned as well. Anything that is involved in the sales of homes is moving. BX also moving again. It's an institutional investor. As U.S. President Donald Trump announced, he's going to be banning large institutional investors from purchasing single-family homes. He also mentions in the post that he wants to codify this as law. Back to you.
Make or break bounce right here for me. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a pop. Oh, I don't even have it up over here, man. That's not good. This is going to bring us right back to life there, Obi. Bang. Yes, thank you very much. On this bounce up in BX. Obi goes short. Your boy goes long here on BX. Let's take a little bit off here. Yeah. Hey, man, just give us a little bit more breathing room on this one. The long in BX really starting to work for us. We're in at 150.92s. I just punched it. I'm like, hey, man, let's see if we can get this this rocking and rolling. This is just a breathing room trade. Sorry, Adair, I don't know. I totally missed what she was saying. I'm like, man, let's get involved with this. So OB short, your boy long here on BX. If only we held a little bit more and took some more size. But again, I mentioned this earlier. I have to be really cautious of my share sizing here. We'll take a little bit more off now, sitting on 20%. Just a little bit of breathing room for your boy. Let's see if we can get a move up to 155 on that. On this BX trade. So there it is, a nice little move to the top side off of that 1 minute hammer. I'm like, let's rock and roll on this one. So nice trade there, OB. And then now we take a little bit of a move here on BX to the top side. I liked what we were displaying. I seen your charts and I'm like, okay, I got to get involved in this.
Back through 150, that was key.
Yeah, exactly. So 151, we're in a little bit earlier than that. We'll take that one up into 152. And we're only sitting on approximately 20% of our position. That's all we needed, man. Chip in a chair, a little bit of breathing room. So now let's see if we can take a little bit more off here. That would be phenomenal. 155, I think, might be a little bit of a dream. That'd be an aggressive recovery as it's really starting to come back in here. All right, we got to get out of this here now as it comes back to our break even. We'll still hold on to a positive trade on that one. So a nice little move there on BX. Nice work, OB. Now I got my eyes on silver as it's coming into the volume weighted average price, documenting everything that we do. We'll even write down this little bit of a scalp here, and then also looking for other potential trades. Now that we have that breathing room, we can start to head back into full size, and it only takes a 3-to-1 for us to be right back to positive, and I think that can happen at any given moment. And are we headed over to? Yeah, there's.
I just really quickly want to mention to you guys here, RKT actually moving higher on this, and people on social media saying that RKT as well as LDI, so anything in the mortgage space, could actually benefit from this story here with Trump trying to ban the sale of single-family homes, the purchase of single-family homes by large investors. Basically, the idea is that if large investors stop buying these, then individual mortgages can actually be originated at a greater rate. So that's why RKT and LDI like this story, even as you get drops from, again, the likes of Open Door, Lennar, KB Homes, Toll Booth, BX, etc. Back to you.
Perfect. So you're all out of that? Did you get out break even?
No.
Oh, okay. You took all your bid out?
I was just sitting on the bid multiple times. So the lowest out I have is 148 and some change there, and then back through 150. I'm definitely hitting the ask there because I'm just like the breakthrough 150 definitely deserved a little bit of a push. I didn't add on to it, but again, when I'm reviewing this trade, I got to be adding through that. When I'm looking at a shorter time frame, we're holding the anchored VWAP relative to this event. So again, anchored VWAPs, shout out to Mr. Brian Shannon there. I like to throw them on to events. So right there, that's the event where we hold that. So if I'm watching a shorter time frame, guess what? Boom, that should be an ad. This should be an ad. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 whole minutes. 153s, and then we break those 152s. That was a crack. 150 also, I think, deserves a little bit of an ad, but when it swipes right back up, yeah, you're covering some on a little too far, too fast. This candle is definitely one of the examples of maybe a little too far, too fast there, pulling right back up into it anchored. Let's see where it goes from here. Again, that was my quick scalp trade, but I think we have a bit of a guest right now with Adara, so take it away.
To the show, Daniel McCoy, who is the newly appointed CEO and president and founding chief geologist of Eminent Gold Corp. They're trading on the TSX Ventures, TSXV as EMNT. Great to have you with us, Daniel. How are you doing today?
Great. Nice to be here. I appreciate being on your show.
Very grateful to have you. So let's get right into it here. How does the work that your team is doing compare to the likes of Keegan and Caden in the early stages? And then can you also just explain a bit what your company does?
We do early stage exploration, and we've had great success with that. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of groundwork because we start from scratch, essentially. We're starting out, usually, not always, but usually with, nothing done before. No samples, no drilling, no. And that was definitely the case with our HSR. But the rewards are great. So, as you were saying, we have our old band back from Asasi, and Asasi was a discovery that our initial company called Keegan made, and it was 5 million ounces from nothing, essentially, and it delivered an 18 times return to our shareholders. So definitely on the right side of the Lassonde curve there. And so we see strong potential to repeat that success with our flagship hot springs project, because it was the same thing. We just found a couple of really brilliant people, Justin and Ajit in New York. We went and worked with them, and we found soils, and we got good geophysics, and we've hit all 4 holes, including this recent intercept, our 9.2 meters of 3.2 grams per ton, which is significant.
Congratulations on that milestone. Let's actually move right on to intercept, because I'm going to ask you about now, what is the significance of this intercept in terms of the industry as a whole, and Eminent specifically, especially with that milestone you just mentioned?
Well, it's actually an intercept that's a mineable intercept in certain types of deposits. I mean, obviously we would like to find more than that, and we think we will, because the odds of actually hitting the best intercept at the very beginning are pretty low. I'm sure there's better to come. So, there may be, it's exploration, so they'll be good, they'll be bad, but, we really think that we're onto something. And the significance of it is that it's an oxide discovery. So most of the belts in the Carlin system are fairly mature these days, and basically being mined with sulfide, which underground, which requires a much higher grade because you have to roast it, you have to autoclave it. This is oxide. We don't see any sulfide in this at all, and it's all the usual minerals: hematite, limonite, and so we believe that it's going to be recoverable by cyanidization. Now we need to run the bottle roll test to know this for sure, but sulfides are pretty easy to see, and we don't see any of them.
Well, with that in mind, I actually want to talk a little bit more about oxide here. Specifically, what can you tell us about the scarcity of an oxide Carlin system, and what does that mean for your company right now?
Well, Carlin systems typically form originally in sulfide. The gold travels with, not to get too complex, but the gold tends to travel with hydrogen sulfide complexes, and it comes out, essentially atomically bonded to either arsenium pyrite or to arsenopyrite, and that's why it's so difficult to get out of the ore, because of those sulfide complexes. So the oxide complexes means that you're close enough to the surface that the combination of air and water over millions of years breaks down those sulfides, and you get oxides, and so that's much easier to recover. And our relative to the surface, we're not deep. People are drilling for, a couple thousand meters looking for Carlin systems, and we're about 250 meters below the surface. Most of that is actually post-mineral volcanic, and so that's why we think we've got oxide. The actual host rock is very close to the surface where the mineralization is.
Are there any other final thoughts or highlights that you'd like to share about Eminent Gold, or you'd like to leave our audience with here today?
Well, I think what the attraction is here is we don't really have any peers when it comes to this, because there are people that are still exploring and developing oxide deposits in Nevada. It's not like there aren't any being mined or being explored, but as far as we know, this is the first new discovery. And what makes that really interesting is that we're only 15 kilometers from Turquoise Ridge, which is one of the richest gold deposits in the world. And so that's pretty good, having that as your closest deposit near to you. But we're on oxide. We're in our own mountain range. And we have a very large property with other good targets. So we think this is just the beginning. We think this is a story that's going to go, and that we're going to see a lot of new investors want to be part of it.
Thank you so much for those insights and for coming here to join us today. Daniel McCoy, President and CEO, as well as founding Chief Geologist of Eminent Gold Corp. Again, you can find them as EMNT, that's EMNT, on the TSX Ventures. Thank you so much, Daniel.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
for that, Adair. Fantastic interview and obviously very informative. So yeah, we like that gold play most definitely. The refineries, everything along those lines has been most definitely in play. So we want to stick with things that have been working for us, and I think gold is going to continue to do so for the foreseeable future, even silver and some of these precious metals. So keep an eye out on those guys. MSTR, glue. Obi, you were talking about this earlier in the day.
That was a sticky one.
Yeah, it's very sticky right now. It's pretty sticky, forming that bull flag over here. I didn't. Ganther, I'm sorry, I didn't. IBIT, what is it up to off of these lows? Forming another indecision print, relatively choppy here this morning, right? I don't know if we're going to be able to find any form of a direction here in Bitcoin. What has it been up to here on the daily? I mean, I told you guys, keep an eye out on this stuff with Bitcoin. Just be prepared to sit in this stuff for quite some time. We make aggressive moves, whether it be to the top side or a little bit lower, and then sure enough, you just go in a multi-month consolidation. I mean, late November is when we really started this consolidation. Is the beginning of it, 24th to be exact. And this is when the this is the largest volume print since almost a year and a day earlier. But now we're just heading right back into this zone. So all of December, we've been trading within that range, and now we're about almost a week into January. And sure enough, yeah, it's doing the exact same thing, and it was to the top side as well. So the way I'm looking at this is that for me, I get it. Like, if you're being patient, if you want to sit in this for quite some time, just be prepared that Bitcoin might not do anything for multiple months. And if we go back even further, it consolidated for like 6 or 7 months, guys. And it's just like, for me, I would rather put my money to work somewhere else. If it's going to continuously do the same thing, I mean, it doesn't sway me from being a Bitcoin bull. I just drastically reduced my exposure. It's no longer it is the largest holding, but not even to close to what it was before. I've reduced that by almost 60%. And I'm like, you know what? Let's rotate into some more names. So I bought a little bit more NVDA, some more Robinhood, and just disperse that cash in some quality names that have been working relatively well for us. I'm not saying that it won't happen. I mean, there's going to be a time when Bitcoin, it's the same thing with the Mag 7. We count them out for a little bit, and then it's like, oh yeah, magically they're back. No, it's not magically. The fundamentals are there. Obviously, there is none with Bitcoin. But if this thing is truly what it's displayed itself to be over the past, I don't know how many years now it's been out, 15 years, then I'm sure it'll be just fine. But just be prepared. At times it's going to suck drastically, and then at other times it's going to perform relatively well. But ever since this IBIT IPO, you go into those multi-month consolidations, and it's been takes a long time to work, so I don't know what anybody's timeline is or how long you want to be sitting in some of these names. Right now, I'm just scrolling through to see if we can find anything with some high volume. I'm going to have to modify my scanner right there. INTC, I have no idea what it's doing. I took my 3 stabs at that, and it didn't work out for me. Mobileye looks like it might get a little bit of a bounce off of these lows. Not overly familiar with trading this, but risk profile can be there, right? The only issue is that now you're at the lower end of the range. You just have to be cautious in order to see if you break through that low. Once it does that, then you know that your thesis is essentially wrong. OBBX, man, right up to 155. Yeah, exactly.
Great reason to buy. I mean, you had the trade, dude. It's just like, sometimes I understand that, like, if you're taking the 150 pushback, like risking all the way to 147 halves can be a little bit daunting, but guess what? That is the trade, right? It's like, when something moves that far, that fast, that is a very strong reason to buy, in my opinion. And take a look at this. We put that anchored VWAP onto the event. It was holding below. We had attempts to push higher that got slammed down, but then we did reclaim, and then now we're reclaiming VWAP. So yeah, it's just like that. This scalp for me is a very much done, especially after these reasons to buy back through 150 come right back in. So yeah, sometimes, it's breaking news trades they're all kind of different. They're all somewhat differently nuanced as well. But when things happen like this, it's just like, you just want to be with the flow. You want to be with the momentum. And as soon as it's gone, I don't like to stay involved. Maybe looking for the next leg down, bigger picture, maybe as the news digests and disseminates around the world, it might be the next trade. But right now, we brought it to you here first.
Ooh.
Right on that initial candle. I saw it at 54s, right? I forget where my initial entry was as well. Let me just quickly pull that up. IWM worked out nicely as well. So IWM broke that consolidation. Now we're consolidating below VWAP. I'm out of majority of it, just having a runner on to see if we can actually make it into and through low a day. Palantir, a few ads there, but we'll see. We'll see if this one kind of comes in. But Blackstone, let's take a quick look at that one here. I forget where my initial entry was. Was that on the NYSE or the NASDAQ? That's an NQ stock. Okay, never mind. I'm on a different one. That is a NYSE
BX
stock.
is NYSE, yeah.
BX is NYSE. So let's take a look at that and see where my entry was. I think I was above 153s. No, I wasn't. I was at 152.70s. Yeah, I was looking to hit into 153s. Let's go down to the 1 minute right there. Yeah, so I had to add some time right there. A couple of minutes after Adara brought this to us right here, 154s to 153s. And then look, slam, 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 152s, 151s. That happens in a minute. And then 150s and the swipe back up. So I did cover in and into that swipe and then back into 152s. What's up, Joe?
All right, guys, savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X Daily leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. All right, so let's head right back into these markets. AAL starting to get a little bit of a bounce there, guys. What was the low? Yeah, not really in my wheelhouse. AAL gonna have to substantially size up. Shout out to BX, though, giving us that little bit of breathing room here. Obviously, we didn't maximize or optimize the potential trade, but we can now breathe and just get back to the regular systems operation. And that's what we want to do. We're going to stay on the hunt, and we're going to continuously look for things. Uber's starting to come back in. The market's coming back in a little bit as well, too, guys. Silver hovering right around the volume-weighted average price. Hangry Wife, is there a way, Hangry Wife, are you listening? Is there a way to reset the just the chart, not the whole platform in itself? If there is, please let me know. Can you, is there any way I can hit refresh on this or anything like that so I can get the volume weighted average price on there? That would have helped a lot on the INTC trade. But yeah, it is what it is. NFLX, what has it been up to? Taps up into 191.40 roughly. I don't use advanced charts, sorry, Joe. You use the standard? Yeah, no, rightfully so, because of the advanced, you can't do so much on it, right? Like on the standard, on the older ones is when you can actually start to use your hotkeys and everything like that. So yeah, it is. Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. So you can't use your hotkeys on this one either. So yeah, thanks for that anyways, regardless of what was going on. Thanks for pointing that out. MSTR and RGTI, guys, we're running through the scans once again to see what we got going on. What are my hotkeys? Mine are the most simplistic hotkeys as possible. I mean, it's no rocket science with this. Shift L, you guessed it, I'm going long. Shift S, I'm going short. And then F1, F2, F3 are going to be my partials there. So.
Well, those are on opposite sides of the keyboard.
What do you mean?
Shift S and Shift L.
Yeah, but there's a shift on each.
No, I know. The letters. The S is on one side, and then the L is on the other.
Yes, but this is what I'm doing,
Do you
right?
use one hand?
No, I use two hands. I got two hands, bro.
No, I know, but one is for the mouse, no? Or you just everything on the keyboard?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm in. Boom. I'm operating right here. Yeah, and then sure enough, I'm in on that one. So that's how.
Very difficult for me to, because I like using the number pad because I'm resizing. I'm typing in numbers.
At the number pad.
Oh no, dude, no. You got to be able to type these numbers without looking.
But you just asked me about using the mouse. So how are you going to use the mouse and the number? But you use your left hand on that?
So it's right here, right? So look. If I can get I'm gonna pull this in. I'm gonna pull this into the screen right here. So my mouse is usually right here.
Yeah.
So I don't need to. Travel time.
Yeah.
Of the hand matters a lot to me, especially when I'm moving fast, right?
Yeah.
So right here, boom, number pad, right here, everything.
Yeah.
Tilde, resize, whatever. Okay. And all my entries and exits are right here. Okay. It will make you faster. Trust me.
What do you mean? I can just go like this. Shift L. I don't want to punch into anything. Shift S.
You know what I mean? But even this, that's so much movement.
know,
like,
but-
that's room for mistakes, dude.
Okay, okay, you're not wrong.
I'm just saying. For me, that's a hard feat for me. All my buys and sells are all right here, and I have Insta keys as well back at the desk where I just need to press one key and I'm in or I'm out. Like
WASD?
No, I'm not. No, not WASD. Not here. Not for this game. But I think I use my F keys and I use my shift and controls and my alts as well. But my entries, exits, and stops all with the left hand, man. Yeah,
right.
no, that's surprising. Yeah, I never knew that.
I've always had it like that.
Everybody's a little different. Man.
Yeah, man.
But I'm just saying, how can I optimize myself to be the fastest on the keyboard? I'm just like everything on the left.
The thing is, though, like when I see something happening, the chances are I have a little bit more than a millisecond because I'm preparing, I'm ready, I have my order in, so it's just a matter of hitting enter at that point.
Fair.
You know what I mean?
But even then, hitting the enter, that's why I have the Insta keys, because I'm like, by the time I type stuff I have a default, right? Default size setting. If I just hit F1,
it goes in automatically.
I'm in.
Okay, yeah.
I don't need to, because like if I see it, I want to reduce the time from my eyes going down my spine, the signal to my arm, and pressing the keys. Because guess what? The algos are faster than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I like your F1 Insta there. F1 is my cell, and F2, and I use my stops. F3 is going to be a buyback as well. So yeah, I mean, to each their own, man. I've always had that. I kept it super simplistic. Shift S, Shift L has my fixed amount of shares in, my standard, I guess we should say, and then sure enough, we take it from there. Gaming mouse. Yeah. No, Machiavelli, it's true. I know a lot of people have their mouse. I highly doubt that you can do that here on Pro.
Chris is like, just set up a foot pedal for your buy.
Yeah.
No, I know some people who trade with a controller.
Dude, the mouse. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can have the mouse that has multiple buttons.
Keys on the
right?
side.
Yeah. But no,
keyboard, definitely keyboard warrior here. I'm just like, boom.
Yeah, by all means, man.
I'm telling you that those typing classes. In class, they come in handy, man. They come in so handy. But yeah, thanks to my grade 5 teacher. I forget what her name was, but yeah, she was very adamant about everyone needs to learn how to type and type fast and accurately. And yeah, here we are. But you know what? My keyboard game definitely got much faster with gaming.
Gaming,
right?
Yeah.
That WASD, yeah, man.
WASD, yeah. See, that's the thing. When I started PC gaming, I was a little bit too late for me because I was a beast when it came to Call of Duty on the controller.
Yeah, I was the opposite, dude.
Yeah.
Recently for when I started playing Rocket League, I was not used to a controller at all. I was very much a PC gamer. And I was like, I know Rocket League is not a game to be played on KBM, like keyboard and mouse. Like it's very clunky on KBM. You're moving in all 4 dimensions, all 3 dimensions. The 4th one as well, but the joystick is much better. I had a huge learning curve for the controller.
For going to the controller?
For going to the controller, because I wasn't crisp on the controller.
Everything was right there. Watch out. I used to be a monster in Call of Duty. My KD was never, I was...
No, but here's the thing. Okay, professional gamers, keyboard versus controller, you're not, like, there's going to be not much of a difference. But just regular gamers, like, if I were to face somebody on an FPS using my keyboard and mouse, best believe I am clocking anybody on a controller. Controllers have aim assist for that reason, right?
No, but it doesn't work even when you're online.
If you're playing Call of Duty, a guy with keyboard and mouse is not going to slap someone with a controller unless they're amazing with a controller.
That's the thing.
Right?
In like games like Fortnite, I'm pretty sure the advantage would become to keyboard and mouse.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Right? Because you see those dudes doing that crazy stuff, and I'm like, what is going on here? This person's clearly on PC. But yeah, as for Call of Duty, I think it might be a little bit of a mixed bag. I don't know. I think it was a little bit past my time when PC really came into the online world in Call of Duty. Yeah. But yeah, I was a force to be reckoned with in COD. Just the controller and everything like that and glued in. So.
What was your main console?
I was in my earlier days. I was an Xbox guy.
Yeah.
And then
what was your Xbox had some amazing exclusives.
Yeah. It was like
Gears of War.
Gears of War.
Gears
Halo.
of War was sick. I never had an Xbox. I would always go over to my friend's house to play Gears of War.
Gears of War. Yeah. And Halo it had there.
Halo
Fusion Frenzy, for those who know what that game was. Yeah, Frenzy was an ultimate game. But other than that, I was a COD guy, and then around PS3 is when I kind of moved over to PS4. I had PS4 for like a decade. I still have it, to be honest with you, somewhere in my grandma's house, collecting dust. But yeah, PC.
Yeah, I used to play this game called. So this game really upped my keyboard speed. A game called Guns Online.
Guns Online.
So there were mechanics with a Z. Wow. With a Z. G-U-N-Z. So Guns Online, if you guys know what that game was, and if you guys know what case styling was, man, these Korean gamers, they are absolutely next level.
Next world.
Next level. So they made this kind of mechanic very popular in that game, where you'd have to switch between your weapons, like sword to shotgun or whatever, and then switch real fast because you can block shots with your sword. And then if you knew how to case style, and that was like flurry on the keyboard.
What is case style?
So it's just like it's just switching between your items, and then slicing and shooting in between at the same time as well. So you had to be really fast on the keys to learn that. And I would spend hours and hours just learning the mechanics. Oh yeah. Especially on my left hand, that WASD for sure.
WASD really, it wasn't even fun. I lost all fun. Look, OB. BX is right back to its high.
Great reasons to buy down.
Yeah, exactly. Man, oh man, if only we held this a little bit longer. I mean, it came back to our break even, but not even close to our stop out of 150. This is a wick that wasn't genuine. This is just a dark pool wick here, but bouncing off of 151 on multiple occasions, 151 rum on multiple occasions, now climbing up to 156.37. And we talked about 155s being in the works as well too. So a nice recovery there in BX, but that's now gone. I don't know how much higher it's going to climb. You are heading right back towards that volatility spike low. And if it breaks through that, maybe you get a little bit more of a recovery here on the intraday session. Silver looks like it might find somewhat of a bottom here around the volume weighted average price and indecision print right at VWAP. I'm heading back to AAPL to see what that one has been up to. We're on the 1 minute time frame here, guys. So let's run through our scans one more time. We'll go from top to bottom, and then we'll see what Obi's up to and see. Are you in anything right now, Obi?
Yeah, I'm in some Palantir and some.
Okay, all right. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, so Palantir, again, I'm not expecting it to be clean. I got that flush break of this consolidation, but it's pulling right back up now, up into this prior structure. So now I want to see if this structure holds as a bit of resistance, or do we make a lower high? Because trend technically has been at least broken or slowed down, right? We talked about active versus passive. I don't know if this is passive just yet, but I'm waiting and watching. The market tailwind definitely on our side. We looked up what some of the betas for these names were earlier, and then IWM did not get a chance to add on this 255.80 breakdown. That was pretty clean. That held all the way from 12.12 to about 12.46, so about a 30-minute hold of that level. Multiple tests just cannot get through that, and then we crack through that, and then we crack through this prior low as well, 255.70s, and we get that turn on the market at the same time. So a lot of confluence for that short. Definitely my mistake not having, sometimes I should just have like orders in, scripts in to take these breakdowns, especially if I'm looking at multiple things at the same time. I think that's really important. Again, something maybe for 2026 to be like, okay, get comfortable having orders in the market at areas that are kind of interesting to you, especially if I'm already in position. So that's what I'm kind of maybe thinking about there, because it's enough is enough. I'm just like, how many times have I been in position? I look away from a stock and it's doing exactly what I'm looking for, and it's breaking structure within the trade of breakdown, and I'm not involved in those either. It's just I really exercising my abilities to the best. Absolutely not. So maybe a little bit of a percent better for tomorrow can be, just have a feeler, have a little, maybe not a feeler, but have a small percentage of your total position to add on into those structure breaks. So we'll see if Palantir kind of comes back in here. We are taking a little bit of a bounce or slow here on the IWM at the same time. And if the buyers want to step back up on Palantir, so be it. I do want to be nimble and kind of step out of the way. maybe find better prices higher to get back in as well. So what was I looking at here? Palantir, we put on the moving average earlier as well, but you know what? I don't always use moving averages. I like trend lines a little bit better, but again, to each their own. It doesn't really matter. What are you using to define trend? That's kind of the gist there as well. So we had some trend here, the breakout of this level here as well. So if you want to, I only want to anchor points to moments and areas of significance, then I'll be like, okay, fine, let's start the trend on the first pullback after the breakout actually happens. And that's the trend that we got after the breakout. And you can see here that broke down as well. So multiple indicators kind of showing that, yeah, the trend, even if not, well, if broken on a shorter time frame, but bigger time frame, even if not broken, definitely the buyers are starting to slow down here. So let's see if we can get a bit of a reversion back in towards some sort of a mean. And the market tailwind is definitely helping us out at the same time. So let's take a quick look. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head what Palantir's beta is. And I don't know if it's above 1, but it could be, yeah, there you go, 1.6 I'm seeing here on Finviz. Now, depending on your source, it could be a little bit different, but that's all I need. I just need to know where, in and around the area where it's at, to just get a gist of like, okay, I'm really going to be following alongside the market. How much of a chip chop are we going to have relative to the market, and so forth. So RKT was another name that was moving on that news there. IWM, I've already covered a decent chunk there, so I'm not really, oh boy, I'm not really too worried about that one. Let me pull this back up here. Let's put this back into place. All right, so RKT, let's take a look at how that's doing. Again, it looked good for a continuation. Now, this could just be a multi-day move, multi-day trade at the same time, right? Wow, Palantir really getting slammed in. So, yeah, I like the ad up here. Definitely could have added some more. But again, talk about distracted trading. I'm looking at 10 different things at the same time. Definitely need some assists that can trade for me here. We got a super chat apparently. Let's take a look at this. JHN Ranch TX. Cheers to y'all, Texas. I was going to say the TX in the name is definitely suggestive. Beers on me. Thank you very much for the super chat. Respect. All right. So yeah, shout out to Texas, man. I heard the taxes there are absolutely solid. One of the many choices that I have for potential end game to places to live, but you know we'll find out. Absolutely beautiful place. I have a few relatives that live down there as well, and they do say that everything in Texas is a little bit bigger.
Oh, I thought you were going to say all your exes live in Texas.
Well, maybe some of them. I don't know. I have no idea. But there's that Palantir swept back down. Let's see if we can get through 185s with some distinction. If we're looking at prior structure, that structure is dropped to 185. I see the lows maybe at 184 halves. So if we're actually breaking below prior structures here and the trend is done, I'm looking for that 184 halves to come in with some sort of a distinction. But 185 is on the way as well. So let's see if that will come in. But yeah, other than that, don't have really anything on watch there, Joe.
Oh, no. All right, cool. Yeah, whenever I don't... sorry, repeat that one more time to me there. Oh, okay. All right, cool. Sounds good. Yeah, whenever we're ready there. I'm going across the board here once again. SMR putting in a little bit of a signal, guys. I'm just scanning through, looking for some names out around the lows that we can take potential long here. Second missed opportunity here on SLV. Take a look at this, guys, on the 5-minute time frame. Indecision print holding up relatively well, regardless of if it makes it high of the day or not. That is a good signal. That trend is holding up to a T, and those are some of the things that we want to keep an eye out for. Uber still performing relatively well as it's coming back in, but a nice rebound and definitely our better trade here on the day. I mean, if it works one for us, maybe we wait for an additional pullback, a hold of a key resistance zone, and then we can take it to a little bit move higher. But the one thing that just really put us in the dumps for a little bit before this BX trade came up was Intel, as it's starting to find a base around 42.60. I think I seen Katina Man in the chat saying that he was long Intel or short Intel. Okay, so right on. We tried a couple longs there on it, Katina Man. Didn't work out for us, but we got out when we were supposed to. So we did take those hits, but nothing to be worried about whatsoever. Plenty of time left throughout the day, and I have the utmost confidence in myself in order to get a rebound here and just find that one trade. That's all we really need, guys. But Eminent Gold, TSX, EMNT continues hitting oxide gold on its 100% owned district scale Hot Springs Range project. Latest result, 9.2 meters at 3.2 GT, the best yet, with gold intercepts in every tested structure to date. Definitely one to watch. Learn more in the news section at eminentgoldcorp.com about their exciting new find. There it is, Adara, also bringing us that interview here today as well, guys. Back into this market. You're still short Palantir.
Of course,
That's
no reason
working.
to buy right now.
No reason to buy back. Obi
We'll
says
see.
right
I
now.
want to see it break below this 185 with some distinction. The market, the ES is coming in, so that's definitely helping us. So I should be in other shorts as well. So I'm just thinking like, what? Okay, TQ's looking nice. TQ short, obviously. Like I'm basing some of my trades off the futures. Another goal for 2026 is just take some of those futures trades, dude.
With the NASDAQ?
Yeah, just like price action. Well, I don't know about the NASDAQ just yet. We can take some minis as well, but just just getting involved with the TQs and the SPY at the same time, right? So it doesn't always work nicely, but when it does, you get a little bit of FOMO and like, yeah, why am I not continuing to be and stay involved here? But it's okay. We take the constituents. We take some of the other stocks as well, so that's fine. Don't really. I'm not really fretting too much on that. Apple, okay, hello Apple, coming into day lows, breakdown, AAPL. So that might send the market for a little bit more of a sell-off right there. 260.90 is the day low, but guess what? We've been stuck in this range since the open here. So Apple just knocking around in just a couple bucks here. It's 262, 69s, 263s-ish, and then to the lows there, 261, 20s, 260s, 261s-ish. So let's see. We're at the bottom of the range. The market is looking distinctly different than it was for the past few hours, especially here on the NASDAQ. Is this breakdown of Apple going to bring it in? That's what I'm asking here as well. But guess what? There are some stocks that are looking distinctly different. You don't need to look any further than goggles here as Google pushes up to 322.29s, which is the high a day. 321.60 is currently trading and holding above some prior structure as of right now with the most recent bid coming in. So going to be patient. Let's see. Let's wait and watch. Again, Palantir, I don't expect it to be clean. I don't expect it to be, really forgiving, but I expect it to be choppy, if anything. That 185 so far has held, and we're getting that swipe right back up, 50 penny pop after a drop down to, what was that low? 185.03s. All right, cool. This was that prior structure, so I do expect a little bit of turbulence whenever prior structures come in. And if the market decides to make a higher low here on top of its prior structure, a little bit of a 15-minute kind of chop right there and catch a bit of a bounce here, you know what? More than willing to be wrong on these trades here. IWM, you know what? I'm just going to, thank you. I'm done with that one. If we're going to kind of base around 255s, it's slowed down. Here's the thing. It's slowing down at a place, let's go to a higher time frame. It's slowing down at a place where this chop and consolidation was before. 254.70s is the low of that kind of range consolidation that was there. I was looking for it to come right into there. I might be too early, but you know what? Just taking into that prior structure, I'm more than okay with that. Like I said before, only had really a breadcrumb left a bit of a runner. If we're going to hold that with some chop and distinction, I'm just going to be like, all right, cool. I'm done with this for now. Where is the next trade? And Google, wow, just now, as I mentioned that, just slaps through that prior day high right there. So I literally just mentioned this a couple minutes ago, and Google breaking out with some volume, the highest volume candle I'm seeing here on the day, rivaling that of the opening candle as well. Yes, Google high day breakout happening as we speak. I was just like, yeah, this one's distinctly different. Market takes a little bit of a bounce and then swipe right back up. I just forgot, I was involved in Google this morning with that, what do you call it? With this kind of pop and drop right here. Very, very strong off of the open. I was like, where are you running? Why are you running? When we false break the highs, I get right back into the short I got into earlier right here and take it down into VWAP. And I'm like, all right, that's all I really want. Could it have gone further? Yes, but the market was very strong, so I had to respect that a little bit. And guess what? That respect was definitely worth having because VWAP held all day long. We held prior structure, and now we're back up at the highs. So Google's strength, very, very obvious
really strong,
on the day, distinctly different. Another name that is very strong as well is Amazon. No real selling here. Maybe this one, I know I missed this one here, 250, 245. Kind of area reject, didn't quite get up to 245, but that aggressive bid kind of stopped, and we pulled all the way back down to VWAP. VWAP seems to be the place to buy here on Amazon. A bit of a prime deal happening at VWAP there all day long, and for the past few days as well. That bid has been very, very aggressive, and maybe the beginning of the year, people may be positioning in. I don't know, just a guess, but the buying is very distinct.
I'd like to think so. I think Amazon can be a potentially good buy. Yeah, there must be something going on with Google here, guys, up to 323. I know Sean was saying, tell me to hit the 316 earlier this morning. Now we're climbing up to 323 with the volume stepping in. As Obi mentioned, that's going to be one of the largest 5-minute prints here. And look at the engulfing print that it's really starting to form. So a big time move there in Google as it's continuing to climb a little bit higher. What's our ATH on this bad boy? On GOOGL. And then going back to this choppiness here, we're in on Uber for one more time. I mean, it worked really well for us earlier in the day. Let's see if this low can hold up or it wants to break down a little bit lower. So yeah, Google, this is on a daily and it's up to 328. So we're still a couple of points off of that, but I mean, Google can clear that in a matter of a day or two. Nice selling there on Uber as it's not trying to find a bottom. I like the indecision print that we're in. We've seen multiple across the 1-minute time frame, and we're going to look for that to hold up. Every day I have to reset this. I don't know why. Hangry Wife, I don't know what. It's something. It has its different bugs. It's like it will clear one, and then something else will come into play here on this old platform here. Not the one that we're currently trading on, but the one that Hangry Wife and I on the side. So yeah, there it is, a nice little pop in Google. Let's see if this move is going to be sustained. I think with that 5-minute volume, your chances are looking pretty good in my opinion. Let's head over to the 1 minute and see what we got going on. Steady up and to the right. All right, we're almost at a 1-to-1 here on Uber. Let's see if we can print 78. The volume weighted average price would be prime time if we were fortunate enough to get that. But once again, the defense stepping in. So we print 78. Oops. We were printing 77 there, and then sure enough, look at these getting filled 10 cents lower. Look at our bid, only 3 cents. So interesting stuff here. Let's see if this Nizy name can come into play for us. Don't want to take anything out too early, even though we're nicely ITM, considering our risk profile is extremely tight. If we take some off, that's just more breathing room, and then boom, just clean flushes to the downside. Man, what's up with that stuff? Let's get our filter on here as well to see what we can get going on. I just don't want to take out a trade that could potentially work for us really well too early, but that's not a good signal here on the 1 minute. So you can see we push all the way up to 77. A prior resistance zone that can act as potential support is right at 83. I think that could be a good potential target for us, especially if as long as we hold up this low. So going back to the names that have been working for us, if not, we'll take a hit and we'll be exactly where we finished off after those INTC hits. But Uber's been our number one trader on the day, and then a nice little move on BX as well. So nice pop. Let's go. Let's see if this movement 73. We're printing 75s now, Obi. Let's see if we can get up into 78s, 77s. All right, getting a little bit more strength in there. Exactly what we want to see. 80s would be absolute Deion Sanders right there, prime time. So we'll be patient and wait for those levels to come into play. 83 might even be in the works as well. So TQs holding up, silver starting to come back into the volume weighted average price, and Google continuing its climb higher, brother.
I think we got some super chats that
we missed,
man. Yeah, you want to take?
I didn't see. Oh, okay,
yeah.
Fan
funding there.
Oh, okay, right on.
Yeah. Let's go back and forth there.
For sure.
So first, Patrick J. DeVal asking, Obi, Joe, what's your full year prediction on Tesla? So what do you think, man? What do you think about Tesla? Full year prediction? And listen, I don't do that, but we can take a look at some higher time frame charts.
Aside from the technicals, I think the steady progression in AVs is going to continue. That potentially, if Elon continues to expand his geofence, it can send this stock definitely to unprecedented levels, which I think that's kind of the goal of this thing, considering Cathie Wood has like a $4,000 price target on this. If Elon Musk wants to hit his his $1 trillion pay package, I think some key milestones are going to have to be hit. And each year counts, right? So they got some hefty competition with Waymo, but from a production capability standpoint, I think Tesla's going to be able to dominate the space. And then sure enough, we have robotics, competition stepping in that space as well too. But Tesla is positioned relatively well, and I like its chances to continue to climb higher.
Yeah, for sure. So I think, I don't know too much about the fundamentals. I like the chart. I like the stock. And I like what the man's doing. Also, Jensen recently said he's got the best stack. And he stays stacking. So I don't know. If we're going to go forward, again, there's a lot of, XAI is a very interesting LLM. I don't even know if we can call these LLMs anymore, but it's a very, very interesting progress that they've been having, and yeah, the man has some of the best tech in the industry when it comes to those stacks. So, and being acknowledged by the man himself, Jensen Huang. I think that just goes to show we'll see that one. And yeah, thank you, Adam James abroad. Respect for Obi, man wants of China. I don't know about. Let's not call it that. But yeah, no, I think there's a lot of places around the world where my dollar is worth a lot more. So I think definitely that definitely crosses the mind.
I can tell you where it's not really worth that much more, Obi. That is Tulum, Mexico.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, there's a discrepancy. I mean, that's why a lot of traders go to Bali. Live in Bali. And stuff
I heard it's pretty cheap over there. Oh wow, let's go.
You're just the dollar is spent much better, right? In some of those places, but yeah, no. And then Adam James again, SoFi quietly green dip by gifts. All right, so let's take a quick look at SoFi at the same time here. So SoFi, what are you up to? We'll take a look at the higher time frame on Tesla as well. Wow, okay, yeah, dip buys would have definitely worked on today and yesterday as well. We dropped all the way to 26s. What is this thing looking like on a higher time frame? That's what I'm asking. We'll go to an hourly here, take that view up out of the way. Okay, yeah, dip buys have been working pretty decently on this one. 25s holding, 26s holding. We'll take a look at Tesla right after.
Adam James is low-key a Canadian, so don't let him get it twisted. All right. Beautiful move there in Uber. I mean, we were in at 68s. We waited before we took anything out at a 1-to-1 at 78s right there, and then now we climb up to 90s. So yeah, a nice move, a 2-to-1 there on Uber, still sitting on 40% of our position, going back to the name that's worked best for us today, and we're going to continue to rock and roll. But Adara, what do you got for us?
What I have for you guys here is the second of 3 visuals for today's CES 2026 schedule. I had a lot of fun making these. You kind of read them like a film festival schedule where you've got like each, like horizontally, we're all in the same time graph, and then there's just different things happening at each time. Again, you can check this out on X at TTV Research. I will drop the link in our chat as well. So this will cover 2:30 p.m. Eastern all the way up to 5:40 p.m. Eastern. There is a third infographic, as I mentioned, I'll be releasing right before the close that covers the evening portion of these events. So again, this is in PST, so it's going to be 3 hours earlier their time. These times on this infographic are all in Eastern time. So again, this will be 2:30 to 5:40 p.m. Eastern. The one for this evening is going to be closer to like 5:30 to 8 p.m. Eastern. Back to Joe and Obi, or Joby, which is actually, fun fact, a company that will be at the CES today. Back to you.
Natalie asking me, Joe, what is the best book on trading I've ever read? I know, you're asking me. I know a popular one is Trading in the Zone. I read that, it's pretty good. The best one,
probably options trading for dummies. That's going to be probably the best one that I think that I've ever read. And options traders for beginners by, I forget the publication. I always forget it. It's the same one, I think, as the For Dummy series, but that was actually like a good read in my opinion. I enjoyed it. Some may find it a little bit boring, but yeah, I think those are going to be probably my favorite trading books all around. How about you, Obi?
I would say, so I'm going through so I like to read books on my phone mainly, because on transit, that's the best I can do. But yeah, I would say the best books, if you're looking to get in and kind of get familiar with the game and how far you can potentially get, is straight up the Market Wizards books. I think the Market Wizards books, if you have not read them, I think they're very much worth a read, and it's just I guess like anecdotes and like stories of great traders that of the current and of the past as well, to see how they thought. Shout out to the author Jack Schwager. He's been doing this for many years and interviewing these great traders over time. And really getting their perspective on the market. And it's interesting to see how these elite players sometimes have clashing perspectives of the market, but guess what? They all were great amongst themselves, right? Within themselves. So it's just like that perspective has been amazing. Now I know I have to read these books over and over again to really extract the value, but the Market Wizards books were great as well. And a few of them suggested to me over the past year as well. I really like. There was Golf is Not a Game of Perfect. I liked that one. The Gap in the Gain. That one was huge as well, The Gap in the Gain. Jose recommended to me The Way of the Turtle as well. I like that one a lot. Let's see, what else do I have on here? Those ones I would say, Market Wizards I would say are huge. I like, The Playbook is great as well, One Good Trade. I like The Playbook much better than One Good Trade.
How did day trade?
That was a classic as well, but it's just, that's just very like, it just touches the surface. It just touches the surface.
Yeah, I mean,
like, I want to know how elite traders think. I want to know how they trade. I want to know the thought process as well. And the Playbook definitely had some of that, and the Market definitely, for sure, has a lot of that. So that's what my pick would be.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Obi. I mean, for me, I read countless books before I even started trading, and I ran through Simulator before I even touched a live. All of that is out the window as soon as you start putting real money on the table. It's a great base. It is. I suggest when you're first starting off, learn as much about the market.
If you know absolutely nothing,
then it's a great base. But then as soon as you step into the what is the
arena,
the arena, or the Coliseum. As soon as you step into that Coliseum, everything is out of the window. I shouldn't say out the window, but your first putting on that those real trades. Okay, well, everything you learn isn't really reflecting into this. But again, I talked about this before. It's just a matter of scenarios, in my opinion anyways. Again, this is just my opinion, is that the reason why the learning curve in trading, once again, my opinion, is so long because you haven't been through scenarios. So like a year, even 2 years, people say they catch it in that time, but you still haven't gone through market cycles or anything along those lines. So the more scenarios that you've been through, the more comfortable you're going to be within these markets, and that's when you really start to pick up on pattern recognition and everything. So thank you, Isber and URLE. All books are nonsense after you graduate to the level of Obi and Runway. Yeah, I mean, Fog of War is good. Strength and Honor. Say the Spartans. Exactly. I never paper traded. That's another thing. So I won't disagree with that whatsoever. It's the same thing. You're paper trading. It's great. Like, it's great to get a base, hotkeys under, so you're not just kind of giving money away. That's how I started, not with options trading. Like, I just jumped in because I've been trading for a year plus at that time, but I lost money just on transactions. If you're comfortable doing that, you have yourself a platform where you can get the calculated fixed risk. That's what I used, hot buttons, hot keys. And those who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about. So if you know, you know. And it just helps a lot. But if you don't paper trade, it also kind of just eliminates a phase within your trading where it's like, okay, you've been paper trading for some time and then you got to transition into live. There is none. You just get more comfortable with live trading. And I think that's something, if I could rewind the clock, maybe I wouldn't have spent, even though I wasn't in there for that long, like 3 months, maybe 3-4 months I was sim trading, I would maybe like have eliminated that and then been risking like $2 or $3 a trade or something like that, just so you get a little bit more comfortable with it. So yeah, that's where I stand on that.
Yeah, for sure, man. No, you got to definitely put in the reps. Excuse me. And I even said it in the chat. I'm like, yeah, the most beneficial thing that you can do, and I've heard this since day one. The biggest thing is, yes, experience seat time. There's nothing will beat seat time, and not just seat time. Meaningful review of that seat time as well. Right? If you're not reviewing, you're not really getting better. Kind of maybe stagnant. So it is very important, I would say. And I've been told that, and I'm, as I sit here, gaining my own seat time as well, I'm understanding every single day how important it is to, go through the iterations, go through the reps, get slapped in the face, and feel how losers feel how winners feel, and really kind of get used to that. And it's something for this year as well is just, I've been where I think it was Soros, but it's just like most traders are going to lose, or they're only going to be right around just roughly about 50% of the time. What makes the difference is when you are right, are you pushing into that? Are you leaning into those trades that are working for you? That's going to make the difference, right? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong on the trade, and I've been saying this more often as well. It matters how much you lose when you're wrong and how much you win when you're right. So coming up with systems to mitigate losses, prevent tail risk, and then the wins, really getting aggressive on those and really sizing exponentially on the stuff that you're confident in as well, right? That's gonna make the difference. We got a super chat here again. James abroad, thank you very much, saying, being married to a Canadian doesn't count. In fairness, though, my Canadian wife is the most incredible person on earth. Love all of you guys. Now even Texas fanboy, oh boy, respect from Florida. Nice, yes, let's go. Florida, I love Florida as well, man. Florida's great, great weather. I think, I miss South Beach sometimes.
A couple of times.
A few times,
We'll go through some of the comments here. There'll be some good ones. Everybody participating, we want to know everyone's opinion in 2 cents as well. So paper trading makes you better trading. Paper does not translate to trading. This is Carl Gruen. It's all about managing real risk. Buy one share, but don't paper trade. Yeah, again, we touched on that. I agree with you.
Right?
Decision
it's all
making.
about decision.
Yeah, it's all about that. Who else do we got in the chat here? Curtis Cripps, experiencing the actual loss, learning what a loss actually is and when to take it, etc. The emotions, anxiety that you have to learn to control can't be replicated with paper. Absolutely. I think all of us agree on that front.
What was that?
They said the emotions and anxiety cannot be replicated in paper trading.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you think, Adara?
May I weigh in on this?
Of course.
So as someone who traded sim for in months on the show, and that was my first experience, I think it's helpful, but I also think it depends on what your experience is going to be, right? I think learning to trade literally live on a show, you do not want to be throwing around real money. And I also think because I spent so long on the sim trying to get comfortable, I think I got a lot better sense of what type of trader I was when I started live, and B, I think, I was just a lot more comfortable kind of taking those risks. And I think it depends on what type of person you are, because I take everything really seriously. I was also feeling the sim hits. So I think if you're worried about the emotional aspect, if you are the type of person where you're going to take everything like it's the real thing, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just wanted to weigh in as someone who has spent famously a lot of time in this.
I 100% agree with that.
But now my question is to you, Adair. Hold on one second, Obi. So now with that experience and you obviously live trading, if you were to go into sim, do you think you'd feel the exact same way about those paper hits?
I mean, now maybe I think I'm stronger, but it's always hard to go back, right?
I mean, hindsight's
20/20, right? Which is better than my vision. But yeah, I think if I could go back, I think I'd probably, maybe I'd try to trade more different tickers, because I think the biggest reason that I say I trade spread is because I trade a lot of spread in the sim. But maybe I'd try some penny stocks in the sim. Maybe I'd try other different things, right? So I think my biggest advice is if you are going to try sim trading, try to, go to the whole buffet. Don't just, eat the steak and the eggs, eat some of the potatoes and stuff too. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your question.
That's great. That's great advice.
I agree. Like, I mean, I don't think we would ever be like, no, don't do it. But just from my personal experience, maybe a little bit less time in it and just getting right into the nitty gritty, especially if you've put yourself through like an educational process. You ran through our lessons of the day. You read through X amount of books. You did all of this stuff, and then you learned how to set up your platform. You know about your hotkeys. Nothing wrong with execution and just making sure that they work, right? You don't want to construct a new hotkey and then be punching in 1,000 shares live on your first day. That's not going to be a good time. That's a quick way to lose things. But at the end of the day, I think if you can reduce it a little bit and then get right into your live trading while using all your risk measures so you can feel all the emotions, it's going to help you. I mean, if you're thinking about the grand scheme of things, we talk about the learning curve being relatively long. What's a couple months in paper trading? In the picture, you know what I mean?
So yeah, for sure, man. I agree with that. I think another thing is like, to push the point that Adara was covering, it really depends on how seriously you take it. Yeah. More often than not, people act and feel differently when money is on the line because guess what's on your mind? Money. But guess what? The best trading is done when you're only thinking about decision making. Your emotions are in control, regardless of what kind of, what doesn't matter if, whether you're right or wrong or whether money's on the line or not. It's all about decision making. When you come to that epiphany, when you realize it's just, can I make the best decisions? Then it doesn't matter. Whether you're making decisions in sim, whether you're making decisions real life, if you feel distinctly different when you're making them in live, that doesn't say anything about where you're trading. That says something more about your mindset and your perspective. And that definitely needs to be skewed, needs to be changed. Trust me, I've seen a lot of traders come and go through this floor. Perspective and mindset was absolutely key. It's absolutely huge, right? You have to have an almost, uncanny, ridiculous belief in yourself. That's the first one, right? You have to be almost delusional. That's the level of belief that you have to do well. And secondly, yes, everything is based off of decisions. So it doesn't matter, how much money is on the line. Can you first, but eventually, sure, it does. Once you're there, yes, you want to think about like how much am I sizing, how much like risk opportunity, but that all comes later. Can you make the right decisions at the right time first? Then we can talk about sizing. Then we can talk about putting real risk on. Then we can talk about anything and everything else. Yeah. But that's the first step. And that's the step that fumbles most people because emotional regulation and emotional control, forget about trading. That's just a human thing, and you have to be able to surpass and overcome that. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, that's it, man. But mic drop, that's it. All right, that's all we said. How many, did we gain any more? All right, guys, 4,200 of you watching. We had a lot of fun with that talk, just getting into a little bit of psychology. I see Neil and Machiavelli talking a little bit about it. Some people say that some of the fundamental pillars here of trading is your technology, your psychology being one of them, and then obviously your education, really important. So psychology is massive. You got to continuously break down hurdles and be prepared to get knocked down on multiple occasions and get back up, right? A bad day is only 24 hours, and good thing about the market's less than that because it closes at 4 o'clock. All right, Timothy Leary, set and setting. Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I just looked that up.
Yeah.
Here, yeah, no.
Is that a
refers to the mindset and environment that significantly influences the effects of psychedelic experiences, a concept popularized by Timothy Leary in the 1960s. So, okay, let's go through this. All right. So the definition of what he means, thank you very much for the super chat. The definition of set, this term refers to the individual's internal state, including their thoughts, emotions, expectations, and overall mental health at the time of the psychedelic experience. A positive mindset can lead to a more enjoyable experience, while anxiety and negative emotions can result in a challenging trip. Setting, the definition of setting, this encompasses the physical and social environment in which the experience takes place. Factors such as the location, the people present, overall atmosphere can greatly affect the outcome of the experience. A safe and comfortable setting spending is more likely to yield positive results, while an uncomfortable or chaotic environment can lead to distressing experiences. 100%, dude. 100%. I agree with that 100%. Right? Forget about, like, I know a lot of people might have something to say about psychedelic experiences. Forget about it. This life is a psychedelic experience if you really think about it. Right?
Yeah.
So if you, perspective is everything. So yeah, set and setting, thank you very much for that. I will look more into this as well. But yeah, mindset and environment, I think that's what it's talking about.
I'll be honest with you, the best trader I know and I've seen personally trade microdoses while he's trading.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and Adara, you might like this one. I know you like this individual. Timmy C said this in an interview, and I find it very interesting. He said, you can be the captain of your own ship once you realize that life is coming from you, not at you.
I love that. Timmy C is a genius, and he might get his Oscar this year. So go Timmy C, and shout out to his co-star in that movie, Kevin O'Leary.
Oh yeah. His best movie is Bones and All. I love Dune, but Bones and All is one of my favorites.
Still have to watch the second one. I haven't seen the second part two. Yeah. It's on my watch list.
I think his name Austin Butler or whatever. Yeah, I like him. I like him in that one. He's pretty sick. All right, guys. Let's get right back into these markets. Please make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Is it brilliant to listen to as well? Yeah, a lot going on. Someone said to peyote. I highly doubt that that's going to work. But no, in all seriousness, guys, a really nice move in Uber. Going back to the names that have been working best for us today. I have 20% remaining, looking for a little bit more continuation. We were piecing it out as we go and continue to climb a little bit higher. So we did end up hitting approximately, not with full size, obviously a 3-to-1. As you can see, we're in that set at 68, so it did climb up to there, but we didn't get out. I have to be prepared to get out of this trade here at 72. So just at the click of a button, as soon as we come back into my entry price, you can see that we're printing 72. So we're looking for a bounce, but it's not. If we head over to the 5-minute into the 1-minute here, it's not looking overly promising, so I'm prepared to get out 71s. You're getting that curl over, but this is where I am, and then we could just scalp off of that, basing it essentially off of 10 cents worth of risk, and then sure enough, getting a nice move to the top side there. So I eliminated. I told you guys 80%. Now I'm down to 50% of my shutdown. So that was a beautiful move. And one more trade, we're gonna send things back to Greensville, Ontario, and then sure enough, we're gonna continue to rock and roll because we still have multiple hours. But with only 1 minute left, guys, we haven't done this yet. Make sure you get those tickers in $, and then the name that you want to talk about. Obi, do you know what you're gonna put in there? I know what I'm gonna put in there because it's been phenomenal for us. Uber. It's going to be at the top of my list here, guys. Make sure you get those $ in. It's been a fantastic session so far. Obi's been putting on some bangers. INTC being my only loss and my largest loss here today, trading 3 names, Uber, INTC, and BX. So if we had the eliminate and we didn't get as aggressive as I did on INTC, then we would have a really, really good day. But once again, just having a lot of faith in myself to be able to climb back and head things back to Greensville. But we don't want to force anything. It is now 2 o'clock, Obi.
Sir.
Finish it off.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. Trade safe. And I'll send it over to the big boys. Take it easy.
Sir.
All right. Yeah, welcome everybody. Good show there. Good midday show. I hope you guys
like the comment.
Oh yeah, enjoyed that. I got to get into the other chat right now. I'm short 3 names: Intel, Google, and Micron right now. So I don't know. Hopefully it can continue to work. We're still short Intel from that first top there, and covered. You can tell when I got back from the gym, started covering, and then right back down in. We just bounced off VWAP nicely right there to head back into the downside. And oh boy, did we have a fun ride with Google. I was trying to short that initial pop, just kept on going. Eventually we were able to make a little bit of money long. And then we just shorted it once it looked like some of the steam was potentially out of that trade. And so now we are short. We're $1 in now, short Google at 325. So let's just wait as we, we get our inner Obi on this one and trade this back down to the downside. So here it goes, man. Here comes Google coming back in nicely right now. He put some more bids on here. But yeah, good midday show. Some talk about paper trading and whatnot. Micron also short. We'll talk about that as we go. But yeah, just short here in the afternoon right now. I don't know, man. The Nasdaq up another 0.5%. Nothing seems to be slowing this market down.
Yeah, but it's putting in lower highs. The other thing too, we keep talking about the Nasdaq.
Yep.
But I think at least for right now, we should pay attention to like the ES because we lost 7,000. So you broke 7,000, big psychological level on the S&P futures, and then head and shoulders underneath that 700K. Sorry. 700K, 7,000 level as we're going lower. So it feels to me like we've made a bit of a turn. I'm just an open. I am on the offer to try to get back into IBIT. That broke the low of the day and got the target. Oh yeah, there was, well, you guys, if you're transitioning from the midday, then you know about what happened with Blackstone and the president saying they're going to crack down on institutions buying single family homes or continuing, or buying more, I think was the exact phrasing. So Blackstone, I mean, BX came all the way back. But of the things that reacted to the news, I always look at it this way: like, what's the different thing? Like, as I saw Blackstone coming back, I didn't see it happening with Open Door. Like, Open Door was hanging off the lows, and Blackstone was all the way back in. That being said, I'm going to be out of this in like 3 cents because it's pulled all the way back into the $6 level, which is a big support level. So BX came down, and I don't understand why it would come all the way back. You would think that that's the kind of news that would maybe cause it to be a little bit weak, but yeah, we went into Open Door because it was relatively weak, and I might have bounced off fives here. This has gone to target. I don't mind jumping out of it, but the next thing I'm going to look at is try to get back into IBIT on trend. It has been bouncing in front of, it's like 90,000, like 800-ish. Right around 91, like not 91 exactly, but on IBIT it had been bouncing right around 51.5. Now it looks like it's broken down. So I'm going to try and short this off of the prior low to jump back into that trade. I also have a question for everybody. I don't know where that came. I don't know how the conversation came up. I don't know how we got on the movie. I'm trying to remember how we got to movies because we sat down and like before we came on, Sean and I were randomly talking about movies.
No, they were talking about.
They were talking about something, and then we were talking about movies, and then somehow it came to the Oscars because it went onto this Marty Supreme.
Yeah, because of Kevin O'Leary. I think.
Because of Kevin O'Leary.
Someone in the chat. Oh no, it was Timothy Chalamet.
Oh, Timothy Chalamet.
So, that came up somehow. Anyways, I don't know.
Anyways, my question is, who's seen this thing that's one battle after another that is a 78% chance to win Best Picture? Now I know what Marty Supreme is. We had Kevin on, and there's been conversations about it. I've seen Sinners. I think it's solid. If you haven't seen it already, then I won't spoil it by comparing it to a movie that we all know that basically copied, but that's fine. It's still entertaining. But I do not know this film, and I haven't seen it. So quickly, where can I watch it? That's what I want to know. Like, where would I watch one battle after another? Seems like it has a great cast, and is it any good? Is the other thing. Like, should I bother watching it?
I mean, it must be good if it's 80% chance of winning Best Picture.
I'm not.
But yeah, I mean, you might not like the way. It's funny the way because some films you watch you don't enjoy, but they win all the awards. You know,
Yeah,
so I think it's like how it's shot, what that all looks like,
We'll
and
see. I'm not-
things. But you know, that cast of that movie was absolutely huge.
HBO Max?
We are going to have the rundown. Something's probably Crave then if it's HBO Max. Soon to be Netflix. All right, so let's just wait to see. Yeah, Netflix. So Netflix. I was going to say, what's Netflix doing today? How about zeros on the board? It did have a nice move to start the day right away and then back into 90. I bought 90 flat yesterday or in this area. So looks like that's coming back in again. You might be able to buy Netflix on the cheap as we continue to go. $2 in the money on Intel, 40 cents on Micron. Micron's an interesting name today. So we just actually went back into, so now we have another, I mean, it's the same trade. We've been shorting it underneath sort of the 200 period right into there, and we wanted to give it a little bit of room back up. So 341 or so on the break out of Micron to be able to get stopped out of that trade. So a good little reload there. We'll take a piece out at the quarters if we can. So a nice move down there it is. We get that fill at the quarter. And then it pops back up a little bit, so nice little fill there. And then we'll wait to see now if we do tick lower. The 50 period is right there at 339. So we'll see if we can get a little bit of love there. We've already ticked down on Micron, down 1.8%. I mean, how the mighty has fallen, not yet. We'll wait to see if Micron eventually pulls itself back into reality a little bit. But I mean, the reality is the demand for these things continue, the chips, the memory. The problem with SanDisk is the spread is like 30 or 40 cents, if not even more than that if you're looking for 100 shares. So that's 60 cents there. So just by the spread, you're losing $60. Probably not great unless you lower your share size. I mean, everything is just a share size problem. It has nothing to do with the spread. And then WDC, that's another name that we could watch out for. I don't know, Western Digital getting hit much more than any of those other two names. So we'll see if Micron can hopefully follow suit and continue to make a downside push for me. So yeah, that's what we're doing. 207. We're going to get Niels and IBIT. We've been talking about the Bitcoin short for a minute, near 91,000 now. I don't know how low it actually got today, but we can have a quick look at that.
Yeah, I just jumped back into it. Actually, I know because we always look at
got a
IBIT
great
and then we
Google
end up
film.
not talking about the actual prices. So I have 90,000. I think I said 90,008 was where it was kind of hanging out, but the low is 90,660 or something like that. But we are, like, to me, we're breaking down off this support on Bitcoin. So I just hopped back into IBIT, and I think we have a little bit more. I mean, I don't think we're going to necessarily see 90,000 even here today, but you know, like Bitcoin's weak when the market is somewhat strong. And I want to say strong. And you can't even say that. Like the ES is flat. The NASDAQ is up half a point, but the ES is pretty flat, like 0.09 at all. So yeah, ultimately want to stay with the things that are relatively weak if we can. I was just checking out WDC as you mentioned it there, but I did hop out of open. And I feel like there might be a second leg to this. Maybe not today. But Open Door, the other day we were talking about how it broke that trend. Well, it got right to $7, couldn't break it. It just couldn't break past that 50-period moving average, so it closed in this little mini gap, and we're right back retesting the lows. Still seems like this has a date for that 200-period moving average, the way it's going. It can't make that secondary push. It just can't get through the hump of the 50-period moving average, unfortunately. So, you know, we'll keep track of it. And make sure you get I always say, like, make sure you get your names in, type in the dollar signs for sure. But then I see, like, I look up and, like, there's, like, one symbol, I don't even know, someone's spamming in there with the dollar sign.
We both got on these little quarter zip type of things today.
I wore a lot of these.
Some nice vest game. Our vest is from yesterday. I'm actually going to go get that ice
One of these
vest.
days, we should just all rock the vest.
Yeah, when Mark comes in, we'll kind of like, we'll scare him a little bit. We'll all wear them, and he'll be like, "What the?" Micron, we just got 339. So right now, Micron is. So right now we're $1 into Micron. We're $2 into Intel, and Google right now. Let's go Google, man! This one's coming back in. We're $1.70 now in the money on Google. And I posted all of these trades, like the Micron trade, all of these trades, I posted in the midday chat. So make sure you do join us, get in the chat, get in all of that, and get ready to rock and roll. It's Mr. Joey, man, over there at the desk. I'd hit the Stone Cold stuff, but I don't got it. It's Joe. Let's do this. Let's do this review, Joe, and then you can get out of here. Are you going to stay later on tonight, or what's your plan? Let's go back over, see what Joe's up to here, and it's the rundown.
Why would I leave, Katina, man? No reason to. I have no reason to. We have trades to put on. All right, guys, welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the segment where you guys get to pick the tickers we talk about. Let's take a look at some of the overall market, but first things first, make sure you get those dollar signs in. Vote in the chat. Katina Man just told you guys, get involved, and make sure you like and subscribe. Now, let's take a look at some of the top performing sectors here this morning. And at the top of the list, we have the healthcare sector leading the way, up approximately 0.6%. And then we also have the consumer discretionary leading the way as well, too, guys. Amazon probably at the top of that list, 0.39%. And then we also have the tech sector holding on by 0.25% here to the green. Now, as for the bottom three, the financials down 1.2%, and then we have the materials down 1.6%, and utilities taking it on the chin, almost a knockout blow, down 2.35%. Now, if we're going to take a look at some of the major averages here this morning and afternoon, considering it's 2 o'clock with only a couple of hours left in the trading day, the NASDAQ still green, 0.6%, and we have the SPY holding on by a thread, 0.1%. And then also the bottom two, IWM, OB was short this earlier today, down 0.4%, and we have the Dow Jones down 0.7%. Now, if we're going to take a look at this week, we're still holding on to green, guys. Leading the way is the Russ, up 3 1/4, a substantial amount there, so a nice little return. We have the Dow in second place, and then the NASDAQ in SPY finishing in those bottom 2 spots. Now, as for the top of the list, a technical breakout on INTC, but not very much continuation. As you've seen, I was taking a couple trades on this, but let's see what the boys think about Intel today.
Very quickly, there's some news on all these defense stocks. So on Truth Social, just a couple of minutes ago, maybe, President Trump, you can probably find the entire thing, but essentially, he's going at and saying that defense companies are issuing massive dividends and massive stock buybacks at the expense and investing in plants and equipment. This situation will no longer be allowed or targeted. He goes on to talk about executive pay packages, options, and goes further and further. You can read the entire thing if you would like. It's over there at Truth Social. Lockheed Martin just lost the bid. Boeing had a bit of a pullback there. Palantir, I didn't hang on to Palantir, and then the Palantir really started to accelerate down in as well. So that's obviously that's going to put some serious pressure on some of those stocks. We'll see if they are able to hold up, but all defense things heading to that, dragging the market there thanks to that Truth Social post.
We're $5 now in the money everywhere. I mean, that's a nice move to the downside. Obviously, wishing we still had the NASDAQ short on board, but there goes Google. We're just trying to cover a little bit more. So there's another fill right there, 322.75 or so. Nice move down there for, we shorted it. We didn't do well on Google in the beginning, but now we're starting to make that back up. Intel, a very, very clean trade. Let it rip up, coming back in. I sold some Intel over lunchtime, right into here, 43 bucks, sold some, but I used it on Canadian. If you guys are with us, did he bring up a stock yet, or you threw over to us? Oh.
No, I thought it was in.
Oh, Intel, okay. So this is, I got out 2440s, so I guess not quite right into there. This is the Canadian CDR, so it trades a little less if you have some Canadian money involved. You can trade names like, you could trade Meta over here, CT. This is $35. I'll try to tell us this, but I'm not sure she understood that. But Meta over here in Canadian dollars, you could trade, because she was telling me, like, so many things are so expensive, how can she buy certain shares? And I was telling her, Google's $322. Here it is in Canada. Goog, no, I don't think, I know why, because it's not Goog. It's just Goog. It's not Google in Canada. There it is right here in Canada, so $52, right? So anyways, okay, talk about Intel. Intel, for some reason today, went absolutely off, right up to all-time highs again of 44.50. I mean, it matches exactly all-time highs. I said that again. It's nowhere near all-time highs. 52-week high, we just hit it like a month ago. There back December 1st or 2nd. There, we took that out today, and then we just got hit right back down. So despite the NASDAQ making new highs here on the day right there, Intel stopped around 1030. So this is the NASDAQ right there. It continued higher. Intel did not. So something was underneath this. I don't know if there was a rumor or something about Intel. We do that CES is going on as well right now. So definitely, wow. Like, it's almost like there's news here about Google as well. Like, this is really coming back in. We talk about Obi style here, and Obi, I stole it. This waiting for something to happen and then hitting that on the way back in. I tried it a couple times here, but you can kind of see when the tape changes there. And so I'm going to be focusing on, watching stock instead of just trying to pick levels, because that doesn't make any sense when a name is going sort of parabolic. But Google pulling back in nicely. Intel is going to be my number one P&L today. So just because there's been no mistakes. It was one clean trade there, and Intel continues to be a great stock over the last year. I mean, Intel was hovering around $15, man, or $18, sorry. Like, this is. I had Brian Shannon on basically this whole time talking about how much of a level this was. It was a 40-year anchored VWAP. That was kind of a joke, but it was. And right into there, man, $19 side. So there it goes, man. I don't know when the government, Neil, is eventually going to sell, but they've got a big win. U.S. government has a big win on that. I know, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I mean, when they do,
It's a problem.
You know, you might want to get out ASAP on that one, but for right now, Intel's working, man.
ASAP, no question. Yeah,
ASAP rocking.
But look, man, Intel. I think it may have a little bit more. I'm hesitating to pull the trigger to take another leg because the first time in this move when it rejected on the monthly chart, I was like, okay, that's a good time to trim. But I think at this point, unless we close the month underneath if we close the month under 40, then I think that's going to be a reason that this little consolidation might be over because it's lower highs. Intel was fantastic from the bottom, but you put it on the higher time frame and it's a bit of trouble. Ever since this headline about buyback, the market is dropping.
Why is Trump saying that?
Willing to come at if you're willing to come at defense companies over buybacks and pay packages and dividends, would you stop there? Maybe that's why we started accelerating a little bit after that. I don't know. You know what? I don't know. But I'm speculating based on the fact that everything just started to drop further and some of them didn't make any sense. Like, I get why Palantir just dropped. I get why Kratos just dropped. I get why Boeing, Lockheed, Raytheon probably as well. It doesn't necessarily make sense for others. This afternoon, I'm going to look at VWAP in here because I want to be shorting pop into this move. Market under VWAP. I think you're starting to see a little bit more of a reasonable semblance of action. All that said, I have a pretty line on the chart that Bitcoin is bouncing off of. And if you double bottom and you had a line on that, and you have a reason for having that bid or having this support level for like a couple of weeks at least on Bitcoin. So I have a trail in. I'm going to jump out of buy bid and then just wait for it to retest that lower high. Yeah, we're bouncing off support instead of breaking through it. A few more names to talk about here, but yeah, the president coming at dividends. And
I don't understand. Like, through all of what is he? Why? What does this have anything to do with anything? I can't wrap my head around.
This is a pressure to upgrade the military faster. Like that's if you read
the U.S. government that
if you read the nuts and bolts of it, he's saying it's at the expense. You're doing buybacks and you're doing dividends, paybacks at the expense of investing in your equipment and infrastructure so that you could build out faster and more efficiently. Maybe it's just years. Hey, everybody, get in there and invest instead of doing that. Like invest in some capex and then you can get back to normal. I don't know. I'm guessing from what I'm hearing, but
his base won't like that.
But you like those stocks because they do that. Because they generate a ton of cash and buyback. That's what makes Raytheon really good of a stock to hold. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about a stock like Raytheon now.
I don't own any of those stocks, but I own, obviously Palantir is a big part of this guy's portfolio. But yeah, whatever. We sold some Palantir recently anyway, so it's all good. And stocks really, I mean, look, like we talk about, Palantir is probably the most widely held name that everybody has in this. Still up 3% today. If that news happens right here, it was 185. It's down to 183.75. Like, not a big deal there. I'm a little bit concerned. I would say my Boeing position would be the only one that I could be somewhat concerned about on something like this, but I don't know. What's he going to do? Come after NASA next? Like, we're not investing enough in this moon landing project? I don't know. But, okay, we'll go. And Energy Secretary speaking as well, so there's lots of stuff happening. We'll talk about some energy. But right now, we've got to go over to Joe because, as he said, he's got to get back to his desk and put some more trades on. So let's go back over and figure out what Joe wants to talk about. What's up next?
All right, guys, next on the list. Yes, once again, the very much popular Tesla with growing competition in its emerging segments, AVs, and in robotics. But this headline really, really caught my eye. And I don't know if the numbers are correct, but we're going to go with it anyways. GLC Research maintains sell on Tesla, raising its price target to $25.28. And yes, that is correct. From $19 to $25.28. I can see the look on everyone's face right now. I'm questioning the exact same thing. What do you guys think about this?
Joe, don't bring those. Like, come on, man. What is he talking about? TSLA or something? Like, what? You upgraded Tesla from 9? That's a mistake. But okay, I don't. That cannot be a real thing. But anyways,
What was the name of that analyst again? GLJ Research.
Did you say crackhead Bob?
Johnson.
You have to be ashamed of
I'm short Gordon Johnson.
Just say that you think the company won't survive. If that's what you mean. I'm just being honest, man.
But why even raise the price target? What does that even
That's what I'm
mean?
saying. It doesn't make any damn sense, man.
So he went from 19 to 25. So he put a 30% increase on a 25% increase on Tesla's head. So okay.
Like, if you, even like 100 and like it was like 100 to 150. Like that's far away from the price, but you could possibly rationally defend that. Anyways,
shout out to Crackhead Bob, by the way. People are catching that reference. Anyways, all right, Gordon Johnson. So I don't know what we think about with Tesla. I mean, it made, if you're drawing these trend lines, man, I mean, it started making higher lows pretty early in the day. So, you know, I don't think it was a surprise that we wound up going all the way to the upside there and basically retested day's high again. So when you can't break the bottom, you know, unless I'm dip buying, that's the only time it can ever break the bottom. But there, and now finally the bounce higher. So I really like Tesla. We've talked about it for the upcoming years. I heard Obi mention that he really liked the long-term chart on it as well. But, you know, it's definitely getting hit right now coming off of its most recent highs. But, you know, you're not buying this, although I love the car. I mean, I keep saying that. But it's not a car business that we're worried about right now. Those numbers are depreciating, and we know about that. But it would be nice here. This is the first time, and I think you might have said it yesterday, or no, it wasn't this talk, but it might have been something similar. From the all-time, let's just call it all-time highs, whatever, either what you wick through 500 or not. You've had basically right there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is the 11th day from it being at all-time highs. This is gonna be the first.
No, number 2.
The second, well, yeah, this will be the, yeah. There was only one day where we had a green situation there, and that was Monday. So, yeah, that bounced up just a little bit there, bounced off the 50 period. Then the very next morning, we didn't even think about stopping there. We made another $10, $20 lower. So, yeah, I think you just need to get some actionable trades going on here. And right now, the momentum is down for Tesla. So let's just see if it can hold green today. That's the first step. Tesla holding green today. Let's see if it can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I still think a 440 break is potentially in play. I know it didn't turn out like how we would have wanted it. It just never on the 15-minute here set up the breakout to fill in this gap. I mean, all morning long I was like, hey, this could happen. It just never did, and it ended up being. It should have just been a short, I suppose, off of those highs, but it wasn't. I was looking for a breakaway from this area to fill in the gap, kind of like what it did on the only, like we were saying, the one green day. Didn't do anything. So let's, yeah, maybe it could pop $4 or $5 here and take out these highs and then be a runner this afternoon. Market seems too weak, so it's very unlikely. Wait for tomorrow. Maybe Tesla can put 2 green days in a row, and then it will be a breakout trade if it does. Let's see what's next on the list.
All right, guys, next up on the list, we have a fan favorite that is going to be Palantir, coming up as also the 2025 most searched name on Benzinga, but stock getting a little bit of a boost from the geopolitical tensions happening between the United States and Venezuela. But one thing I find interesting, off of the November lows, Friday, November 21st to be exact, we're up 25% and only down 10% off of its previous highs. What do you guys think about PLTR?
Oh, I don't know the answer to this question in terms of how do they do buybacks and how big. Because it's not a dividend stock.
I don't think they do buybacks.
Because you're not a dividend stock, and if they're not a big buyback, then why is it getting this hit with the rest of the defense names? Explain that to me. Like the other companies that are going down, they all do buybacks. I know they do buybacks, and a couple of them have dividends, so I get that. But Palantir, I mean, maybe they do, and I'm just not. Maybe I'm just not aware of it because I don't follow the stock enough. But tried 3 times on Palantir up top, at the shoulder, the head, and the shoulder. The shoulder, and you know what? We always talk about the back end of the trade. Well, the back end of the trade is the right shoulder. So obviously, like there, not so great. Like here, the second time through, I actually trailed. This one was more frustrating because I trailed out of it. I'm like, yeah, baby, it's gonna break that support, and I'm holding. Anyways, and I trailed out. Then the third time, it worked back into 185 or so, and then this news hits. Not in it anymore. I don't know if it's even gonna hold VWAP. Like some days you'd be thinking, yeah, bounce off of VWAP at this time of day. After that news story and the way the market's going down, I'm not thinking that anymore. Forget about it. I am in Beyond Meat. This is just Beyond's doing a thing over $1. And I was sitting waiting for this thing. Oh, yeah. Speaking of Head and Shoulders, like about an hour ago, yeah, it's like an hour ago, Beyond Meat did this wick, and then it's like Head and Shoulders at 106. So I've been waiting there at 106 with a stop at the high for the entirety of the afternoon.
Oh, go Google.
VWAP retracement. So yeah, Palantir, I might stay away from this. Might have to give these defense stocks a little bit of a rest to react, to be able to calm down after the story.
So Palantir does have a buyback. In 2023, they announced a $1 billion buyback. They still have $880 million to go. So
this is fair.
They're not. It's not going to really affect their price. They announced it in 2023 that they had. I just got that off Gemini. So they asked. Speaking about Gemini, Google right now is $3 right now in the money. So that's a good one. Getting lower now. Wow. Okay. Yeah, this is really starting to get spicy now to the downside. I'm now going to use this 200 period, 321.50. I'm actually at 321.75. So if we could break down below there, we'll have that winner. Intel still going lower. Micron, I mean, we talked about what we're looking for there. Now we can change this to 340.50. If we break above 340.50 right there, then let's get out 340.51. We'll just stop out of them all if that winds up happening for us on Micron. But right now, man, we're $6 in the money on these three positions. So the short is now printing to that downside. Yeah, look, this is not, Peter Thiel, Alex Karp. Like Palantir is a founder-led company with Alex Karp, and he's sold a few shares. We had a selling moment. I think it was around 130 or 140 or so. He had sold some. I think it was just what was creating all of these sort of movements down here when we kept on hearing some announcements of Alex Karp making a couple $1 billion or whatever, selling some of his founder shares basically, and. Yeah, I'm not worried about anything defense contracts or anything. Palantir's not behind on anything. They don't have to CapEx and all that kind of stuff for them. They're basically a software company, so hopefully they'll be able to get that figured out, and the gun will not be pointed at Palantir. I think a little bit of clarification probably coming on that most recent truth. So pay attention for that. I would think that there's going to be, if not already, a move back up in some of these names. So I don't think this will. Already starting to get back upside. You're not even down that much on this news. So I'm going to say it's a nothing burger for now as Google breaks 322. Let's go back over to Joe. What you got now?
Guys, SMX getting a big time pop here throughout the intraday session, up a staggering 95% here on the intraday trading session. But dude, where's my weed? Well, apparently SMX can find that for you. Using its tracking system throughout supply chains, you can now follow everything that you need to within even your cannabis deliveries. So SMX to the top side, 95% supply chain tracking.
Okay, that's interesting.
SMX?
Dude, where's my weed?
What,
that's clever. That's
Andre,
great.
when do you want me to do that?
No short float on this thing because it's a very, very tiny. I see 8.7 million float for SMX. So it's churned through that like 1 2/3, something like that, like 14, 15 million shares worth of volume. So it got soaked up a little bit. Then you look at this, I'm like, okay, well now this makes a little bit more sense in context. Yeah, it's a dead cat bounce. And so if you have a dead cat bounce, congratulations if you got it. How far can you reasonably expect it to go? I don't know. Maybe it's got some room to 55, 56 in here. You won't see me trying to catch that one. When I look at a daily chart like that, I say hard pass. But if you're already in and you're like, yeah, it's above VWAP still looks pretty strong today, maybe you put a trailing stop in and hold for that 56 level on the daily. Yeah, clever, but that's a pass for me. It just looks like one of those like low float, got soaked, bit of a catalyst, get your squeeze, make your money, and then move on.
Right now, it is looking like Google may potentially have a concussion, but if you have one or know somebody that does, seconds count. You don't have time to wait to treat symptoms. There's NYSE listed Oragenic, symbol is OGEN, O-G-E-N. They are rewriting the rules of neurological care. They're looking to develop the first FDA-approved treatment for concussions. It's an intranasal. It's pretty cool. We've had them on the show, and it's a very, very interesting. We've had Pat LaFontaine on. We've had Brett Favre on. Make sure you go check these guys out. OGEN, symbols O-G-E-N, over there on the NYSE. An easy way to play the potentially monstrous concussion market, and obviously with sports getting more and more popular, with live sports, everything like that, and not just that, man, we've seen concussions at car accidents, or we talked about tobogganing the other day and things like that, so you never know where that's going to come from. But yeah, man, Google, I mean, we talked about getting 321.70. Well, we got that, and there it goes to the downside. All right, let's go back. I'm almost done. All of my trades are almost all gone. Let's go back over to Joe, and we'll hear what he's got next for us.
All right, guys, next up on the list is one of the hottest names here in the past couple of sessions. That is going to be SanDisk, SNDK. I mean, if we're going to go from our benchmark of the November lows, November 21st, a Friday, that is approximately 88% in a little bit over a month, guys. But B of A Securities maintaining a buy on SanDisk and raising its price target from $300 to $390. Is this move going to be sustained, guys? Or are we slowly going to start to cool off here in SNDK?
I don't know, man. I thought we were going to cool off for a while on SNDK, but it just hasn't happened. ARM got a bit of a pop, but I have not seen the story on the wire and was listening to Joe, so did not catch what was said in our ear. But yeah.
Talking about ARM, yeah, I heard that too. We'll have to wait for the story.
It's a pretty big volume spike, but it's already back. Man, whatever. Like it just pulled back almost the entirety of the move. So I feel pretty good about saying we should not pay as much attention to it when it's not going to hold any kind of a bid there at all. But as far as SNDK goes, it just keeps on going. Like today, when it felt like, hey, look at 350 rejection. Okay, this is the day. Couldn't stay green, right? Like 350 close, 350 rejection, 350 rejection, 350 rejection. Oh, yeah, let's just make some fresh highs. Oh, the market pulls back. Okay, let's make some fresh highs again. So at least for now, this one is staying absurd or ridiculous or whatever you want to call it. Today is not the day. So it'll be another day that I paid for locates to not use them on SNDK, which is fine. I think they cost nothing. Nothing. It was like pretty much nothing. I think it's getting close to feeling like a top to me, but clearly it doesn't have one yet. I just waited for it to consolidate, then break down. Never broke down. Kind of like the stock is just on one. It's got like a squeeze feel to it. I know it's not a massive short flow. We talked about this yesterday, but it still has a lot of this squeeze feel to it on SNDK. Earnings are going to matter a heck of a lot because everyone's expecting that first quarter earnings on all these names, whether it's Micron, SNDK, Western Digital, are going to be fantastic, especially with Micron. And if they aren't, this could really unwind fast. But again, not today.
All right, man. Yeah, we actually traded one of these names here. It was Micron. I chose Micron today, and it was honestly just because of this. It was we didn't trade it early at all. I have no idea what this thing is going to do off the open. I mean, I guess if you had sort of saw that top right there, maybe you could have been short 10 o'clock or so, but that's where we shorted Intel, actually. So, yeah, right there. Just, in this area here, we were playing off the 50 period. Once we broke the 50 period, I was too lazy, and I actually didn't even realize that we didn't have very many shares left. So I should have got out right there. We reloaded it at 340. I like the 340 area against whatever this was at the time was 341. So we're just using this 200 period to see if that's going to hold. So a little bit of a reload there at 340, out now at 339. That is $1, so we're $1 in on this one as well. We're 350 at 150 and $1 in, so $5, $6, and so right there, $5, right there to the downside 6. As we get there, looking for another bid to come through. So we just got hit there at 339. I'm going to wait for 338.50, but yeah, I mean, you really got to like these stocks. I just look at them, and my logic is flawed, but I say how far away? From the 50 period, and you can use, rulers, anything you want, measuring tools, whatever. And you could see this is a very big extension away from the 50 period moving average. So obviously that's not the be all end all, but this was, a pretty big gap right here. We filled it, came back in. It was gapping away there. We did pull back just a little bit, then we kept on extending through. So I would expect this to get into maybe the 300 area or so before its next little leg higher. Are you going to actually come and upgrade any of these stocks right now? You got to think about what the next catalyst could be. We did see a downside play in WDC today, Western Digital. I think we just covered that as well. So, you're you're 1 or 2 or 3 days away from potentially, seeing some downgrades in this space, and you don't want to be caught holding the bag if and when that happens. So I would just be careful with a lot of these names, and I think a smart, prudent trader would take something off at some point on any of these, just because of how much it's extended off. I mean, I'm one of the biggest Palantir bulls. I've rid that thing since $9, $10. We have the hat over here. I still took some out at 100. We took some out at 50. You're taking some out as it keeps on going, keeps it extending. It's been wrong to take it out every time, but I think a prudent investor at least does something like that. All right, 236. Joe's gone. All right, Fabian, how's it going?
Well done.
Yeah, no, I know. I thought we were throwing back to you, Joe. Yeah. Oh, Joe always wants to make sure that everyone knows he's not gone. Anyway.
He has the best look.
He's still here. Joe, feel free to pipe in whenever you want. Okay, so just on all of this, there goes Micron. It just broke lower, so I'm bidding 338.20s. Let's see if we get a real good dip opportunity in Micron. We could bid right now, but here it comes into 338, and we still have Google. That's what I'm working. You know what? I'm going to put a bid here at 50. Just to see if we put it in, it jumps up. But I'm bidding 50s now. We'll go back over to Adair. It's good to have Adair back because obviously Trump's talking, defense secretary, everybody, or minister of war. Who knows who's going to say something next, but it's Adair right now with something.
Yeah, I don't know if we talked about this while I was away, but I'll mention it just in case. ARM on the move here, reorganizing into 3 main business units. That includes a new physical AI division, be focused on robotics and automotive. That's reported by Reuters. Next but not least here, OLPX. Bloomberg reporting here that Olaplex is apparently attracting a takeover offer from Henkel, a German entity there. So again, ARM now apparently officially announcing here that they're reorganizing the company, including the launch of a new physical AI unit. So it's been a really news-heavy day, guys. So if you want to stay tuned, definitely check us out here on Trader TV Live. Make sure to like and subscribe. I also am posting regular news updates here and fun infographics on X at TTV Research. So lots of places to find us. Back to you.
This might put a damper on my opportunity to get ARM a little bit lower. That was so far, last year was good with ARM because got the April low and was able to get out in front of the high, but I have not added back in, which is the intention to do so at some point in the first half of this year. We'll see what that ends up being. I just hopped out of IBIT because I'm going to wait for VWAP. This is a little different. It's bouncing. I ask myself, if I'm sitting there thinking, here's a 15. If I'm sitting here thinking this is the support, and I see it literally double bottom off the support, then maybe I should give it more room. I don't want to get away from this because it's one of the few things that just consistently was working downtrend. This morning, it's win one, lose one, win one, lose one. And then Palantir was good off the high, and IBIT has stayed pretty good. So I want to sort of stick with those ones, but I'm going to be patient, allow it to get potentially into VWAP, just a little bit higher. Like Lando said, just a little higher, Han, just a little higher at that point. And let's see what happens next. Let us know what you guys are watching. Certainly, the market's reversed itself, I think, pretty cleanly. Most of these defense names have managed to somewhat calm down here. I look at Lockheed caught a bit of a bid up it bounced $10. It's a $500 stock though, so not necessarily as bad as it was before. And then you have Boeing here, which is doing, I'd say, much better. Probably a little safer, not fully a defense name. It's interesting they get criticized, Boeing, for their backlog. First of all, it's a duopoly, and both companies have a it's like a 10-year inventory backlog. You order something, you're getting it in 10 years. So does it really matter if it's 10 with Airbus or 11 or 12 with Boeing? It's not that big of a difference. The standard right now is that it takes a very long time. So maybe they won't get the brunt of the president's ire the same way some of the other defense names will. But yeah, I'm going to try to be more patient, wait for this high to come in here for sure. As if Bitcoin, one life to give. If Bitcoin is not moving up, then IBIT is neither. That's obviously true. If you want something, if you're looking for, the ETF's just going to track it. If you want something that's going to move potentially a little bit more, sometimes MSTR will, but this is tracking almost exactly as well. So you don't have a reason not to just trade into IBIT, at least for myself. That's the way I see it. Maybe you can sometimes look at BMNR if you think that there's going to be a bigger move in ETH. That's at VWAP, but I'm just going to stick with the one that's been working for me today.
All right. Things just I mean, Micron's getting nastier right now to the downside. So if you guys, any sort of questions you guys want us to ask, or you want to ask us, please do it like immediately, and we can go over everything. I'm just trying to find out like which stocks are moving around. We have the trade rate right here. This is from eSignal. So right now it's indicating that, you know, Tesla is a name that's moving around. Obviously, it's always on here. Tesla, Nvidia, SPY, Intel, Netflix, catching that bottom at $90. We'll see if that can hold. I don't know. Very news-based right now, Netflix, you know. Just waiting to see what happens with that offer. So this is a trade rate. So this will hit with the stocks that are putting through like the most trades right now. So sometimes you get, like there's ASST was just on there. I saw ASST, Strive. Yeah. We've talked about this. Okay, so trying to hold through $1 right now. And of course, done 110 million shares. So yeah, a lot of trades going through on this one. There's Open Door. Neil's been looked at that before as well. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. More importantly, the subscribe. As we try to get to 550 right now. We're at, oh, yes. 549, baby. We've been looking at 548 for like a month. So right there, thank you so much to everybody for hitting your subscribe. Whoever hits it and gets 550, you will win nothing, but it'll be really awesome to be the person that does that. Yeah. So
people are so excited to be first in a chat, but like that's a way bigger deal being 550.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, here's ONDS. So a name here, Ondas Holdings. They're moving around a little bit today. That just hit on our schedule, on our radar right there, off of a nice 4 or 5 day run from 8 to 13. ONDS. Micron getting, oh yeah, silver. I just saw silver on there. So hi ho. It's off to work we go. I don't know why we say that for silver. I guess it's because the guy from what's his that show there. No, yeah, that too. But no, man, I'm thinking about the
Lone Ranger.
That is where it's from. But I was thinking about the guy from the Christmas movie there, who has silver and gold. The Rudolph movie. I think it is called Rudolph, isn't it?
You're probably right.
And then what's the guy's name? It's a funny name.
Anyway. You guys in the chat.
Yeah, I actually don't like that guy, man. The guy takes out all of the Yeti's teeth there. You know, that guy. What's his name? It's a funny one. You guys all, oh yeah, Yukon something. Yeah, there it is. You got that. Yeah, the Burl Ives one. That's one of the best.
I thought that song was sung by the narrator. I don't think that song is sung by the forest
I have
guy.
no idea. Oh, Yukon Cornelius. That's what it is. Oh man, classic, man. Brings me back. But yeah, so silver today. Okay. Not bad. You know, it was a lot worse earlier. We get down into that 69 marker, and we had sort of said that, you know, the wild ride that silver's been on over the last week or so continues, right? We were just at all-time highs right there yesterday. You're just pulling back a little bit. I don't think it's worth dumping your silver or anything like that, but it has been a nice little run up there. But again, like, look how extended we are. Even though silver has had an epic run, you know, it's well extended, very, very similar to its kin in gold, because GLD is also well off. I don't think it's off as much off the 50 period as silver. Silver's gone kind of parabolic in the last month or so. Yeah, so gold to me looks less likely for a pullback than silver, but you know, both names kind of go with each other. So, you know, silver and gold, as it continues to be a big talk about as far as a store of value. Copper, on the other hand, I think, you know, the legs in this move actually can continue higher. Copper obviously used in new homes. So as, you know, the United States and all across the world look to build more housing, I think copper, with all the wiring, I think that's obvious, something that can be used there. We talked about the amount of copper used in EV cars as they get more and more populated. That's going to be a thing there. And then, of course, the data centers, that build out is part of the reason why we see this huge move in copper. I mean, just to take the obvious stuff, like when we started talking about data center build outs, like, you know, Oracle's quarter back in October, whenever it was, like, those were the times, man. Like, you could have easily just sat down and thought about things a little bit. And I think copper, silver and gold probably would have been on your mind as far as those are concerned. So I don't know what's going on with Micron,
Freeport's
man.
breaking out. That's mine.
Freeport's a great one. So like we were talking about this being $5 or6 in the money. We're now $2.50 in the money on Micron. We're now $2 in the money on Intel, as that's bouncing a little bit, and now almost $3.50 on Google. So I think it's really Micron that is continuously going lower right now. Nickel, palladium, they're all, you know, all the precious metals basically all have a use case right now in this build-out.
Kind of year, man. I think
That
this
could
is
be a
where,
great
the
call.
shift is. And then you throw in, like, what does this Greenland talk about? It's not national security. National security Ds. The U.S. can put his, like, you think if the U.S. used to have like a bajillion bases in Greenland and like thousands and thousands of troops. And it's like NATO, the Danish is like they're NATO. So if they really wanted, they'd just be like, yo, we need to throw some bases up in here. No one's saying no. Like, I really don't, I think it's all about resources. And that being said, I did read something that suggested that some of their rare earth metal might be more difficult to extract or not as pure, so it might not be as efficient. So there's maybe some pushback there that might not be as big of a deal for the rare earth metals, but we'll see. I went back to open. Here's what I liked about it. We talked about the whole BX thing earlier, Blackstone, and some other names, where the president, he first took aim this afternoon, not at the defense names and the dividends. It was talking about buying single-family homes by private industry, and that had BX go to the downside. Open Door was a casualty of that, and Open Door just hasn't recovered. So the first bounce was just now, and look at that topping tail. Like, that wick comes right in to a prior support level, pulls back on the 15, loses it on the 15, so like reshort that one. Just kind of go back to the well, shorting lower highs as we're kind of trending down. So look for the low day again on Open Door. Just try to stick with it. And Commodity King, that's a good point. Water, not metals for Greenland. That's another great point. It is, but it's about resources. I shouldn't say, if I said minerals, I should just say any commodity or any resource. I think that's what the play is. I think the national defense thing is like a pretense, realistically.
This is all, I like the water. I like the water talk. I mean, we do need more water. I mean, water's got to help power. That's part of the cooling agent and everything like that. There's going to have to be a need for water. I was invested in water a while ago, and the company it was got bought out by Nestle, believe it or not. So that's another play there. I know it's the same stocks, but I just want to say, like, I'm covering a little bit now. I mean, we're down into VWAP. $6, $7 here in the money. Oh shoot, $5, $6. Maybe I should say that 6, 7 stuff. In the money right now, so we'll just cover it. Covering Micron, Google, and Intel, we don't have too much of that. Is that in Commodity King? Is that an ETF, AWR? I was actually
no, it's American Water.
American States Water. Okay, yeah, because I do want some water plays. I've actually asked about. I think I might have asked this on Twitter not too long ago, because I don't know if there's an ETF or anything involving water, but I really think that this is the next bull market. I know that sounds crazy to say that, but like down here 70, wow, okay, this is not bad. They probably pay a decent dividend. I don't know. I got to do some research. I don't know exactly what they do, but that's looking like a decent. Remember, like, if you're just a public waterworks or something like that, that might be a little bit different. But we could talk more about this in a couple minutes. We got to go over to Neil.
We do, and certainly there's always opportunities to trade in the futures markets. If you want to track the NASDAQ 100, the S&P 500, and happen to be a savvy Canadian investor, then hey, you can boost your exposure with Beta Pro by GlobeX. Their 3x daily leverage ETFs offer built-in FX hedging. You get to amplify your short-term movement in the market and minimize the impact of those currency swings. So if you're bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active traders such as yourselves, ready to take on those markets. Make sure you read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan that QR code you see out in front of you. Shout out to Beta Pro by GlobeX. Yeah, I think it's one of those, like, I don't know what that company does, but it's certainly a place. Like, I remember Bill Burr making the Nestle joke like a decade ago, which was a great one. It's like,
maybe that's why I
watch you've probably seen the bit. He's like, meanwhile, we got a guy at Nestle who says he wants to own all the water. I love Bill Burr. He's kind of a funny guy. Anyways, but I do think that's what the Greenland thing is about. It's just about finding places to go. And I recently bought some MP. I think, if you're looking for resource plays, Freeport looks like a pretty good one out there. You get, like, they're like half copper, but a bunch of other things. So they're a little more diversified, I suppose. But no resources for Open Door. What they do is their business. We still don't have, I'd love to, Eric Jackson feels like he's moved on, man.
From Open Door? Well,
every time he's tweeting about something or posting about something, he's posting about like HUD or something else, and it's not about Open Door anymore. So I feel like the hype has gone out of that. We got breaking news on AbbVie.
Oh, good.
Oh, and RVMD, Adara.
AMD looks halted here, guys, as far as I can tell. Wall Street Journal reporting that AbbVie is in advanced talks to buy Revolution Medicines, or RVMD. Let's take a look at ABBV to see if it's reacting to this news. Not too much here, but again, we do have Wall Street Journal reporting that apparently AbbVie in advanced talks to purchase RVMD. We'll go back to Sean and Neil here.
Yeah, let AbbVie, if AbbVie dips, that'll be an opportunity if they dip that on the acquisition. We had Eli Lilly with VN, what the heck was that thing called? VTYX, that's what it was. I almost want to say VNTX, like that must be something else. VYTX, although that that's still not finalized, by the way. They're saying $14, but it's still just they're in the closing or the last inning, or it could be announced any day. But that Eli Lilly is going to make that acquisition. It seems like this is what is happening, man. You're getting buyouts. We're going to have more of them this year, especially in this space. And it seems as if you're not getting punished for it. So I like AbbVie. When the market was dipping, this was one of those, hey, get a safe play in there. I wanted some more exposure, and I did for the first time ever dip into this a while back. But I still think the king is. Like the purchase yesterday for Eli Lilly, yeah, about that. This tagged the highs. Literally tagged the all-time high today within like $1 or $2. It might have missed by $1 or $2, but who the heck cares?
It'll be higher tomorrow.
Novo's pill scared this stock for like 3 hours, and then it went right back into buying. A $150 GLP pill. When you don't have an oil yet with Eli Lilly, nobody was scared because they understand that Eli Lilly is going to do it better, and they're going to do it cheaper, and they're going to get done this year. So this is the best stock in the space, and it's not even close. Like when you get bought up like that, man, people have been waiting for this catalyst for Novo for a while, and it still didn't matter. At least it hasn't mattered yet.
Yeah, Novo and Eli Lilly kind of looking opposite chart patterns right now. All right, let's just go over, because I just canceled all of my orders and now just have stop orders into the close. So I'm going to stop out pretty much at the 50-period moving average. That's the pink line for a 1-minute chart, SMA, 50-period moving averages. So 339 on Micron, the order's in. Intel, the order's in right now at 4290. So I'm using the 200 because we're already at it right now. So I'm going to use the 200 period, so 4290. I mean, we could basically stop out right now. That's the 50 period right there. But because it's Intel, that's only 12 cents. So we're going to give that a second. And the same thing here for Google. I guess I got to keep changing this. 322.50 I have for Google. So I've covered all the way down here, and I like the stock. And Intel, we have like 5% left of Intel, so whatever happens here, happens here. But yeah, that's what we're liking right now. We like some of these positions. So, for me, we just talked about XP. Well, we talked about AbbVie, but I always get questions. I don't know why, because I've talked about XPI. I love, this is an ETF that one of the only ETFs I was buying a while ago, for like the last 5 years or something like that. I don't remember the last time I actually bought it, but I really enjoy XPI here. There's also IBB. And I was just using the logic that people are getting older and technology is getting better. So maybe we can become more efficient in developing biotechnology. So I, like that call, and you're obviously getting that bump up. And I think it's also a great look in the space, because with buyouts and regulation being lifted on many different areas, we've seen more opportunities for buyouts, and that is what happens in the spot, right? So XBI right there, getting a uptick on more talk like that. Tom Lee calls the future again for ETH, so he's loving some BMNR these days, of course, and nothing like calling your own, basically holding the future, so that's nice. But we'll wait to see what winds up happening here. BMNR down 4.4%, and we often go over the crypto plays, but we always just look at IBIT. There are other names out there. There's XRP, which is going to be Ripple. There's Solana and whatnot. This is what the majors look like right now moving forward. So here we go, man. We've got Bitcoin 91 and change, flat on the day. There's Ethereum, only down 2.3%. Remember, BMNR, I just showed you, down 5%. That's because it's traded only during the day. And then the other big ones I know a lot of you are looking at, Solana got a high of 250 about a month and a half ago. That got cranked. Ripple, XRP, their high is about 350 or so, I believe. That's down to $2, so that got cranked as well. Dogecoin, 14 cents, whatever that high is. When I saw Elon on SNL, that was about 60 cents. So all these names, Cardano's high is about, was it $2? I don't know. And that's funny because I own a lot of Cardano, so I should know. That's down to 40 cents. Its most recent highs in the dollar area. So many crypto names. I was trying to see this Chainlink, I know, is a pretty popular one as well. But right now, in the last 24 hours, it's been pretty bad. But the last 7 days, 20% there for XRP, only 5% or 6% for Ethereum, 4% for Bitcoin, 8% for Solana. So it's right here. That's the aggressive number right now, XR. Padera?
No news. I do just want to give a recap here of something news earlier because Trump's been doing. So we're going to go recap history, social posts, and how they moved the market. This post that came at 12:45 p.m. This was a big market mover. Trump basically posted here that because homeowning was at one point, quote, the pinnacle of the American dream, and now we have institutions buying single-family homes. Trump's obviously going to be calling here on Congress eventually to codify what he wants to do to ban large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. So basically, Trump does not want single-family homes purchased by institutional investors. Now, what's interesting here is the stock reaction. We had a big drop here in BX, and then a lot of these apps where you can basically buy homes and or home builders, so the likes of Opendoor, OPEN, Lennar, LEN, KB Homes, KBH, Toll Brothers, TOL, anything in that sphere actually dropped quite heavily on the response or on that post. But it's interesting, the response here from one CEO of one of these companies, basically saying that he and his company are, quote, super happy with Trump's decision. They actually support that this decision is going to be helping average homeowners. Now, this did not help the stock at all. If that was his goal, it was not effective in that way. But either way here, interesting to note that he did respond. But that wasn't Trump's only Truth Social post because he is back at it again here just over an hour after his first post, this one coming at 2:08 p.m. and sending defense stocks to the downside. This is a very long post. But to summarize, I think the biggest things that we need to know is that basically Trump wants to stop the issuing of dividends and stock buybacks by defense companies and defense contractors. Now, why is that the case? Because he feels that these companies are paid too much and they're too much, celebrating for lack of a better term. But unfortunately, they're not building quickly enough, at least in his opinion. So with that in mind, again, stopping buybacks, stopping these dividends, and also stopping executives in the space from making more than $5 million per year. So I did the research as I do, and I just used, like, for an example, Boeing, RTX, and L&T. They're kind of the top three names that we think of when we think of defense names. And it's interesting, guys, the CEO of all three of these companies, they're making in the ballpark of 18 million to 26 million as of last year, so 2025, 2024. Again, that's just what I found through a quick Google search. So with that in mind, like this $5 million that Trump is suggesting, that's going to be roughly a quarter of their current salaries. So we're going to have to wait and see if and how this is implemented, but just wanted to give a quick recap of these market-moving events and back to you. Oh, sorry, but before we do that, we're going to take our friends at Eminent Gold because Nevada has an exciting emerging gold story. Eminent Gold, trading on the TSXV as EMNT, continues hitting oxide gold on its 100% district-scale Hot Springs Range project. Latest result, 9.2 meters at 3.2 G over T, the best yet, with gold intercepts in every tested structure to date. Definitely one to watch. Learn more in the news section of eminentgoldcorp.com. That's eminentgoldcorp.com about their exciting new find. Back to you.
How dare you threaten crony capitalism? Look, I saw someone in the chat say, man, there goes my dividend portfolio. Is it when you're an investor, you're not going to be happy about this whole, if you own defense stocks, obviously, but if you really believe in free markets, and you understand that if you're getting government money and government contracts, then heck, the government probably has something to say that they can reasonably say to you. Well, it kind of is what it is. Like that's the hand that's feeding you. So it's probably fair game. And ultimately, like you have to have two hats on, right? You have one. I don't want to get political or anything, but if you own some of those defense stocks, then that might not be the best in the short term. That being said, none of that, I guess, is going to have any effect on defense spending going up. So I still believe firmly defense spending in general is only going in one direction. If they have to raise their investment, there's still going to be a boatload of cash coming to them from governments around the world. So ultimately, those stocks are pretty good. Just have to maybe wait to buy the dip on them. I think that's probably the biggest takeaway. Things really started to slow down. I know I said that when we were doing the rundown, I did say that maybe Tesla would get this breakaway for us, break out this top. I mean, ideally, and I think on my note I said 440 was going to be your spot. Like, show me that you can hold on the 15 over 35, which is pretty useless every time it has. But it's the 440 level that really needs to go. It's not happening. We just hit power hour, and it's not like we're accelerating in terms of speed anywhere. I'm not really seeing anything go crazy. Like, when I look at, I just heard we did have that halt, that revolution. And for anyone that wasn't paying attention, at RVMD, I had actually assumed that it was at first, which is you shouldn't. I had assumed that it was just going to be a news-based halt on that AbbVie story. It wasn't. It was just a straight up volatility halt. It opened back up, and it has since gone absolutely ham. So it opened at 98, halted at 103, and is now indicating $1.20. So there's no rumor. I didn't see in the rumor how much they might be paying. When we got the Eli Lilly one yesterday, we actually saw immediately it said approximately $1 billion. So you could have an idea where it was going to open up. And it went pretty much right to that number and then pulled back. But with RVMD, we do not know essentially what they might pay or what AbbVie might pay for RVMD, but they're said to be in late stage talks to acquire them. So that's the story. It halted almost instantly upon reopen. So that is what it is. RVMD is this has been a runner. Sometimes you really do wonder when a stock has done this and then you get the announcement that they're being bought.
And then?
I don't know about that, man. Like, it's one thing if it's going sideways, but this stock was like up 250% in the last few months, and now they're going to get bought out. Yeah, I'm sure nobody knew anything. No one ever knows anything in these.
No, man, not in these markets. I mean, it's not rigged at all. There's no front running. There's no nothing in these markets, of course. And if you tuned in about 4 or 5 years ago, we had this discussion about the markets being extremely rigged, and I think now more than ever. Okay, so we got stopped out of Google, which is fine by me, man. We'll put Google in the gates of hell for a minute, but it's not gates of hell stock by any stretch of the imagination, man. It just, it broke the 50 period back to the upside. So way too many ins, way too many outs, but we like Google today. It was a good trade to the backside of it, but just too many shots upside on Google before but we kept on getting stopped out. So we had a couple wins to the short side before eventually getting stopped out. Then going long, these reds are the longs. We're able to get out around 326. And then once we saw a pretty violent move off of that, I would have liked to see a bigger volume spike, so I wasn't super convinced of this move on the way in. When you're looking at a stock like Intel, here, let me just zoom in here a little bit. Maybe we can just show you sort of why we wound up going short there on Intel. Like, can you tell where we started to go short? So, just a lot of buying early on. Maybe made this a little bit too big here. Let me see. Does that look better? Yeah. So, there's Intel just on one all morning. We kept on asking for news. There wasn't really anything that was super convincing of a 10% move up on Intel. And then all of a sudden, man, it's just like we had big time green. Like, the buying was really picking up as we broke through 44 and got back to 52-week highs, like we just showed you made back in December. We got to that early on in the day, and then we were just followed by big selling candles. We were already short going into that selling, but that's really, gave us the indication that, okay, there was either some whales starting to dump some of their trades over there, and that should have been enough to hold it, and that's eventually what we wound up doing there. So you kind of want to look for those bigger volume situations to maybe signal top or bottom. Now, they don't. If it worked all the time, then we would have, more success here around these places as traders. But, it's just like trying to figure out what's going on. And there it is right there, a little bit of a volume situation. For Micron, it was different. I wasn't looking at volume at all. I was just using right here the 50 period because we really rode this 50 period to the downside. So, once we were able to sit down here and look for a short, I picked Micron, covered that, broke back above. Like I said, that was a mistake. We should have got out right there, whatever we had left. We averaged in it on 340 against what was the 50-period moving average. That was about 50 cents. So that 50 cents gave us 340 down here to 337.50. So 250 for 50 cents. We'll take a 5-to-1. And now we should be getting close to being out. I thought we had our punch out here on Micron, 339.11. All right, so it was going to be the 200 period, the 50-period moving average, but that is now, come way in. So we should now just use our stop as this recent out, 338.80. So that's what we're going to use right now as our out. It's pretty close. We could just use 339, honestly. We don't have that many shares left, so that's it. So again, just trying to break trend, right? That's a good area to get out. If we had more shares, we probably would have been a little more focused on that spot right there. Let's put another bid at 338 just in case it does come in and fill us. We do have enough shares to be able to do that. So we'll go put one at 338.20. And now let's look for some more names. I mean, puff, puff, pass. I don't know what your all choices or your leisurely activities may include, whether or not it's drinking water or whatever, cannabis.
A leisure activity.
Yeah, drinking water. Yeah,
Good,
some people.
a quality habit is what it should be.
Yes, yeah.
These are fading really bad.
Also, yeah, those are super old. There's some nice ones out there. A leisurely quality habit could also be consuming some of it. You do not want to invest, I don't think, right now in any cannabis. I mean, we have some really positive talk about it, and all it's done is just whap right back in. So, it's great to experience this kind of a move if you're in it, but it never seems to last very long. We've had, a lot of bump ups in this space, and maybe it lasts a week, I don't know. And then it just, keeps getting crushed. So you think from here, $2 up to $3.50. Okay, well, how long did that last? Right back into $2 again. This was a kind of a nice move, $2 to $5.50 for sure. Some of these tops, right? But then if you're in this, you might be thinking of a little higher. It still went back down into $3. So it gave back 300% of that move, which was about a 250% move from 2 up to 550 or so. Then from 550 back down to 3. So you kind of give most of it back. And if you're smart enough to hold it, you got that break of 550 up into 7, and now you're right back again. So I think the right thing to do, it didn't break the 200 period moving average until right here. And since then, it's been pretty bullish on MSOS. So we'll do a little bit of this. Shout out to Adam West. That's where we sort of started all of these bangs and booms and awesomes and all that. But I just, the 200 period to me looks somewhat exciting there as an investable spot. So 350 to 360, I think you'd make a play, and then you just say, you know what, man, if we break $3, we're out of here. So that would be a play for me on the weed names, just to take it in a different direction, man. All we ever talk about here seems to be the chip names. We got some great news about LMT, and some of those defense names gave us something to trade with. But just a little look in case some of you are invested in the marijuana cannabis space. That should be something to look at. But other than that, I don't know what else I want to do right now.
No, that RVMD opened up and went down. So, and I put this in the chat, and you know what, I was going to talk about SoFi next, but I should complete the exact thought and not just assume that everyone was following along in the chat when I was sort of discussing this. When we looked at this daily chart, you have to keep in mind a few things. The last deal, yesterday, it's not completed, but the Eli Lilly acquisition, it was 90% or something was the speculated premium at one point. I think it was about 60 or 70% higher today, but the speculated premium was almost 90%. Most of the time, the premium is going to be some kind of a moving average, whether it's a 90-day or a 30-day. So they will look at how the stock has been trading and be like, okay, we're going to slap a X premium relative to what is normal, and we're going to price it based on when there was interest. So you don't know how long they've been in talks or how long they've been deliberating it. It's entirely possible that they're looking at the premium from 60 or 65 or 70. So therefore, the fact that it's up 23% right now, that's from yesterday's close. So it's not automatic it's going to go up. Or go up higher, just because typically you've been seeing closer to 50%. Maybe some of that is already priced in. Just be careful with this. The money gets made. Typically, the money gets made by owning these things before, or by trading them on the first or second day when a deal is announced. And clearly, if you own this before, congratulations to you. But I'm looking at SoFi right now. There's someone asked in the chat, can you look at SoFi? Here. SoFi has been trending pretty much the majority of the day. Goes right into the afternoon high, yesterday afternoon's high, and is starting to pull back. It's more of a line of best fit than a trend line. But if it is able to break it, there's still some time for it to get down. That said, it is putting a head and shoulders in. So it might make some sense. If this holds the head and shoulders to just nibble and then add and then look for the volume weighted average price here. So yeah, I have eyeballs on SoFi. Yesterday it got absolutely smoked. Like eventually, like what a bit it caught off 26. And eventually it did get a pretty crazy revision. David, I just lost it. That super chat.
Oh, man.
AI Adara's trade of the day. Sell off till close, MU going down like a clown. Why is it AI Adara's trade of the day? Did I miss a joke?
Oh, I'm not paying attention.
Yeah, I mean, right now Western Digital is getting hit. Right now,
maybe she's in AI or
she's
something?
in AI?
I don't
No,
know.
I don't think so. Well, maybe she's just so good at.
Adara's trading though, right? Adara, are you
beat
trading
around the
anything
news.
right now?
Micron?
Yeah.
CrowdStrike and I are in a war. No one's winning.
CrowdStrike, okay. So not much going
Eating
on.
the delicious dry chicken, probably.
The chicken is, there's a lot left.
Told you.
There's a lot left of the
Told you it was going to be dry. Been overcooking everything lately.
They are.
It is what it is.
Right here, I'm just trying to, actually here, I want to take out my license plate. All right, so shout out to Paul here.
Nice.
No, I mean, it's been done for a while. There's Trader TV Paul, I know. I still have not gotten FSD, but here it is. I'm starting to think he doesn't really own one. Okay, this is my car right here. So this is my Model 3. So I got it wrapped. Shout out to Raptors right here. So it's wrapped in a dark satin gray. Right now it's got winters on. It's got black rims. This is my my Model 3. So this is the Tesla that I have right now. And yeah, I absolutely love the car. And yeah, so, but I don't have full self-drive yet, and I should just get it. I don't know what I'm waiting for. I keep hearing that there's like these trials that are going around. So I was like kind of being cheap and waiting for a trial, but it's only $100 a month. Like, honestly, I just got a note there. My wife just spent $230 or whatever at Loblaws, which is a grocery store. So it's kind of like money just goes in and out of my account. So yeah, $100 a month is not anything, but that's the car there. So I do actually own that. But yeah, I guess you don't have to believe me, but it's downstairs. Paul, if you're ever around, we can go check that out. But yeah, let's just look at Tesla just real quickly right here. All right, so 436 and change. Like I said, this has been a really strong stock today. I mean, ever since that morning where you started to see some of these lower, higher lows is what I'm looking for right there. So the low came in real early on. This is a very impossible stock, bless you, a very, very hard stock to trade off the open because it does do these crazy violent moves. Like you were down to 430. What's going on? The market's cranking lower right now. We actually got stopped out of Intel there, and we got stopped out of Google as well. They're both moving lower. Oh, are they? Okay.
I'm definitely not long.
I only have.
Oh, SoFi's correct, but open doors are on.
All right, yeah. So I only have Micron right now. So this is definitely there. Fabian, if you can reboot the position board somehow. Anyways, we'll just wait. Doesn't matter. I'm only in Micron. So just to let you know, I wish I was still in all of those shorts. But and as Neil said, his is incorrect as well. But okay. Let's just move on. Micron downside. The futures are kicking lower right now, and I don't know if there's a story to talk about here, but we broke through VWAP, and it's too bad because my back to the futures trade today was not a great one. We were short, so this was real early. I don't ever really want to take too many positions too early in the day, and what we actually put on, if you actually read the note, like, hello, Sean, read your own damn notes every once in a while, right into here. I know I'm thankful that a lot of you are checking out this sticky note, but I think I should check it out myself. We said right here, looking short needs to break which level there, Sean? 54.50, and then we'll use 55 as our out. Okay, so in order to go short, this is my worst stock of the day. In order to go short, must break 54.50.
Where is it?
Not 34.50, 54.50. And right there, it does not even come close to breaking that. That is right here. But of course, it gets to 55, and I'm like, okay, well, if that's going to be my out. So we get out there. Then we actually had a pretty good short right there at the top, and we made it all back, until we didn't, man. And then it was oopsies. We did it again, Britney Spears style, and we started to go short, made a little bit back until eventually got cranked out right there. So yeah, not a great experience for your boy there on the TQs today, but we'll make it back. This is an easy trade for me. We love trading the NASDAQ and the futures, and yeah, the NASDAQ right there with the TQQs. But yeah, bad trade there. Breaking through VWAP might have been that little extension move lower. More to come on that, though. We wait to see what happens with TQs now as the NASDAQ continues to go lower there.
Yeah, I just saw someone in the chat saying, like, maybe volatility was moving around. No,
maybe. I mean, that's
I checked
the
VIX.
break of VWAP could
VIX is doing absolutely nothing. So it's not that. Just try to figure out. It could, maybe it's technical. I don't know. But the NASDAQ is losing the bid here, definitely. But there's the VIX. Yeah, that ain't it. But it's a good look. Like anytime you see something like this start to happen. And by the way, this is the ES. ES has been red already, and now you're busting through overnight lows. Whereas the NASDAQ is pulling back into like prior highs. So like the tech trade has been much better. I was saying like SoFi had that trend break. So there's the trend break. Want to look to see if it closes underneath. Want to look for the ad. Got to keep an eye. Like the futures are at the low, so you want this to follow through. But we are at 317, so you can have targets. But we also only have about 30 minutes until the imbalances come.
Oh,
so
shoot.
not as much time for things to figure themselves out here, like you would in the open of the day. So I'm going to move from my quote board, like I always do at this time, to have an early look at the imbalances. CVE, okay, seemingly that's been there every single day. So has SOXS. Neither one has mattered that much when it's there. RF probably doesn't matter. TD, it's dual listed. LUV.
He was there yesterday.
I feel like there's at least a Canadian bank in there somewhere almost every single day. But FCX is there for a million buy. LUV, a million buy. Nothing really stands out. FXI, BBAI, that's from the morning. You can tell by the time there. Yeah, so nothing crazy on the early look. Nothing that I think is going to move the markets, or at least the individual names I don't think are going to move off of that. Like I'm willing to, like Synovus is like a $15 stock. I bet you it's not even moving on that buy and bounce. If anything, it's headed downside. Yeah, so the imbalance is early nothing burger, at least. And Tesla, still going to have to say this breakout is not happening today on Tesla.
The bounces are decent because they serve a purpose, able to get in and out of shares without trying to affect market price too much. So, we have to be very, very, very careful about the imbalances. I just saw someone post about SMCI, so shout out to you. They're Jer Bear. I was disappointed at SMCI too. This is another stock where we called the short off VWAP there. We actually, not only did we call it, we made it. We made the short, but did not make any profits as we shorted VWAP, got out 5 cents or so after that VWAP break. Hindsight could have given it to the 200 period moving average. We probably should have done that, but what are you going to do? We were in enough shares to make it a problem if we were wrong, so we slipped out of it. So that's, for me, it's always just a share size problem. I feel like we get the right moves, but it's about how many shares am I taking at certain prices, forcing myself basically to punch out. So, we gotta work on that a little bit, which is why I'll slightly disagree a little bit about the whole paper trading thing that they talked about on the midday. But it is good to understand your keyboard and everything like that.
We used to have a keyboard test.
Yeah, the keyboard tester was a good one.
You literally, and it seems tedious, but when we were trainees, there was like it wasn't even very long. It was like a 10 or 15 minute test thing, and you had to do it over and over and over.
It would say like Arcabuy, and you'd have to hit your Arcabuy.
Until you were fast enough, and you couldn't go live without passing that test. That was actually think that was really valuable. You got to the point where like you're hitting your keys and punching in orders with multiple gateways and crossing and typing in prices without even looking. Like it's like getting good at a game or something. I found that was incredibly valuable. Maybe they should bring something like that back.
Maybe, no, not really. I don't think speed
people
matters.
Don't care anymore. So it doesn't matter. Like when we started out, you could arbitrage trade. Like there were certain strategies that required so much speed in your decision making, and the algos have taken a lot of those over. But I thought that was really valuable for us, anyways. But just me.
Yeah, same. I mean, I did like it. How do I like Rivian here? Well, Patrick, Rivian is going to be the next car in my driveway, but it's, how do I like the, we'll use some of our Rivian shares, pay for down payment. I don't have shares to actually buy a vehicle, but yeah, we like Rivian, man. I think I was actually looking at my account today, and I sold a bunch of these. Like, I didn't have that many DraftKings shares. I sold that off. I sold a few of the different plays off out of the account there. So nothing really going on for me. But yeah, Rivian, wow, good look today, man. I don't know what's creating this, but it is a great look for Rivian, just taking out the day's high right there. So yeah, big bounce off of $20. And this is nowhere near. Rivian IPO'd at $108. All right, it IPO'd $108. It got down to $8.
Didn't it go to 150?
Right there. It might have gone to 150 within days. We have to zoom this back out. This is back in the heyday. Ford had a position on Rivian, and here, I'll just call it up on our, I mean, it's going, it's now starting to go. All right, this is what it looks like here. Let me zoom. There it is. So, yeah, we haven't split. So, yeah, I mean, it was a great, like, Rivian was solving all the world's problems when it IPO'd. Down here, $100. It went all the way to 180 there with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe a week. Gets up to 180. Like, oh, yeah. Lose $85,000 a car, and then it was like, oh yeah, you do, and then that just was from 180 down to $8, $9. I was wrong. It looks like its low was $10.36 or so, right there, made back in 2025. So a nice move right here for Rivian. But if we sort of, whoopsies, what have I done? If we sort of look at this again, you still do have some more movement here on Rivian. I'm just gonna play around with this scaling here a little bit. You know, the high could, 28 would be real great. I mean, 28 is great. Not only does it rhyme, it would be a great spot, but this 24, 25 area, also a spot to be concerned about. So if we get into those levels, I think something to be said there about good old Rivian. But yeah, nice move there, Patrick. I really like that stock with the R2. You know, moments away, hopefully, that should spark the stock, and I think that's what's in the stock right now. The FSD talk, and the talk of the newest model to market, hopefully in 2026. So that's the R2 there. What's his name?
RJ
Scaringe.
Scaringe.
Many people think that he looks like Brendan.
His name sounds like a pirate name.
Yes. Ooh. Yeah, Marissa already ordered one. Yeah, so I already have the reservation in for that. The reservation, a couple $100, you know. But yeah, we're ready for Rivian. Taking out the day's high right now.
They take the reservation, but can they keep the reservation?
Yeah, no, not like Seinfeld.
That's the real problem, for sure. Oh, so
Seinfeld, Potty 3. I'm not allowed to do those.
That's top 10. Why can't? Oh, I can do it. You can't. Is that how the world works now? Yeah, I keep saying it, but that's the top 10 episode, the restaurant episode.
It's a great one.
So Mike was saying that this name. Okay, I don't know this eras. I don't know much about it, but apparently it's going ham, and most of this volume occurred in the last 15 minutes or so. So I can tell you the tap is $6.30 on ERAS. Kind of looking to see what the story might be here that recently happened. And okay, so this morning at 8 a.m., Piper Sandler initiated coverage on them with an overweight rating. And for reasons that I'm unaware of, at about 2:48, it went from doing absolutely nothing for half the day to going crazy, halting up now a third time, it looks like. So 6:44, the tap just moved up. So, I mean, if you're in it long right now, it looks like it's going to open up higher. So, you know, good luck, right? Like, I assume you're long because it's probably difficult to short this name. ERAS. Don't know the name of the company either.
That's Taylor Swift's Eras tour. So it's worth like $5 trillion.
It'd be worth everything if it was
$5 trillion.
Eraska Inc.
I think, Dara, you got news on this, or?
Yeah.
I have something on this. So I looked into this here on X, and a lot of people are associating this, for whatever reason, with that RVMD, that Revolution move. That, again, that's the company that's supposed to be acquired by what happened here with Eli Lilly. And so if you look yesterday, to the time that we had that move in that, sorry, not Eli Lilly, AbbVie, but the reason I bring up Eli Lilly, that was because yesterday when we had that VTYX moving on talks that Lilly was going to acquire it, there was another company that was in the same space that also moved. Now, that company did not move to the extent that this ERAS is moving, but the point is, From what I'm seeing, this could be a sympathy play here or something like that with that RVMD. Back to you.
Okay, but that always makes sense. Like, what'll happen is
sympathy
if
plays.
you're like when you're basically just booping. They're all boosting their pipelines. These large pharma companies because of the patent cliff that's coming in. So there's just a boatload of things that are going generic in 2027 to 2027 to 2030, let's call it. And so as they're going through that, a lot of these names are going to start, trying to figure out what other things they can add to that pipeline. And if one company has a drug at a phase 1, then AbbVie might say, oh, well, there's another company that maybe they're at phase 2 with a similar drug, or they've already got something which is close to approvals, and then you'll see a sympathy. People start speculating, well, if they like this one, I can try to figure out what the next one's going to be. Just understand that can get pretty nasty as well. And oddly enough, I'll give credit where credit is due. That was something Pharma Boy was pretty solid at. Like, I remember there was a couple of times I trade some buyouts. There was a couple of times like a deal would get announced and you'd see him comment on a biopharma and be like, these companies could be next kind of deal. And then it's like, hey, you look back and it's like, hey,
you got it. I mean,
he knew his pharma stuff.
I wonder why he's called Pharma Boy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like he's not, what is it now? Quantum
Kid?
Yeah, he's not
he Quantum he was completely wrong on, but it has come back. I think it's you have to be careful when you're calling tops and bottoms on names that are going parabolic because, it's easy for us to say like right now, like SNDK I think is a good example, right? I mean, I heard Obi talk about it, you and I have talked about this. At some point this is going to absolutely collapse, but like if you were thinking about that at some point, other than today, you've been wrong. I mean, it's only gone upside. And, you might have thought that, okay, when this was spun off from WDC, that was, $30, $50, $70. Okay, well, now it's getting a little bit insane. Right now it's up $110. Okay, well, it was just at 93. Now it's at 110. Well, it's got to slow down, right? Well, how about about a month later, it's at 210. It doubled in a month. Well, it's not going to double again, is it? Well, that's what we're trying to do right now. So, at some point, this is going to happen again, but it's about timing. And that's why we always say the hedge funds. And, when you get names like HKD or names that go absolutely parabolic, they always come back in because somebody is shorting every single pop that is not getting stopped out, that have deeper pockets than you. And at some point, they're going to be laughing because the market comes back in and their price will be right. So it's just a matter of outlasting some of the bids into these spaces. And look, I mean, these names, these chip names and RAM names are going up on reasons and they're legitimate ones. So it's just a matter of eventually someone's going to dig in, put a downgrade on this, and then it's all she wrote. And we saw WDC, part of that happening today. So their downside. And then Derek, could you please remind me why Western Digital is down today? Did they catch that downgrade finally here today? But it started right away, right off the open. I could always check our...
I am not seeing a downgrade for WDC.
Yeah, isn't that weird? So that's what I'm saying. So it's a straight downside. And yeah, no, I see in the chat, HKD is completely an example. They don't even, remember we tried to look up their office and it was like a little shack in the side road in China or something?
It looked like a convenience store.
Yeah, so it's like, and the next thing you know, it was like a $3 trillion, a couple $100 million company, and nobody even knew what the hell it was, like a holding company. So
congratulations to the hedge funds that shorted the what out of it because they had those pockets. Like, it's the thing, like you need to get those, and it is what it is. It's kind of like the whole roulette thing. If you can just constantly like double down, that's what they do on those moves, and nothing can stop them outside of like a GME type of moment. And kudos to Roaring Kitty for sniffing some of that kind of stuff out. I just saw this comment, so I'm going to throw it up here and say that none that I can see jaywalking. And very likely on CoreWeave, if you're, like, you could be watching an individual stock like CoreWeave and it's like, what's happening? It's breaking down. Now the market just kind of technically lost a bit. So when that happened, I feel like a lot of names that might have been doing nothing or were just cruising probably caught a bit of a stray. So I think it's nothing more than that. On CoreWeave, the trend got broken, and it's now probably headed back in. That's just my Rivian 3-month chart. That's hilarious to look at. So yeah, this one's been trending slightly down after getting destroyed on their earnings. Or not their earnings, on their Well, I mean, the earnings haven't been good, but the bounce off this IPO breakout has been the only support that CoreWeave has had, right around $60. So with only 20 minutes till it bounces, SoFi is trying to come back in here, but like VWAP's going to be at 26.8, and it just pulled back into this high on the 15, put a bit of a turn on, and then confirmed the lower high. But it's with 20 minutes to go, it's going to end up being a scalp trade. So I'm sitting on the bid. It's starting to come back in. This is the market's coming back in here. Probably that's the reason. Yeah, the market's starting to accelerate, so this SoFi trend break is happening.
I mean, we can both.
Easy. Cut SNDK and investment account.
We can both answer this. So I actually put it in the chat there, so thank you, easy peasy. I just said trim. I've already said this before. You know, like I got out of some Palantir at 175. I got out of Intel some today as well. It's just like when you get these kind of moves like that on SNDK, easy peasy, I would just trim some. You're never going to go wrong trimming a little bit. Exactly. And it's just like you can't, there's always going to be other opportunities. And that's about all I could say. It's you just don't want that money to disappear because, and I don't think it will. I don't think it's one day you're going to be down, 10% might be. You saw WDC today for no reason down 9%. So I would say a 9 or 20% haircut maybe in that. And it just depends on how much you have in there and what your conviction is. I'm just saying from a technical side of things, both Neil and I, of course, are not financial advisors or anything. I would seek your own advice. But if I was going to give it to somebody or my own account, on SNDK, I think it's overextended. All right, Micron, I was getting out on this break of 338. It almost happened there, so watch out. We already took another piece out basically on the lows right here of the day for Micron. And again, these lows are pre-market, so this is the market low, and we just bounced off there, the intraday market. So 337.20s, we just bounced off of it. Happy to clear a little bit more out on that, and we will empty out the clip if and when that does come out. Yeah, Patrick, man, I mean, Palantir was awesome apparently, and you're mentioning here how great it was today. Palantir was a monster today and yesterday. I said if it makes over 180, it can rip. It ripped $7. Thank you, Patrick, for that. And yeah, there it goes, man. There's that 180 take, and boom. Look at this 50-period moving average. How good is that there today? So you're always, the dream of mine, I go to, I'm at the gym, I'm working out, I'm dreaming of finding trending plays similar to this. And we found one today, so good look there, Patrick. And then look what happens when it breaks the 50-period, straight down the other way. We all have different things we look at on our charts, but that's a good one there.
My trading dream is always the same one these days. It's that the futures, that there's some kind of a flash crash, or that the futures go to that like limit down, and then I just find something I like, and I'm just like, oh yeah, baby, and I'm just lighting the bid up. Like I always.
Well, what would be one that you, if you could think about it right now? Let's just say the futures cracked like 5% out of nowhere right now.
Like
what would be the first symbol you type in?
Well, what usually happens, because this is what happened on the Liberation Day thing. I remember I turned to you and I was like, it ended up being not Warner Brothers. It was Walgreens. It was Walgreens, Boots Alliance. And what was happening was Walgreens was getting bought cash,
right?
And it was literally getting bought cash for $11.40 plus the CVR, meaning more than $11.40, and it tanked to like $10. I'm like, this is free money. Like it's like even if the market continues to crash, like Walgreens is still gonna get bought. Like it's like whatever, even if you have to hold it for a while. So like it's like that. Usually, if there's nothing that makes that type of a move, then my first thought is who's cash heavy, like an Apple. Like I want it to be cash generating. Like where's the first people look to buy the dip? It'll usually be something like that. But yeah, if you can find something which makes no sense that's going down and catching strays, that's the free money opportunity I always want. Like on that Liberation Day bottom, it was easily Walgreens.
It's all going to crash down, says Jay Dizzle. You may be right. What's up, Adara?
I just want to let you guys know here, NFLX dropping a bit here. It is worth noting Charles Gasparino, who is a Fox business contributor, he was on the forefront of a lot of this tariff reporting around Liberation Day, and he's also been very involved in reporting the Warner Brothers situation. He just reported that apparently bankers he's speaking to are confused by Warner Brothers' confidence that their NFLX deal is going to go through. Apparently, from what he's heard, I guess he first reported this a couple weeks ago, but he's bringing it up again now. Apparently, talk within the White House suggests that beyond the usual DOJ antitrust review of this Netflix deal with Warner Brothers, if this goes through, they could put Netflix's entire streaming business model under review for a possible lawsuit. So again, I guess more potential issues here with this NFLX WBD deal than we were initially thinking. Again, this is reported by Charles Gasparino. Now, before we send you back, to Sean and Neil. I do want to let you guys know the third and final infographic here for a schedule for CES 2026 today for these public companies. It's out now. Some companies that are doing events after the bell include, I think probably the biggest one here is going to be this 6:40 to 7:40 event here with Uber and Lucid. It's called Road Rules Governing the Global Shift to Autonomy. So keep an eye on these stocks between 6:40 and 7:40 p.m. Eastern. That event probably the biggest one that stands out at me right now. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. Lockheed now down 5%.
Yep, still going.
It's still falling here. Raytheon was down only 2 points. Boeing's down 1%. It's not that bad for Boeing. You know, this is Lockheed's really getting hit. It seems like the most out of these defense names. So it's getting pretty real. But maybe you give it that 3-day rule. There's probably a good bit that'll come in. Like the same way that we overreacted with some of the oil names. Maybe you get an overreaction here, and then it ends up a buying opportunity. Just kind of double checking. Whatever. It's not like I suspected that the AV was going to give you a real dip buy. They're not going to be as affected by this, but if they had been, I'd be a buyer. I'm a buyer of these guys this year, but literally not moving. Sometimes, well, I mean, it's moving, but it's not really moving. Still up on the day. Sometimes you get an opportunity when you get news like this for something that you were already looking to buy, and then it just comes right into your price. But not going to happen with AV. Looks like SoFi is catching a bid at the morning range high and this support level, and it's 337. All right, one more leg out at this price, and then we'll wait for the volume-weighted average price to come in here on SoFi. So a bit of a turn, but there's not that much time for it to get past VWAP anyways, so you'll take what you can get. Ooh, I like this one. Universal Code just said Nike is at a great buying spot. I haven't looked at it. Ooh. Oh, this is not what I haven't looked at it today. This is not what I was expecting to see. If you were going to say it's at a great buying spot, I thought it was going to be over and trying to break this 200-period moving average, because I think that gets really spicy for Nike. Instead, Nike's losing the 50-period here. Yuck. I think it's trying to make a bottom. I just wanted to break in the 200-period moving average, and I think that's going to be a trade if it does, but not today. Nike down 3 points. Why? Can't even think of a reason.
I don't know, man. I mean, we had Timmy Cook recently buying that as well as Elliott there. But my guy over here, SoFi today, we just had one trade. It was the number one trade on the stick. You know, we traded it short through 27 and then tried to get it again, and it broke. So short there early, got 26.50s, and then back and forth there. Joe might like this for his picks because he's going to get a little bit of a discount today on JP Morgan. That's down 2.5%. So, you know, JP Morgan, I think it's next Tuesday, so a week yesterday, we're going to start earnings season. JP Morgan gets hit on earnings. You know, the last time, I believe this was something like an earnings. Wouldn't have been November, would have been here in September. So I believe that was their earnings right there. So we'll have to wait to see if there's anything going on there with, just hearing Apple in our ear or something. Waiting to hear if there's anything. Something about Apple and JP Morgan. I don't hear anything. Okay. We'll see if, JP Morgan reaching. It's all the guys waiting to hear. No, nothing. Okay, 85.75, something about, it's the Goldman Sachs and Apple, they canceled their credit cards. So I believe JP Morgan taking over that account. I think that's what it is. So I don't think that's a big deal. Uber right there, downside. I think, you know, anything like that would be a good situation for JP Morgan. They can obviously manage credit risk, and I'm sure their credit department is monstrous. So I think that they would welcome the business of Apple Pay and Apple Credit Card and however that works out. I just attach my Visa to my Apple and just tap everything. So I don't know who gets money out of that, but there it goes. 86 Visa, obviously $86 right there for Uber just broke. Wow, Uber's back to 86, eh? A lot of
Uber was having a good day.
Well, it was.
I guess everything was happening.
Wow, Uber got to $88? I didn't even realize. I thought Uber was getting cranked, man. That's actually a pretty good look there for Uber. All right, like we bought some at 84 most recently there. I'm not sure if we bought any at 80. I'd have to double check. But yeah, nice move there today up to the 200 period. That's kind of like a death cross that I don't believe in, but right there it makes one there to the downside. That would have been a death cross there to the upside for Uber. But right there, downside death cross. So we'll have to wait to see if that, is true support or resistance. It looks like $88. So where did we get? Yeah, right off the open, 88, and we touch it again at 1 o'clock. So wow, Uber, okay. I want to put that on the radar tomorrow. I didn't actually realize Uber had sort of got going like that.
No, I know Joe was oh, Joe, he's gone. I know Joe was trading. I turned around to see if he would just shake his head, but I'm pretty sure he was trading Uber there. We just got another, okay, he was. We just got another super chat from David. We'll throw it up right now. Never rooting for downturns, I'm with you. Just feelings. And anyone who ever copies me in the chat, I'm not a financial advisor, and this is just ideas and fun. I think look, everyone's just throwing ideas out, and then I think it's always valuable to give your thought process. That's where you get the real learning from. Like, okay, well, I like this, and I like it here technically because this, and this other thing did this in the past, or whatever it might be. So thanks, David. Appreciate it. We have lots of great ideas in this channel, or even just the places you want to put your eyeballs to, like that era stock. Now I'm going to think Taylor Swift every single time. Oh, man, so it did open. It did go higher, Mike. Hopefully that was good for you. I couldn't make this up. I pull up the stock and it instantly halts to the downside. It was already falling. I wasn't even planning on going to this, and then the conversation took us there. So ERAS is halted to the downside. Remember, they were a sympathy play for that RVMD, which is close to being bought by AbbVie, apparently. So ERA is halted down. It's 342, so it might actually still open back up in 5 minutes, indicating a 495.
Rob Van Dam. RVD.
It's wild. That is one of the greatest kind of like weird coincidences that RVD actually looks like he could be related to the dude and he isn't. It's pretty remarkable.
I love Apple. So someone just tried to call me there, went right into spam or whatever, and they left a message. And of course, this probably happens on all the phones. But instead of me listening to it, it actually just transcripts it here. It goes, hello, this is Rogers Telecom. Your mobile number will be canceled. I don't even have a mobile number with Rogers. I love when that happens. Like the banks, it's like, oh, this is blah, 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 calling from delete, report spam. Okay, see you. It's like, this is like your bank for CIBC, for example. And it's like, okay, well, my EMT didn't go through because I don't bank with you. I won't be calling you back. Just be careful with all those scams out there.
The email.
Take care of the old people.
Oh, the email scam I've been getting a ton of. It's like, first of all, we're Canadian and we're in Canada.
Wait, what?
But like during election time, and I don't even know where it comes from. I get all kinds of email stuff. Like, make sure you this and that, and I get it. It's just ridiculous. Like, what is going on here? First of all, I'm not American. I can't vote. It's just a rampant, which does bring us to, this has nothing directly to do with it, but I don't know what this is. He must have his headphones on. He's not paying attention. But CrowdStrike, 200 period moving average. Bounce, baby, bounce. You always got to like that 200 period moving average on a quality company. 5 points today. We'll see what it can do tomorrow. That is the theme that's going to continue. Spending ain't going down. You got it for sure. Well, that's true. So government spending doesn't go down in a general sense. Spending never goes down. Certainly, right now, you're not going to have any less spending in cybersecurity. Oh, I just trailed out of. Only 5 minutes to go. Nothing's really changed on the imbalance locator. Although I don't know what ELME is. That's now a sell of 1.6 million, so maybe that's something. Never heard of the stock. I just trailed out of SoFi. It doesn't get all the way into VWAP. Maybe there just wasn't enough time. So it bounces off that higher low at 26.9. I just moved my trade to here as it was close to 350. So we'll jump out of that one. Not nearly as volatile as it was yesterday, obviously. And maybe a chance at this could actually be a bit of a break potential tomorrow. The fact that it held trend most of the day could break out to 27.2 or 27.25 potentially for tomorrow. Definitely worth a watch. But with 5 minutes to go to the imbalance, it pretty much wraps it up unless one of these things here gets interesting. BMNR just popped up, almost 2 million to sell.
Yeah, that's going to be a good little look there. We saw Ethereum was down 2% plus. What's helping the expenditures here would be a target long, and right there, that was a good idea. We're long in the 80s on target. We actually I put a tweet out that we talked about this in October there when it was down into this level. So there's a tweet out there where I told everybody that I was buying into some Target. We were able to get more right there in November. We did not. The first time when we initially bought it, it does go back up to that $100 mark. But right now, Target's on a nice run. So look at Target go, man. Almost at our area. I'm going to look at this tonight. Possibly get some, well, have to get something out. That's just part of what I do. Get something out at the first sort of area of possible concern. So for me, on Target right there, that trade was on Target. Lulu is also a stock here. We're talking a little bit. I'm like, look, man, I went over to the cannabis space. We're going to go into the retail space. We talked about Rivian, some EVs and stuff like that. So Lululemon, man, we bought some 205 before earnings right here that one day, and that dropped down. And then we were lucky enough to do our 3-day rule on this thing and bought some at 160, giving us an average price of around 180 or so on Lululemon, and there it goes, man, nicely shooting up to the upside, right around the 200 period average. So that's been a good little retail trade as well. While meanwhile, Costco going the other way. So we've chose our horse race. My horse would be Costco or Walmart, but recently we like the bump up there in Target. I like it in Lululemon, possibly both getting to areas of concern for possible resistance. So we'll be getting out some of those as well. That was not a call for a Darrow, was it?
It was, actually.
Then let's go.
Hey guys, just want to let you know, in case you forgot, Applied Digital reporting after the bell. I prepare for this report. I have you guys. It's on XOTTV Research. Here's our earnings preview for APLD. This is the CEO, a man named Wes Cummins. Lots of positive analyst ratings on this. All the ratings I could find recently in this are all high. Price targets ranging from the mid-30s to the mid to high 40s. Nice look there. Again, XOTTV Research for this visual. For what it's worth, analysts are expecting the company to post revenue of just under $76 million, losses of 9 cents per share. Now, last quarter, they actually did report debt of $607.3 million. So the lack of money making is still an issue for this company. Back to you.
It's a lot of debt. Good luck, Wes. Tonight is, hey, earnings season. I mean, it really starts with the banks, but somebody around here probably is involved in APLD. There was always somebody involved in just about any name out there. That said, we did get a super chat from Joshua Dixon. Great show. I need SMH to go lower. Can't help you with that. They're going to do what they're going to do. I got some Jan 9. 2026, 385 puts.
Jan 9,
trying
okay.
to get rid of. That's like expiring at the end of this week. What does your tech analysis say? Man, okay, that's literally expiring.
Well, you're at the money now.
It's right at 385, but you needed to get down much lower than that. Well, there's nothing technically outside of the fact, well, we put in a new high and there's a red day. There's not too much to technically glean because it's still upward trending. However, on the 15-minute, on a 15-minute, what I would see is a lower consolidation. So it does look like maybe we're in a bit of a roll. Like there's your fail of the high and then a bit of a trend down. Just got to break a little bit of support. The problem is you just need this to happen right away. So I mean, grasping at straws. Would I be instantly looking for SMH short based on this? Probably not. It doesn't seem distinct enough. I'd probably lean 60-40 that it looks like a short more than a long, but that's not that definitive. But good luck. Good luck to you on that for sure. I mean, I'd say that you're better than 50-50. It seems like that we could get a breakdown of this support level and maybe get down to 80s, but yeah. When it's in an upward trend, it's kind of a tough task. That's a tough task.
All right, 30 seconds to go right now. We got out of all of our shorts, man, and they're all starting to go a little bit higher here as the market rebounds. Google's the one that's down to VWAP. That one still has not caught that real bid yet on Google, but Micron's back upside again. We had covered that around 338. That's at 339 right now. And then Intel, I shouldn't say they're all back up. Intel's still at 4250, so that was a cover there on the 200 period. Now we're out. All right, so what's going on here? There's Intel with a buy, so that starts that move. WBD with a buy, nothing going on there. It seems pretty small, man. The Treasury is TLT. We're not expecting that to move. FXI, interesting there for China concerns or whatever, down 1.52% today as potentially China not going to receive shipments of the H200. All right, I'm not really seeing anything else on here that would be of any interest. Bank of America, wouldn't even talk about that today. We saw JP Morgan and all these banks downside today. So I don't know what's up with that. With earnings coming a week from yesterday, we'll see how that all prints out. There's ASTS. So Astis Mobile had a nice move yesterday and a bad one today, down 11%. That was on our watch list today as well. But yeah, that's it. FCX with copper. A little bit there. That was down today, 1.2%. That name, obviously working to the upside as well. So yeah, man, that's about it for now. Apple, want to check out what they were doing, 260. Yeah, Apple's, that's too bad. Like, this is another name that's down about 10% from its most recent all-time highs, which was made about a month ago. So Apple is even worse than whatever that other stock was I was talking about. They had 1, 2, maybe 3 or 4. Remember that one time I was like, it was 3 days or something? But anyway, this is only 4 days, man. 4 days of like the last 20 are green. Apple getting absolutely clocked. Or flushed.
I think it's just this whole, they're just passing the baton, man. Like one Mag 7 name gets out of favor that it's not doing anything as the others go, and then people take profits on the Apples and whatever, and then Amazon starts going. So like Amazon was doing nothing, it stunk for a bit. It's like they're rotating within the Mag 7 sometimes now, it seems like, for sure. I just saw someone in the chat say, what is going on with RVMD? All right, like so just, you know what, I'm going to keep it on daily charts at this point, very clear. So AbbVie is apparently in late-stage talks to buy RVMD. There has been no price speculation. I'm putting up the daily chart just to point out that this stock has been rallying rather heavily going into this. So when you start thinking about what the premium could be, just because it's only 30% now, well, the stock was up 250% from September of last year. So, 200% from September last year going into this. So when they start looking at where to place a premium, they often say, what is a 30-day or 90-day moving average of the stock, and then the premiums on top of that. So it might not end up, if there's a deal tomorrow, it might not be 50% from yesterday. It might be 50 or 60% or 70% from somewhere back here or somewhere back here. Just keep that in mind before you start gambling on this one going higher. But it is going higher. Fresh highs at 105. And Adair brought this to us. I mean, you could have bought the dip here. I never feel that comfortable doing it because did that in an afternoon show a couple of years ago, and it was on Southwest, I believe. And guess what they did? There was a rumor of them getting bought, and it was trending up. It was absolutely fine, and it was trading just normally, and everyone knew it was just a rumor at that point. And then they halted the stock, news pending overnight. As a day trader, stuck overnight. What happens? No confirmation of the deal, gaps down, and lose 4 figures. I'm never doing it again. So you can trade those at your own risk, because if you get caught in a halt and you're a day trader, like you don't even trade out of it. Like you just get flattened in the morning. It kind of sucks.
Yeah, be careful holding things overnight and looking for news stories. Pre-market trading is very dangerous regardless of the style. It's supposed to make sure your stop orders work too in pre and post market. We talked about also making sure that you know your broker, and that was part of the talk that they had about simulation trading. Know what orders can get accepted and not accepted, and which gateways are the ones to use at which appropriate time. But so those imbalances not really creating anything in this world. Comcast showing up right now, the 2.5 million share bid. You can see Comcast right now back up to its day's high. Again, a lot of the old legacy TV channels broadcasting. I don't know about Comcast. FXI. Yeah, it's all the same story there. Ford has been great, man. Ford up to $14. This is part of my look here tonight. I got to sell some of these Ford shares, man. Okay, Intel's still there. There's your AbbVie. There's Tesla. We can have a quick look at Tesla. Wow. All right, man. Micron's one of the only ones that's actually gone up out of all the shorts that I had. Tesla remember, it was up. We talked about it, man. I showed you the car, everything like that. But look at that. How good was this 437.50 area, man, on Tesla today? Every single time, except for once, it went down. Wow, Tesla stocks getting murdered here into the close. Be a story about the language, but wow, we are getting hit pretty violently. right now. And
I thought this was a potential break.
I'm just more reacting to this. I don't know if this is what is happening right now. There's a lot. Okay, I think it's just Tesla. I don't really see anything else going downside. We did have Google short. Oh man, that was a great short upside there.
Nvidia's not moving.
No, I just looked at it. Nvidia's not moving. Apple sometimes can move the market. Yeah, Apple is going down, but I think it's just a dramatic look on Tesla. That's it just looks bad.
Like Palantir's down, but Palantir's been down since that defense headline from President Trump.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Palantir.
Adair?
What's up?
I was going to say here, not news, but it is worth noting here, Tesla's not the only stock to get hit. A lot of these stocks that were already to the downside, especially those that had catalyst earlier today, just keep pushing lower. Caterpillar, of course, was on watch today with its event at CES. It announced an NVIDIA partnership. It is breaking new day's lows. LMT not quite at new day's lows, but again, sharply to the downside with that defense story. So if a name was weak earlier today, there's a decent chance it's probably pushing lower right now. That's the vibe I'm getting. Again, with the lack of news to explain this move. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Adair. The Q's right back to flat. They're just barely, look at this, like triple bottom on the way to the upside and just a super strong day for the NASDAQ versus the ES, and then right back into the lows. Here's the SPY. The SPY not having a very good day at all. You can see just completely capitulating there. You know, I mean, a lot of you saw what happened to the defense names, right? So, you know, you're going to get some outsized moves to the downside. That LMT is looking nasty. For sure. I think there might be an opportunity on some of these. If you got to pick the one that you like the best and give it a couple of days, and then maybe we've overreacted and it's not as big of a deal as you think. I was kind of hoping AAPL would have gone down, but it didn't. So the one I want to buy more of is not giving you a dip as a defense name. Maybe Raytheon will be a good opportunity in the next couple of days. After that, Truth Post. The president going after dividends and buybacks for defense contractors until they build more faster.
Yeah, I think that would probably, I think he'll probably walk that back a little bit, but maybe not. Okay, so just to do a broader look here, there's only 2 minutes left. The NASDAQ, as Neil just said, zeros. I believe the ES also zeros right now. It's not a little lower, yeah, 0.38. So the ES actually cracked a lot lower. And when we say the ES, of course, we mean the S&P 500. Yeah, so today, I didn't even realize that. I'm thankful to Adair for bringing this up. What in the heck? These manufacturing stocks today, what a bloodbath. Yeah, what the hell is even going on here? Where's that? Oh, my favorite one is the Trump one. Now we have Andre on there. The Trump one that, what are you saying? Relax, dude. Can we get that one? Okay. Come on, yeah, come on, guys, or whatever it is. That's a funny one. If you can find that, maybe Fabian can help you because he was hitting it a bunch last week right there. But yeah, GEV downside there. That's going to be a power play. Come over to the, don't worry about it. Close,
that's
but
the only new one. It's the only new one.
Oh, you hit that one. Okay. Yeah, GEV. Come to my screen here, and don't worry about it, Andre. Well, I'll find out which one that is. Caterpillar down 4.3% right there, so that's not a good name. And it's a great name, but today I forgot about that at CES. And sometimes. There it is. There it is. I like that one. Yeah, but Meta and IBM, I really like International Business Machines. I think that should be something in everybody's portfolio. I know it was one of Neil's picks last year. I really, really like that name. Google, the ETF of tech, says my friend Joe. So that's working today. They got a huge bump. That was the only long on my board there, which turned out to be a short for me. What am I even doing? That's about it for the technology. And then today, the banks, obviously, getting hit as well. I mean, there's not even a green look in here somewhere. That's a CBOE green there, but everybody else getting slapped around there. With only a minute left. Yeah, there it is. Can't stop. There's too much winning happening over here, President Trump. And look, man, the market is 1 day away from all-time highs.
Yep.
We were at all-time highs yesterday in the S&P 500 and in the Dow. So a drip down of 0.5% today. I was like, Justin Timberlake.
And those industrial names.
Cry me a river.
They did ball so strong.
Yeah,
but there's no harm in trimming some of those too. I trimmed some GEV. But the idea with that is oftentimes, picking your way to get back into a full position. Because what will happen is you trim and then you don't get the dip. And then you don't look as smart as you did when you sold some at the highs. And that's happened to me so far on GEV a little bit. As we have only 3 seconds to go, it's hump day, and the market was green and now she's red. That's not a very good close. Come on now. Oh, never mind. The NASDAQ closes up 0.01% technically. So the NASDAQ actually ends up green. The ES and the SPY is what is to the downside. And you just saw why. Sean just told you why. Because tech wasn't as bad as defense and industrials. I mean, it's mostly industrials. The bank's also not very good. But hey, sometimes profit taking is a bit of a thing. The big headline, of course, is going to be some of these defense names. How do they react tomorrow? I think it might be an overreaction, but we'll give it a day or two. See if we can't find something to buy.
I actually noticed this morning. I don't know if this has anything to do with the market going down here, but this is actually updated yesterday. This was about 15%. I think it was 16% or so chance of a rate cut. That's gone down again there today. So obviously the market was up. I mean, it wasn't really being too affected by any of these plays, but there it is, 88% right now that our current 350 to 375 holds. So we're okay right now on the rate cut. That's January the 28th. So, all right, guys, look, thank you. What a great show again. I mean, I know we say that every day, but we're always having a good time, and I can tell by the chat, everybody also enjoyed themselves today. And look, whether or not you made or lost money, it's always tomorrow. So, review your charts, review your trades, get a plan of action. Join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. when we will talk all about whatever's moving, man. Get our watch list as well. Shreve's Morning Note will be back next week, so that should be exciting there. We love you too, Hyperstagflation, and thanks for watching. I don't know if we have there. Thanks to Obi.
Mike the Rider, it's 8 o'clock.
Come on, Mike Peter Rider.
Come on now.
Wait, what? He was probably wishing it was 8:45.
Not you.
These guys. All right. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Adara. Thank you, Obi. Thank you, Joe, Brendan.
APLD.
Ramin, everybody right now. APLD with earnings. Yeah, trying to go upside here as well. Okay. Thank you so much, Adara. Thanks, Neil. Good day there. All right. Have a good one, man. Wednesday. Anything going on? My daughter's got a workout. Oh, swimming. Good.
Oh, nice.
Like that. Yeah. My daughter's at F45, and swimming is great. My son actually passed a couple weeks ago, level 10, whatever that.
He's going to do the lifeguard.
Yes,
right?
yes. Yeah. So he's now passed the lifeguarding thing, so we're really happy for him. He can, I don't think he can be, he's 13 now. I don't know if he can be employed.
Be a certain age.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but he's ready to go.
He's got to be 14 or 15.
Interested in Caterpillar tomorrow. Could be exciting.
You just don't want to work at a water park. We had one of our friends from high school.
No, I wanted to work for the city.
Worked at a water park. It is the worst lifeguard job ever.
Why? I thought
she hated it.
Why, I wonder?
It was I won't say who it was. No, it's just kids are always messing with you.
Yeah.
And it's just a worse way to water park.
I thought working at one of those
the city one.
Because you get the pay, you get the sort of the job security there. Anyways, I told him, I said, look, if you're gonna do any job, man, be a lifeguard. You get some good views, you get the nice weather, nobody ever drowns.
Preferably in South Beach, but
Knock on wood.
Just
knock on wood.
I had to choose. That's where I'd be a lifeguard.
All right. Yes. Thank you, everybody. It's 4:03. We'll see everybody bright and early tomorrow at 8 a.m. It's Trader TV Live. You've already know that. It's the best spot to be at, and we'll check you all tomorrow at 8 a.m. Ciao, ciao.